Chapter 566. Lead the Lannister clan to surrender to Targaryen. It might sound crazy, but Kevin was not crazy. Instead, he was very rational. After Tyrion left and returned to his bedroom in Meg Tower, he did not go back to sleep. Instead, he carefully recalled his nephew's words and thought about it. Then he realized something terrifying. In the process of overthrowing the Iron Throne of Aerys, the crowned stag of the Stormlands, the crescent falcon of the Arryn Valley, the direwolf of the Northern Territory, and the leaping trout of the river, they had to deal with the Targaryen without a dragon, the Highgarden Rose and half of Dorne. Robert barely held onto the righteous name and combined the strength of the four countries. Even with the Lion of the Western Territory holding Targaryen back, the two sides were barely split. Robert was 6 and Rhaegar was 4. Now, the Stormlands River and the Northern Territory had become a burden to the Iron Throne. Littlefinger of the Arryn Valley had evil intentions. The Highgarden Rose was not on the same side in Dorne. Even if the little demon did not reveal any information about the alliance between Dorne and the Dragon Queen, Kevin was not stupid. Could he not guess? Without a doubt, the Iron Throne of Lannister was fighting alone and was restrained by his teammates. It was far from being as strong as Aerys' era. Without a doubt, the Dragon Queen with the Megalosaurus, pterosaurs, and an army of tens of thousands was not weaker than Robert's four-nation alliance. Dragon Queen Robert and Kevin. This, there was really no chance of winning. As the sky gradually brightened, the sound of the crowd and the clashing of armors and weapons could be heard in the silent Red Keep. The Lion family's old dog sighed and decided to do the small things by himself like in the past. He would listen to his brother for the big things. The Tyrion from last night was the old lion Tywin. With a decision in his heart, he began to make arrangements. First, he secretly arranged for his trusted subordinates to dig holes in the secret tunnels under the Red Keep, bury poisonous stingers, and set traps for ferocious beasts. He even hid wildfire flasks in a few of the pits. Then he mobilized the Lannister army outside the city into the Red Keep to deal with a possible coup. After a busy day, he returned to his bedroom at night and bent over the table to write a letter of surrender and loyalty. At midnight, the regent finally completed a sincere declaration of surrender that was neither servile nor overbearing. Just as he was folding the letter and stamping it with the regent's letter wax, his niece's voice sounded outside the door. "Are you crazy? Are you stupid? Don't you recognize me? Remember, you are the lions of Casterly Rock, not the retainers of Sir Kevin. And I, Cersei Lannister, am the heir to Duke Tywin. I am the one you should be loyal to." As usual, Cersei was stopped at the door by the guards before she received permission from the Prince Regent. Unlike in the past, she did not wait for the guards to pass on the message. Instead, she loudly scolded the guards of the Lion family and even proclaimed her own rights, just like in the period of the Regent Empress Dowager. However, Kevin could understand. The little devil had appeared in the Red Castle again, so it was normal for his niece to go crazy. With a sigh, he announced to the door, "Let the Empress Dowager in." Cersei rushed to the desk like a tornado and roared at her uncle. "Did the little devil come to find you?" Kevin raised his eyebrows. Cersei was not alone. Her husband, Uluin, followed in with a smile on his face. He sneaked into the crow's nest, forced Pycelle to lure me over, and finally shot the Grand Master and Sir Bronn. Holy Mother! Cersei hugged her head and walked around the desk aimlessly like a small train that had lost control. I knew it! That monster has always been under our feet. I knew it! I told you to burn the secret passage with wildfire. You didn't listen. I told you." Sir Kevin interrupted his niece, who had fallen into a state of madness, and said, "He left King's Landing a long time ago, and now he is the right-hand man of the Dragon Queen." "Eozo!" Cersei raised her head and howled. Her beautiful blue eyes were bloodshot and bulging out of her eye sockets. "Dany, rise." I should have known. Dorne and Highgarden's power is limited. They can't overthrow my rule. He can only find stronger, more vicious foreign aid. The mystic dragon witch and the mutated monster colluding with each other. They are a match made in heaven. You were locked up by the Big Sparrow. It has nothing to do with Danny Rise. Have you forgotten? Kevin said helplessly. Yes, and the Big Sparrow. Circe suddenly shouted as if she had been enlightened. The Big Sparrow and the Mystic Dragon, which are also in cahoots, those three evil people conspired together to kill me. I have no shame in losing. Kevin was completely speechless. He could only stare at Yuluen and say, "Wake up your wife!" Yuluen shrugged and smiled helplessly. After a while, Circe suddenly looked up and stared at her uncle with a pair of green eyes. "Why didn't the little devil kill you?" "I am his uncle. Why would he kill me for no reason?" Kevin frowned. "Do demons need a reason to do evil? Joffrey, my father, which one of them is not his family? Or are you in cahoots?" Circe looked at her uncle suspiciously. Kevin almost exploded with anger. He wanted to scold his niece. But on second thought, he did seem to have reached a tacit understanding with Tyrion to protect the Lannister family. Sigh. Kevin sighed and said tiredly, "Circe, you have too much prejudice against Tyrion." Circe heard this and was really angry. She said with a twisted face, "I guessed it. You are in cahoots. I was wrong about you. You killed my father, dethroned me from the position of the Queen Regent, just to sit on the Iron Throne. Now you contacted the dwarves. Are you planning to get rid of Tomon and me?" Veins popped out on Kevin's hand that was pressed against the edge of the table. He really wanted to pick up the ink bottle and throw it at his niece's twisted face. "Shut up, idiot." The old dog roared like a lion. Circe was so scared that her face turned pale. She shrunk her neck and looked at her uncle with 3 parts fear and 7 parts hatred. "Remember your identity, Mrs. Greyjoy." Kevin looked at his niece coldly and said word by word, "It is late now. Tomorrow morning. I will give you half a day to pack. Afternoon tomorrow, if I see you in the Red Keep in the King's Landing, I will put you in a cage and send you to the Iron Islands in a carriage. I swear, I will do what I say. You have to at least let me know what you are planning. If you dare to hurt Tomon, I'd rather die here." Circe cried in despair and anger as tears streamed down her face. Seeing her like this, the anger in Kevin's heart quickly dissipated like a flood that broke through a dam. Tyrion thinks that the current Lannister is unable to maintain the rule of the Iron Throne, so it is better to surrender to Dany and Rise. Circe and Yuluen were family, so Kevin did not hide his plan from Tyrion. After all, when his letter of surrender was sent to Dragonstone Island, the world would soon know about it. What? Circe stopped crying. Her face was full of tears, but she was stunned. Not only her, even Yuluen was dumbfounded. "When Lannister returns to Casterly Rock, I will publicly acknowledge your relationship with Jaime. Then let Tomon change his surname to Lannister and inherit the position of Duke of Casterly Rock. You will continue to be the Duchess of the Iron Islands." Kevin continued. Yuluen frowned. "Then what is the point of the Iron Islands submitting to the Iron Throne? You can surrender with Lannister, and I will fight for a better deal for you. You can also continue to occupy Carlin Bay, the Shield Islands, and continue to plot against the Dragon Queen," Kevin said. The Iron Throne had already been given away, so who cared about the chaos in the Westeros? Moreover, Yuluen was only Lannister's son-in-law. I don't even care about my own life, so why would I care about your life? At this moment, Kevin's thoughts were much simpler and more relaxed. He even felt a little like he had lost his desire. "You are the Mad King III." Circe pointed at her uncle. "Haha, the Mad King will voluntarily give up the Iron Throne." Kevin sneered. "If my father is still alive, he will definitely kill you," Circe said. "In fact, it was Tywin who told me to do this." Kevin sighed. "You are crazy," Circe said in horror. "Could it be that father has been resurrected like the Great Sparrow? Where is Myrcella?" Suddenly, Circe's expression changed as she sensed something strange. According to the plan, Myrcella would soon return to the King's Landing. but Kevin did not make any arrangements for her. After a moment of silence, Kevin said softly, "You have seen how the Great Sparrow was resurrected with your own eyes. Danny Rise is also an archbishop and knows holy healing. 7 hells! You, imp, you want to send my daughter to Slaver's Bay to be ravaged by the mother of dragons?" Cersei cried out in despair. "I don't agree. I would rather let her live as an ugly girl than let her die under the dragon flames." "It doesn't matter whether you agree or not. She has already been taken away by Tyrion," Kevin said calmly. "So fast? Was he sent here by the Dark Dragon?" Yuluen was shocked. Kevin smiled bitterly and shook his head. "It was a pterosaur. Think about it. Even Tyrion was given a pterosaur. How powerful would Danny Rise be?" Roar! Suddenly, Cersei's eyes turned red. Her face twisted as she howled. She picked up a paper knife and pounced at Kevin. "Old dog, give me back my daughter's life." Kevin sighed. He opened his right hand and grabbed Cersei's wrist like an eagle catching a chick. He pressed his left hand on her forehead and pushed her hard, causing her to fall heavily on her, but sob, 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 "You killed my daughter. I will not let you go even if I become a deviant. Old dog, old dog." Cersei spread her legs and sat on the mere blanket. She wiped her tears sadly and cursed viciously. "Don't cry, my dear. Your chance has come." Back in the Queen Dowager's chambers, Yuluen hugged the sobbing Cersei with a strange smile. "What chance? My daughter is dying." Sob, sob. Cersei's eyes were filled with tears. It was as if she had returned to the day when Joffrey died. In Cersei's eyes, there was no queen more gentle and magnanimous than her. Even so, Sansa lived in fear every day. She suffered verbal insults and physical beatings. Joffrey often let the White Knight beat Sansa. The Dragon Queen was far more vicious and cruel than her. She did not know how to torture her poor Myrcella. "Do you want revenge?" Yuluen asked darkly, "Can you kill Danny Rise?" Cersei asked with red eyes. "No, but the most important thing now is not her, but your uncle. Are you willing to surrender and leave your fate in the hands of the Mother of Dragons?" Yuluen asked with a smile. "Uncle." Cersei's face turned fierce. "You should have killed him for me. There are guards outside." Yuluen sighed. "Then what should we do now?" Cersei asked blankly. "Do you know how Stannis killed Renly?" Chapter 5:67. The blue eye on Yuluen's right eye glowed faintly. He stuck out his dark red tongue and licked his dark blue lips. Then he lovingly licked the tears off Cersei's soft cheeks. He leaned close to her ear and said hoarsely, "Do you know how Renly died?" Cersei trembled and said in disbelief, "You know blood, witchcraft too." "My magical lips, can't you feel it?" Yuluen pouted. "It feels comfortable but ugly." Cersei spoke her truest feelings. Then she became excited again and asked a series of questions. "Where did you learn witchcraft? Is it the meditation of the great wizard of Valeglia? I heard from Cawborn that Danny Rise seems to have inherited the legacy of the great wizard. You have been to the ruins of Valeglia, so you should know it too, right? Can you teach me?" Yuluen smiled strangely and got up from the couch facing the balcony. He went into the inner room and pulled out a dark red wooden suitcase from under the bed. He opened the bronze lock with a key and lifted the lid. Immediately, a strong musky smell filled the room. Ah! Cersei leaned over to take a look. Her eyes widened in horror, and she screamed at the top of her lungs. "Queen Dowager, do you need me to come in?" A guard outside the door asked loudly. They did not immediately rush in to save the Queen Dowager, because the White Knight, Robert Strong, was always by her side. "It's fine, I'm fine." Cersei quickly calmed her breathing and said calmly to the guard. The guard nodded and retreated. Cersei leaned over to Yuluen and pointed at the human swine in the wooden suitcase. She cursed softly. "7 gods above, are you crazy? You hid a dead person under our bed." There was a thick white blanket in the wooden suitcase, and a skinny bald man who had lost both his arms and legs was lying on it. He's not dead. Weren't you curious about who I learned magic from? He was my mentor in magic and occultism. Yulun smiled. As he spoke, the bald wizard opened his eyes with a pair of dead and despairing eyes. Ah! Circe gasped as she looked into his eyes. She took 2 steps back in fear. His thin and pale cheeks puffed up a few times, as if he was inflating a shriveled tire. After a long while, the male adept finally gathered enough strength to open his blue lips that were identical to Yuluin's. He hissed, "Whatever you want. As long as I know it, I can tell you. If I tell you everything, I'll be useless. Please kill me." "He's really alive. 7 gods above. This thing has been hiding under my bed for a month or 2. Circe looked at Yulun without fear, only disgust. Perhaps he had heard all her hysterical screams these past few nights. Someone as elegant as Jamie, as handsome as Jamie, and as gentlemanly as Jamie would never do something so perverted. "Jamie, where did you go, you bastard?" "I purposely spread the news of the Empress Dowager's marriage to the 7 kingdoms, especially the Trident River, more than a month in advance. Didn't you hear? Or did you not take it seriously even though you knew? Or did you really elope with that roseless iron guard?" Circe was stunned. Her thoughts flew from the bedroom in front of her to the Trident River thousands of miles away, from the dead male adept, Rinji, to her missing lover's brother. Yulun thought she was scared out of her wits. He hugged her gently and whispered in her ear, "Do you want to learn magic? Let him teach you." Circe came back to her senses and looked at the man in the box. "Who are you?" "I am the great adept of Queers, Haya Blay," the blue-lipped male adept replied. The great adept is the leader of the male adepts. Their position among the male adepts is equivalent to the chief bishop or high priest of the church, Yuluan explained. The fear in Circe's eyes was immediately replaced by excitement. In other words, he knows all the secret spells of the male adepts. Yuluan's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "My lady, we really have a telepathic connection. When I learned of his identity that day, I also wanted to steal all the secret spells of the male adepts." "What telepathic connection? Who wouldn't put money in their pocket if they found it by the roadside?" Circe rolled her eyes at her husband and asked, "How did you meet him?" Kaya was the first dragon seeker. He found Daenerys in the Red Wastelands. But because he plotted against her dragon, the Sorcerer Templar was burned down by the mystic dragon. It was similar to the Great Templar of the 7 gods. So he wanted revenge. To take revenge, he chased Dany Rise out to sea, but in the end, Yulun could not help but sigh at this point. When Dany Rise left Queers, she said she was going to Pentos to find Illyrio. In the end, she changed her path halfway and went to the ruins of Valeglia, where she met me. Circe thought of Yulun's stolen treasures and could not help but mock. What an ill-fated relationship! "It should have been a great opportunity, but I was too greedy," Yulun said regretfully. "When I took the risk to steal the dragon's horn and dragon egg from the Great Pyramid, I met the male adepts who returned from Volantis. They learned about Dany Rise from the Volantis people. It was also my luck. First, I got 5 fast ships and thousands of offerings from the Zingi Steel Legion. Then I met the unprotected 3-masted ship of the male adepts. If not for his setback with Dany Rise, Yulun's journey in the east would have been the standard adventure template for a certain male protagonist. Sigh, Master Haya is so pitiful." After knowing that the male adepts were Dragon Queen's sworn enemies, Circe suddenly had an 80% favorable impression of him. In fact, although the male adepts were pitiful, he was not innocent. That day in the Red Wasteland in the White Cloud City, the 3 dragon seekers swore a sacred oath to the Dragon Queen. During Queer's journey, they would do their best to ensure the safety of her and her subordinates, and would never do anything to harm her, other than being mysterious and pretentious, because she had always provided Dany with correct and effective advice on magic. For example, She reminded her to bring a dragon along when she went to the Immortal Hall. Even Zaro, the stingy guy, who desperately wanted the Megalosaurus, never thought of robbing or killing Dani to take the baby dragon for himself. He always kept to his oath and ensured that her rights as a guest would not be violated. Because of that, when Zaro went to Astapor to negotiate for the ransom of the prisoners, Dani treated him with good wine and food and did not have any intention of harming him. Of the 3 dragon seekers, only the male adepts, Haya, betrayed their oath. He first tricked Dani into going to the Immortal Hall for the Immortal to take over her body, and after that failed, he sent the regretful guest to assassinate her. In the end, he shed all pretense of cordiality and personally led his men to hunt her down in this world. Those who betrayed their oaths were bound to suffer retribution. Haya's retribution was Yu Luen. Haya led the 3 strongest male adepts under his command to set off from Queers. However, the 4 male adepts only knew how to use curses to harm people. They were completely useless against pirates. When they were first captured, the male adepts even used words to threaten Yu Luen to protect their identities. But who was Crow's Eye? How dare he threaten him? When Yu Luen killed the male adepts who spoke rudely to him and smiled as he fed his flesh to the other 3, Haya broke down. He ate his companions first, then his own limbs. Other than a quick death, the male adepts did not ask for anything else. He would answer almost anything Yu Luen asked him. He did not care about the male adepts' secrets and the Immortal Hall's secrets at all. I heard that the witch by Stannis' side is a red-robed monk. Will the male adepts use the blood, witchcraft of the Red God priests? Cersei asked doubtfully. Don't worry. The male adepts' curses are no weaker than those of the Shadowbinders. Yu Luen smiled. He was not bragging. The male adepts were best at using curses to punish those who had offended them. They had their own strengths. What should I do? Cersei asked nervously. You just need to provide me with some blood. Leave the rest to me, Yu Luen said. Blood? What do you want my blood for? The blood of hatred from a loved one. The blood of royalty is the best medium for curses. Just like how Stannis killed Renly, the red-robed woman must have used his blood as well. Loved one. Cersei kept muttering this word. In an instant, it was as if a dam of memories had been opened in her mind. Countless images flooded her mind. 4 years old, 5 years old, Uncle Kevin had placed her on his neck like a little knight's warhorse. He had carried her on a gallop. At that time, he still had a head of golden hair that fell to his shoulders. It was warm and soft. When she was 7 years old, the daughter of a branch family in Lannister Harbor was her maid. That little bitch dared to seduce Jaime at such a young age. Cersei cut off her golden hair and cut her face. Her father wanted to beat her, but Uncle Kevin stopped him and protected her. When she was 9 years old, Uncle Kevin took her and Jaime to hunt. That was the first time she used a crossbow to hunt. 13 years old. What's wrong? The man's questioning voice rang in her ears. She also felt a tap on her shoulder. Cersei left the River of Memories and came back to her senses. She hesitated and asked, Must we kill him? Can't we just knock him out? Yu Luen's eyes flashed. He smiled and said, Knock him out? My lady, you're so cute. Won't he wake up if he faints? If he faints for 8 or 10 years, my rule will be stable. When I was young, old Nan told me a story. A princess was cursed by a forest witch and slept for more than 10 years before she was awakened by a prince, Cersei said with a serious expression. Stories are all lies. Yu Luen's mouth twitched. Cersei shook her head and said, No, I found that old Nan's story has come true in recent years. Mystic dragon, witch, wizard, deviant. Fine, Yu Luen said irritably. But your uncle is not a pure princess. He can't sleep. Cersei seemed to have thought of a wonderful idea. Her eyes glowed. She clasped her hands and said, There's another story. A prince was cursed by a witch and turned into a frog. How about you turn my uncle into a lion? Either you kill him or we return to the Iron Islands and bid farewell to the Iron Throne. Then we can pray to the Mother of Dragons that the evil Mother of Dragons will forget your father's death and treat Marcella and Tommen kindly." Yuluen's eyes were dark and his voice was low and hoarse. "The Iron Throne, Marcella, my daughter." In an instant, Cersei's eyes turned red and tears gushed out like a fountain. "Your uncle is dead. He can no longer be loyal to me," Dany said. "What did you say?" Tyrion's vision blurred. It was as if he had been hit in the head with a stick. He was confused. 2 days ago, at midnight, Prince Regent Kevan Lannister was assassinated by his nephew, who sneaked into the Red Keep. "His heart was pierced, and he died on the spot," Dany said faintly. "Is Jaime crazy?" Tyrion shouted in disbelief. Dragon Queen looked at him strangely for a while before saying, "I don't know if your brother is crazy or not, but you must be crazy. First, you killed your nephew. Then you killed your father. Now, you even killed your uncle. There is no one in the world more vicious than you. 2 days ago, Uncle Tyrion did not kill second grandpa at Flowing Water Garden." Marcella's eyes were red, but her gaze was clear and firm. Chapter 568. "Messai, you must be tired after flying for 2 days and 2 nights. Go take a nap. There's a banquet tonight." Tyrion regained his senses and forced a smile. Messai's face turned pale. She could vaguely guess that her mother had something to do with her second grandpa's death. But she held back her tears and bowed to the Dragon Queen before leaving with the Centaur maid. Even Messai guessed it. The dwarf no longer hid anything and revealed his tired and sorrowful face. He smiled bitterly and said, "Did my sister do it?" "I don't know. Dragonstone Island only sent news of Kevin's death and the chaos at King's Landing. I don't even know what you did to cause his death." Dany shook her head and said, "If they didn't spread the news that I was the murderer, I would suspect Varys Stark or someone else. But I'm too familiar with this feeling. It's exactly the same as when the King's Guard ambushed Prince Dorne and framed me. It must be that bitch Cersei." Tyrion's ugly face was extremely twisted. His heterochromatic eyes flashed with bone-deep hatred and indescribable sorrow. "You haven't told me what you did." Dany glanced at him and said calmly, "I wanted to take the Iron Throne for you and protect Lannister as much as I could." Tyrion used the opportunity of rubbing his face to wipe away the tears at the corner of his eyes. He slowly told the Dragon Queen his thoughts and the process of his journey to the Westeros without leaving out a single word, except for his guess about Aegon's identity. "I thought that even if you don't hate Casterly Rock City and Lannister, you shouldn't love them so deeply." Dany said strangely, "Isn't this human nature?" Tyrion shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I grew up in Casterly Rock City. My uncle and aunt's family treated me well. Except for my father, who was too harsh, Casterly Rock City meant nothing to me." He looked at the Dragon Queen in front of him and changed his analogy. "It's no different from Winterfell and Stark." "That makes sense. Casterly Rock is your home, and Lannister is your family." Dany nodded and asked, "But how can you be sure that I will accept Lannister's surrender?" "Your Majesty, you are the Queen. Perhaps you don't understand what it means to be a subject." "What logic?" Tyrion sighed. "The most important skill for a good subject is to understand the intentions of his superiors. He must be able to study the way the monarch acts and thinks. Then do you know that trying to figure out the will of your superior is also a crime?" Dany sneered. Tyrion said, "Not only does he want his subjects to do things according to their wishes, but he also doesn't allow his subjects to study themselves. That kind of stupid king can only live in the dreams that his ministers weave for him. Obviously, your Majesty is wise and mighty. In front of you, all lies and schemes are meaningless. It seems that you are still too ignorant. You don't know that there is a Yang Xiu in the East, Scholar Yang. That Scholar Yang is the same as you. He likes to play tricks in front of the king, but he thinks that he can control himself. He thinks that if he doesn't make a big mistake, the king can't do anything to him. Guess what? His head fell off. Dany's eyes were clear as she looked at the dwarf and sneered. I am different from Scholar Young. He may want to show off in front of people and show off his cleverness. I work hard in the hope that I can save a few hundred people in my family. Tyrion lamented. Dany thought carefully and realized that the dwarf was telling the truth this time. He was different from Yang Xiu. Yang Xiu was just itching for a beating. The dwarf also played tricks to scheme against the king, but his starting point was not to show off, but to cut trees for the sake of his family. No matter what foreigners did, as long as it was for the sake of cutting trees, they could be forgiven and whitewashed. It was like this in movies. Tyrion was also a foreigner, other than herself. Everyone in this world was a foreigner. What he did seemed to conform to the mainstream values of society. The man who broke off the engagement with the third king did two things in front of people and behind the scenes. He chopped off the head of the vassal Stark, broke his own oath, and forgave Catelyn, who had cheated the entire northern territory for her own personal gain. He could be forgiven for the sake of cutting trees, but Waldfrey and Bolton could not be forgiven for the sake of power. In fact, apart from their own goals, Robb and Catelyn's actions were no different from Waldfrey and Bolton's. Thinking of this, Dany reluctantly forgave Tyrion for acting on his own. She never expected absolute loyalty from him. If she did not expect it, she would not be disappointed. Of course, not mentioning some things now did not mean that she would forget. She would remember it in her little notebook and dig a few more holes for him in the future. It's a pity that your plan did not exchange for loyalty and filial piety. Instead, you ended up in an awkward situation. You tricked your uncle and yourself, Dany mocked. Tyrion, who was good at reading people's expressions and guessing their intentions, immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He guessed right again. The Dragon Queen was indeed a reasonable person. She had the magnanimity to put herself in other people's shoes and think from their point of view. Then he felt sad. The most difficult Dragon Queen in the world had been persuaded by him. The second most difficult obstacle, Uncle Kevin, had also been conquered. But just when he was about to reach the end of victory, he fell because of Cersei, that stumbling block. No, she was not a stone. She was just a pile of sticky, stinky dog poop. Stumbling poop. In his life, Tyrion had fought the Wolf Mother, the time when Catelyn kidnapped Tyrion, overturned Stannis, stabilized the King's Landing for the Iron Throne, and ended the rebellion of the Four Kings. He could be a general, fighting on the battlefield. He could be a minister, strategizing and strategizing. Even under the Dragon Queen's command, he was unparalleled in wisdom and bravery. He fought until the upper echelons of the Alliance clenched their teeth and could only send assassins to eliminate future troubles. And Cersei? Along the way, other than defeating the honest Ned Stark, what other achievements did she have? Toyed with by Littlefinger, frightened by Stannis to the point of drinking poison to commit suicide, deceived by ministers, toyed with her body by mercenaries, locked up and trained by the Great Sparrow, seized power by Pycelle, deceived by yet such a good-for-nothing who lost every battle was able to gain the upper hand every time she met a genius imp like him, who won every battle. Could it be that there was always someone who had a weakness, and he was naturally countered by her? Or did she have a talent called being a tyrant in one's nest? The dwarf subconsciously looked around, trying to find a crossbow. He had the thought of killing his kinsman again. What's the situation in the King's Landing? He asked. Tommen is still young. It is imperative to choose a new regent. Your sister wants to enter the palace again, and the hand of the king, Mace Tyrell, is willing to share the burden of his son-in-law. Queen Marjorie feels that since her mother-in-law is already married and has become a Greyjoy, she has no right to interfere in the family matters of Theon Bella. As the only mistress of the Red Castle, she has already come of age. She has the right and ability to manage the country for her current husband and future children. Your Majesty, it's time for you to set things right. Tyrion said excitedly. You want me to break my oath? Dany said calmly. No, you don't have to do anything. You only need to send Prince Aegon and me, 2 pterosaurs and the Golden Regiment. That's enough. Tyrion's eyes lit up as he looked at the Dragon Queen expectantly. Everyone knows that Wade Fry violated the rights of the guests, but he was not the one who killed them. Can you say that he is innocent? Aegon is my nephew. What's the difference between what he did and what I did? Dany said coldly. Sigh. What a pity. The King's Landing of hundreds of thousands of citizens is going to be destroyed. Tyrion sighed. Don't try to instigate me here. The King's Landing is at most a court battle now. If Aegon really fights for the Iron Throne, it will be a disaster. Or do you only see your own family and the nobles of the 7 kingdoms and ignore the real citizens? Dany said with a hint of anger on her face. Tyrion wanted to argue, but he swallowed his words when he saw those purple eyes, as cold as a lake of ice. He turned his head and begged. Then can you heal the scar on Myrcella's face? Dany only hesitated for a moment before nodding. Let her enter the great cathedral and become the White Saintess. If she is not a devout follower of the 7 gods, the Holy Mother will not bless her. The White Saintess was completely different from the Red Saintess. The training process of the White Saintess was similar to entering a boarding school. Other than the church's classics, she also learned needlework, music, chess, calligraphy, painting, riding, archery, sword self-defense, history, literature, and other knowledge. This was not something that Dany had created. It was an elite aristocratic education unique to this world. The good lords, wise lords, and great lords of Slave Bay were fallen, but they were also the most knowledgeable group of people. That night, Dany held a welcoming party for Tam and Bo-Chang. Other than those close to her who lived in the Great Pyramid, most of the people who came were the Royal Mage Corps' wildfire mages. Other than the first batch of 50 fire mages, another 30 to 40 people came one after another. Even after the wildfire bombs bombarded Tolos, the Allied army understood the importance of wild mages. However, they could not stop them from joining Slave Bay. Tam and Bo-Chang were extraordinaires when they were in Volantis. Naturally, they were like fish in water now. Soon, they established their positions in Dany's Mage Corps. However, after Bo-Chang mastered the magic net frequency, he returned to Barren Land. He would officially take up the position of Chief Bishop of Barren Land's 7 Gods Dragon Sect. Well, it was awkward. Chief Bishop Bo was not even as good as Saint Dany. Saint Dany did not have much devotion to the 7 gods, but she was familiar with the 7 Stars Bible and had a unique understanding of the Church's scriptures. However, Bo-Chang still thought that the 7 gods were 7 pieces of wood. They had no devotion, no faith, and did not understand the scriptures. Kuei, she was unwilling to be Dragon Queen's little sister. Since the Battle of Meereen was about to begin, Dany could only let Tam be the leader of the Mage Corps. The black girl, Larissa, finally had a proper mysticism teacher. Dany was too busy. She did not have enough time to practice, other than teaching Black's sister, Larissa, meditation techniques and fire witchcraft. She taught herself the general knowledge of mysticism. She consulted the fire mages of the Mage Corps. In the week that Tyrion returned, there was news from Dragonstone Island every day. Firstly, Tyrion sneaked into the Red Castle and killed White Knight Bronn, Grand Tutor Pycelle, and Prince Regent Kevin. He became a demon that was comparable to deviant ghosts among the people. Now, in the King's Landing Tavern, the number of poems and dramas written by bards for the little demon was almost comparable to that of the Dragon Queen. However, the Dragon Queen was famous for her beauty, while the dwarf was infamous for his infamy. It really was because his actions were unprecedented, too horrifying. Secondly, Cersei got what she wanted. After Kevin's death, she obtained the loyalty of the Lion Army in King's Landing. She once again had the trump card to sit on the Iron Throne. Then the Highgarden army withdrew from the encirclement of Storm's End fortress and began to return to King's Landing. Yes, when Tywin was alive, Mastilir led his army to besiege Storm's End fortress. Marjorie was captured by the Great Sparrow, and the inflatable fish withdrew the army back to King's Landing. When Kevin became the regent and became the king's hand, he arranged for the Highgarden army to besiege Storm's End fortress for the third time. During the War of the Usurpers, the inflatable fish sided with the dragon family and besieged Erlu's Storm's End fortress once. In the end, Iluin seemed to have kept his promise. He ordered Tywin to withdraw from Carlin Bay and completely give the Northern Territory to the king of the Northern Territory, Lothbolton. At the same time, he crossed the Mander River and prepared to complete the final negotiations with the Highgarden to return the Shield Islands. Then, Dany received an urgent message from the Dark Star. Jon was dead. Chapter 569. Dany could find Jarrow through the soul mark she left on his arm. But unlike Dany, Jarrow could not send a caller ID to the Dragon Queen through the soul fragment in his arm, just like what Dany did to Kashii. In other words, Jarrow Dane, the Reserve White Knight, did not have the ability to contact the Dragon Queen. But this time he was the one who contacted Dany. The red-robed woman, Melisandre, interfered. That woman actually managed to connect to Dragonstone Island's magic network, even though she hadn't obtained the communication frequency. She did not even use a glass candle. Don't be surprised. Your magic network almost caused a new magic tide in the Sea of Magic. It's hard for me not to know. In the large dragon crystal magic mirror, the red-robed woman was surrounded by a circle of flames. Jarrow Dane stood behind her. The flames swayed, and the image rippled like water. The red-robed woman was talking to the Dragon Queen, who was thousands of miles away by the furnace of the King's Tower. I know that the magic network has a weak effect on the magic tide, but connecting to the crystal ball of Dragonstone Island requires a special spell. It's useless even if you know how to construct the magic network. I set the magic frequency of the communication channel. Dany frowned. The red-robed woman's white cheeks reflected the red light in front of the bonfire. Her plump red lips curled into a smug smile. Your door is locked. I can't get in, but that doesn't mean I can't knock on the door. I'm not a thief, so I don't need to sneak in. The moon singer you left behind on Dragonstone Island heard my call and opened the door. Dany was speechless. If a rogue wizard had a strong magic power, he could find the connection of the magic network, just like how a hacker on the internet could find the American military server. The problem was, which hacker would dare to use his real name to harass it? The great wizards in Valeglia's era were far more terrifying than the American army. Their counterattacks were more direct and brutal. If the person controlling the magic crystal of Dragonstone Island was not Marvin, but Dany, as long as she was willing, she could burn Melisandre's beautiful face into a skeleton with just a thought. Through the magical connection, she could transmit a fire spell. Well, the internet could only transmit information, but the magic network here could transmit real magic power. Magic power could be converted into information, and could also be converted into fire spells. However, Marvin could not be blamed for neglecting his duty. He only opened the door after confirming that Melisandre had a white knight by her side. How did Jon die? Dany withdrew her distracting thoughts and asked with interest. Melisandre looked at her deeply and said, "He broke his oath and was beheaded by the Night Watchers." Wow, this is even more tragic than the stabbing death in the original plot. Even his head had fallen off. Hisk. However, why did it sound so funny? Ha 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 ha. Dany's heart was filled with an inexplicable sense of joy. She laughed unkindly and said, It's useless to look for me for this kind of thing. Just rest in peace. Oh, you can't bury them. The deviant ghosts are just beyond the Great Wall. The corpses must be burned on the spot. Did you burn them? You didn't even ask what oath he broke. Melisandre asked. Yes, how did he break his oath? Dany immediately asked. Sigh, even in the north, there are schemes and deceits brought about by power. The red-robed woman sighed and then recounted in detail what happened in the north after Dany left. After searching for the control hub of the Great Wall, or the Black Gate, in vain, Stannis immediately sent ravens to the vassals of the north. In his capacity as king, he called upon the heroes of the north to join him in the name of justice for Stark. It was very awkward. Other than a spy, no one responded. Well, Roose Bolton sent Alf Caw from Carhold City to Stark as a spy. He went to the Urlu camp at the Great Wall to trick the Urlu into attacking the Bolton family's Dreadfort. The Dreadfort's walls were high, and the city was deep. The Bolton family had existed for tens of thousands of years and was deeply rooted in the area. They were supported by all the people. Urlu would not suffer even if more than 1,000 cavalry soldiers fell into the Dreadfort. However, Winterfell was the opposite. The people and knights were all loyal to Stark and hated him to the core. Well, Old Stark Caw was the uncle of Earl Stark Caw, who was killed by Robb. Although Little Caw had 2 sons killed by Jaime in Babel Forest, he still had a daughter in his hometown. His last son was captured by Lannister. Roose Bolton eliminated dissidents and arranged for the nobles of the north to venture deep into the king's territory. Little Caw was captured and probably would not survive. After all, his father killed 2 Lannister captives. However, Robb was quick and ruthless. He immediately chopped off Little Caw's head. Little Caw died tragically, but Little Caw's life was saved. Tywin was satisfied with Robb's explanation and did not continue to break the rule of not killing nobles' captives. The problem was, Old Caw had selfish motives. After the death of his nephew, he wanted his son to inherit Carhold City. His undercover Urlu not only wanted to please the new king of the north, but also wanted to kill Little Caw, who was still a captive at the King's Landing. Old Caw had sided with Urlu. How could Cersei let his grandnephew go? Old Caw also wanted his son to marry Little Caw's daughter, uncle marrying his niece. Little Caw was unwilling and fled to the Great Wall to find Jon. Well, there was a problem of timing. Old Caw first went to the Great Wall to find Urlu and persuaded Urlu to attack the Terror Castle. Jon stopped him in time, allowing Urlu to escape. After that, Jon gave the House of Stark's second to last trump card to Urlu, the High Mountain Clan. The High Mountain Clan could be seen as the barbarians of the north, a tribe of barbarians loyal to Stark. Urlu received 3,000 strong men from the High Mountain Clan who could adapt to the bitter cold of the north, barely enough to participate in the struggle for supremacy again. Then, Urlu led the newly formed army to liberate Deepwood Castle. The High Mountain Clan and Deepwood Castle were both northwest of Winterfell. Urlu planned to attack Winterfell from this direction, and Deepwood Castle was considered passing by. In Deepwood Castle, he captured Asha Greyjoy and gained the loyalty of Dumbass Mormont. The Big Bear's Bear Island was next to Deepwood Castle, and the Big Bear's first wife came from Deepwood Castle. At this time, Little Caw escaped to the Great Wall's dark castle. Little Caw knew that Old Caw was a spy and told Chon Chon was anxious. Urlu was in the middle of the march and could not send a messenger crow to inform him. Then he sent his animal companion, Old Raven Bear. Jon participated in the Urlu Rebellion War as a raven for the first time. Soon there was a second time, a third time. He even sent the dire wolf thousands of miles away to the wolf forest near Urlu's barracks. Such a high degree of participation not only gave him a deeper understanding of the situation on the battlefield, but also changed Jon's mentality. In other words, he was the same as Tyrion, a lumberjack. The previous Night Watchman Jon was just a self-protection armor. Stark, who had running wolf's blood, was the true face under the armor. He saw the hope of revenge. With the help of the direwolf Witty, Urlu had a high chance of taking Winterfell and killing Little Skinner, Ramus Bolton, to avenge his clan. He saw the door of revenge slowly closing. The marriage between Cersei and Uluin was successful, The Carlin Bay checkpoint was opened, and Ramus Bolton would lead thousands of veterans and Frere soldiers back to Winterfell. What worried him more was the attitude of the nobles in the north. The nobles in the north were loyal to Stark, but Stark's clan had been exterminated in name. The nobles in the north hated Bolton for betraying Stark and the Northern Knights, but Bolton was still a prominent family in the north. The history of the Terror Castle was not inferior to that of Stark's Winterfell. Stannis, on the other hand, was an outsider, a failed king, a man with a bad temper and a negative charisma. He could not convince the nobles in the north. At this moment, the nobles in the north were faced with two choices. With a knife on their necks, they could bite the bullet and accept the fact that Bolton was the new king of the north. The advantage was that they could keep their wealth and power, or they could take the initiative to feed feces to Stannis and force Ramus Bolton and the Iron Throne behind him, at least the Frere family. The advantage was that they could avenge their old master, Stark. To the nobles in the north, regardless of whether they surrendered to Bolton or Allu, it was as uncomfortable as eating feces. Just think about how the Northland barbarians treated the savior, Dany and Rise in Game of Thrones. It was clear how xenophobic they were and how accustomed they were to Stark's rule. Since it was all about eating feces, eating Bolton's feces could at least preserve their families. As a result, there were nobles from the northern reaches who were trying to get close to Bolton. For example, Dustin of Lonely Tomb, Rhysweir of Creeklands, Mandalay of White Harbor, actually a spy, Amber of Huthfire, Jon's family forced. After all, Bolton was from the north and was their relative. For example, Bolton's second wife was from the Dustin family. However, if a Stark stood out and declared his support for Stannis, everything would change. Any Stark, even if he was an illegitimate son, would be a pillar of support for the nobles in the north. Jon entered Raven's body and flew to a place that was neither human nor Winterfell. With Raven's eye, he witnessed how Skinny Skinner tortured the Winterfell villagers and shouted orders from his father's throne. As the king of the north, Raven flew into the underground tomb and stood on Edd Stark's empty coffin as she looked at her father's statue. "Father, father." Raven was on the verge of tears. Then, the straw that broke the camel's back came. Jon received a letter from his father's close friend, Greywater Watch's leader, Holland lied. Countess Mage Mormont of Bear Island is not dead. She brought along King Robb's declaration of being the king of the North's successor. She was searching for Greywater Watch in the Neck Marsh when my men encountered her. The appointed successor of the king of the North is you, Jon Stark. P.S. Reading the contents of the letter, countless memories of Robb, Winterfell, and his father flashed in Jon's mind. He thought of Robb, who had sparred with him at the drill ground. He was laughing and panting. Snowflakes fell and melted into a steaming, wet stain on his hair. Scholar Ymont had said, "Kill the boy in your heart to bear the responsibility of a man." Robb had done it. What about him? Was his responsibility the Great Wall or Winterfell? Then he thought of Bran, who climbed the walls of the tower as nimbly as monkey. He thought of Rickon, who was laughing until he was out of breath. He thought of Sansa, who was caressing a lady's fur while humming softly. He thought of Arya, whose hair was messy like a chicken's nest, running around like a crazy boy, sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and all sorts of emotions welled up in his heart. In the command tower of Dark Castle, tears streamed down his face as he choked with sobs. The Great Wall did not lack a Jon Snow, but Stark only had one Jon. Stark. Chapter 570. Targaryen had mad blood, while Stark had running wolf blood. At that moment, it was unknown whether it was the mad blood acting up, the running wolf blood awakening, or the mad dragon and running wolf blood boiling at the same time. Jon decided to help Erlu take down Bolton and Lannister on the Iron Throne. The Night Watchers will not participate in the conflict of the Seven Kingdoms. I will not ask my brothers to break their oath. I will go to Winterfell alone. When the Night Watchers gathered in the dining hall for dinner, he announced his decision to everyone. John did not hide his whereabouts and left Dark Castle quietly. He could not hide it. He had to appear in front of others sooner or later. Furthermore, a single person's strength was of little help in the war. There was no point in leaving alone. Hence, he only said the nice words first. He paused and said, "Of course, if any of my brothers are willing to follow me to the south, I will be very grateful." The barbarian commanders, led by Tormund, were all excited. They slapped the table and cheered loudly. "Crow, let us be your men. We will form your barbarian army and destroy Roose Bolton's ass." Actually, Tormund and the others were no longer barbarians. According to the three-way lease agreement that Dragon Queen came up with, the Night Watchers rented the barbarians to guard the Great Wall, and the barbarians rented the castle to live in. From the moment they signed the contract and stepped into the Great Wall, there were no more barbarians. They were all temporary Night Watchers. Maxie, Blacksmith Tanner, the red-nosed old doctor, and the other Night Watchers' expressions changed. They all understood the Commander-in-Chief's thoughts and were afraid of his decision. The Night Watchers did not marry, did not have land, did not have children, did not wear crowns, and did not fight for glory. Jon Snow had broken his holy oath. In this world, no one who broke an oath would have a good ending. This was the law. It was useless even if you were the main character. That night, Jon's head was cut off. The main character dead. Who murdered Jon? Dany asked while holding back her laughter. Head of Staff Bowen Maxey led more than 50 Night Watchers into the command tower. The other Night Watchers were also watching outside the tower, the red-robed woman said. How tragic! Dany's mouth twitched. The child of prophecy, the first male lead of swimming power, actually ended up like this. It was Dany's fault for digging such a big hole for him. A long time ago, when she went to the Great Wall, she had always emphasized responsibility, oath and honor. The oath of the Night Watchman, her own oath. The most important reason why the Dragon Queen was willing to selflessly help the Great Wall was that the Night Watchers were loyal to their duties and would not participate in the power struggle of the Seven Kingdoms. They would dedicate the rest of their lives to the Seven Kingdoms. The Night Watchers were the sharp swords in the darkness, the guards of the Great Wall. They resisted the cold flames, the light of dawn, the horn that awakened the sleepers, and the shield that protected the kingdom. This was the oath of the Night Watchers, the mission of the Night Watchers, and also the honor of the Night Watchers. It was the medal that the Night Watchers received the hospitality and help from any noble family in the Seven Kingdoms. Since the Night Watchers did not participate in any faction struggles, after the Dragon Queen promoted the vow of the one who ends the long night shall be the king, the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms more or less sent supplies and knights to the Great Wall. Even Casterly Rock City kept their promise. After Tywin lifted the blockade of Lannister Harbor, they arranged for ships to send large amounts of food, furs, and prisoners to the Shadow Tower. If the Night Watchers allowed Jon to recruit the barbarians and Night Watchers to the south to participate in the battle for Winterfell, and even to participate in the crusade against Lannister's Iron Throne, the Night Watchers would lose their honor. They would no longer be pure, and they would no longer receive any help from the nobles. Jon Snow was not an ordinary Night Watcher. He was the leader of the Great Wall, the commander-in-chief of the Night Watchers. Jaelo Dane represented the Dragon Queen in sending tens of thousands of tons of supplies to the Great Wall. The food, drinks, and clothing of the Night Watchers and barbarians all came from the Dragon Queen. Now, if Jon wanted to lead his men to the south, he could only use the Dragon Queen's supplies as supplies. This was because the thousands of kilometers of journey from the Great Wall to Winterfell was a world of ice and snow. It was almost deserted. Other than the food on the Great Wall, Jon and his barbarians had nowhere to find food. But if the Dragon Queen knew about this, would she be happy? Dany could say with certainty, "I'm very, very angry." The barbarians were deeply grateful to her for using food to help the barbarians. When they heard that the slaves' bay needed shapeshifters, they did not even need to mobilize. A large group of people, young and old, men and women, came to look for her. Even if she used food to help the people of the north, the people who ate the Dragon Queen's food would more or less remember her good deeds. Even if the people of the north were ingrates and did not remember her good deeds, she had done a good deed. But if she provided food and military equipment to Stark so that he could fight for the throne of the King of the North, other than disgust and killing, what could it bring her? For the past half a year, other than the Dragon Queen, most of the people who provided aid to the Great Wall were the nobles outside the North. The North had been at war for the past few years, and the wheat was rotting in the fields. Until now, even the Lord's family did not have much food left. They sent supplies thousands of miles to the Great Wall, only to find out that the Night Watchmen had gone to participate in the war between the 7 kingdoms. How could they not be angry? Don't forget, there were still deviant ghosts gathering beyond the Great Wall. At such a critical time, the discipline and honor of the Night Watchmen could not be lost. Therefore, Jon, who had betrayed the oath, had to die. There was no injustice. The Night Watchmen who murdered him, such as Bowen and Marcy, did not betray the oath either. Murdering the brothers of the Night Watchmen was also a betrayal of the oath. They were not sinners, but great heroes who cleaned up the vermin of the organization. On this point, in order to protect the image of the protagonist, the TV series Game of Thrones reversed the cause and effect to a certain extent. After being assassinated by the Sworn brothers, Jon was disheartened after being resurrected. He gave up his identity as a Night Watchman and officially became Jon Stark to participate in the Battle of Winterfell. Since Jon Snow is dead, then burn his body and choose a new commander-in-chief of the Night Watchmen. Why do you want me? Dany asked, puzzled. Jon is not completely dead. His soul did not return to the kingdom of the dead. Instead, it resides in the body of the direwolf, Melisandre said. This. Dany was shocked at first, then her expression became strange. Wasn't it? Jon was a shapeshifter, and shapeshifters would not die so easily. Even the weakest shapeshifters could start a second life in the body of an animal companion. Jon's talent was top-notch among shapeshifters, and he could definitely maintain his human consciousness at this moment. Could it be that without her, the destined female lead, the male lead would become a real single-dog wolf? Oh no, Ygritte the Fiery Kiss was not dead. Jon was not a single dog, and he did not need her, the destined female lead. You plan to resurrect him? Dany asked. The red-robed woman frowned and said, Jon Snow died 3 days ago. That night I stitched his body up, but when I tried to pray to Lalo to give him the kiss of life, Jon rejected me. I'm a little confused. How many Jon are there? Since he hasn't been resurrected, how could he reject you? Dany asked strangely. Didn't I tell you before? Other than the direwolf, he also has a raven companion. That raven belonged to the previous commander-in-chief of the Night Watchers and can speak human language, Melisandre said. But you also said that he started a second life in the body of the direwolf. Why is he in the raven's body? The red-robed woman said. Jon Snow is very talented, and the Great Wall is the gateway to the world. Dark Castle is filled with active magic factors. Even if he doesn't know how to cultivate, he can quickly increase his magic power and magic talent. Not to mention, he has been practicing the shadow binding meditation technique you taught him. Right now, his soul is almost indestructible, and he can freely move between the raven and the direwolf. He can't be compared to a normal shapeshifter at all. Shit, almost indestructible soul. Isn't that the Green Prophet? Suppressing the shock in her heart, Dany asked, What does he want me to do? Since Jon refused to let the red-robed woman resurrect him and came looking for her, it meant that the person who broke the oath ghost must have something to ask of her. I don't know. Melisandre's face showed a hint of confusion. She shook her head and said, I'm just helping him to send a message. He hopes that you can come to the Great Wall again. He wants to see you. I'm busy fighting a world war here. How can I have time to see a dead person? Oh, 7 gods. It's scary just hearing it. Danny rubbed the non-existent goosebumps on her arms and said with an exaggerated expression, "Then forget it." Originally, he thought that Melisandre would nervously persuade him a few words, but who would have thought that after hearing the rejection, the woman actually heaved a sigh of relief and closed the communication with a smile. Danny was a little confused. Although Melisandre came looking for her on behalf of Jon Snow, she didn't want to complicate things. Or rather, it was exactly what she wanted if she didn't go to the Great Wall. She wanted to use Lolo's method to resurrect Jon. But Jon was unwilling. What's going on? Soon, an old friend solved the mystery in her heart. 3 minutes after she ended the long-distance communication with Melisandre, another person accidentally entered the mirror. There was no image, only sound. "Danny, no matter how busy you are in Slave Bay, please come to me as soon as possible." It was a familiar voice, but an unfamiliar tone. Also, he called her Danny so intimately. She had goosebumps all over her body. This time it was real. "Three-eyed crow?" Danny asked in surprise. The voice did sound like Blindin's river language, but the tone was tens of thousands of times more human than before. It was as if he had been a robot before, but now he had become an old poet who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. The change was so great that even though Danny knew that there was only one person in the Westeros who could communicate with her without Marvin's help, she still felt uncertain. "It's me. In the Westeros, nothing can escape the eyes and ears of the Green Prophet. Your communication frequency is not a secret to me," Blindin said with a gentle smile. "Hee, if I was on Dragonstone Island, you would still dare to say that. I'd be impressed." Danny laughed coldly. In the end, Professor Marvin was a moonchant. He did not even know Valeglia's meditation technique. He could barely be considered a guardian of the magic network. He could not even be considered a manager, let alone control it. It was like a certain server warehouse. There was no manager, only a cleaner who swept the floor. Was it something to be proud of when a hacker broke through the cleaner's defense network? Blindin did not retort. Instead, he sighed with a complicated tone and said, "You are very good. You are the pride of the Targaryen family. Every ancestor and every descendant would be proud of you. I am the same." What did he want? Danny's face contorted. She was on high alert. "Sigh, Danny, I am the three-eyed crow. I am Blindin River Text, but I am no longer the three-eyed crow." Blindin's words sounded very contradictory, but Danny instantly understood. Bran had completed his inheritance and become the second three-eyed crow, the nth Green Prophet. Blindin was just Blindin River Text, who had the abilities of the Green Prophet. He was the illegitimate child of the Targaryen family. The reason why he was still called the three-eyed crow was because that was the nickname of a noble, illegitimate child. Chapter 571. Speak clearly. I don't understand. Danny understood, but she still pretended to be confused. Who knew if that guy was lying to her? "I apologize to you for everything I've done to you." He apologized sincerely before slowly explaining. "What's the strongest and most indestructible thing in this world? Even steel will rot if time is extended to 1,000,000 years. Reality has proven that only spiritual willpower can last forever. But only the purest, most resolute, and most recognized spirit can be passed down from generation to generation. The Green Prophet is a spiritual inheritance. The previous Green Prophet passed down his spirit, soul, memories, willpower, and talents to the next generation. Millions of years, generation after generation. During this process, a person's memories and emotions gradually decreased until they were completely wiped out. Only the purest, most core willpower was passed down. The core willpower of each generation of Green Prophet was like a crown that represented authority, power, and the king's responsibility. If one wants to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. The crown had existed for 1,000,000 years. A person's willpower and emotions were so insignificant before it. So much so that every Green Prophet who was crowned with the crown would be sanctified, just like a god, just like the world of Westeros itself. Sanctity had its duty, and the world was selfless. The Green Prophet's responsibility did not lie with a person, a family, a tribe, or a country. It lay with the entire world and all the living beings in this world, to protect all living beings and the world. The Green Prophet, who received the inheritance of his ancestors, was too terrifying. His power was close to that of a god. Only by abandoning his personal desires and emotions could he ensure that this power would not be abused. When I wear the crown, I'm no longer blind in Riverwind. When I hand over the crown, I'll regain my original identity and emotions. Memories never disappear. What disappears are Blind in River, one's emotions and willpower. Dani was silent for a moment. She thought carefully about the information in Blinden's words. It seemed like the Green Prophet's inheritance was not a simple possession. If it was a complete possession, Blinden would not have regained his willpower after handing over the crown. Of course, she couldn't rule out the possibility that he was lying to earn her money. However, Blinden's logic did not have any obvious loopholes. If the inheritance of the Green Prophet was a crown, then this crown was created by the combined efforts of countless Green Prophets. Everyone had different emotions and preferences. Once they merged into a collective will, the individual would inevitably be annihilated. For example, some Green Prophet liked sweet tofu pudding, while others liked salty tofu pudding. After the two of them fused, they could only kill their love for tofu pudding. Otherwise, the conflict between the consciousness of the salty party and the sweet party would cause the collective will to collapse. After countless generations of inheritance, all personal hobbies and emotions had been obliterated. The only thing left was the fake but lofty spiritual will of protecting the world, which was acknowledged by all the Green Prophet. It was preserved and continuously strengthened. Are you retired now? Regaining his humanity? Looking for me to catch up? Dani asked curiously. At the last moment, I want to find Yamant to catch up with him. As for you, you're still very wary of me, aren't you? You're too cautious and not sincere enough. You're a good seedling to be a queen, but I can't open my heart to you. Blinden said with a smile, as if he had seen through everything. Dani was a little embarrassed and annoyed. Only a fool would let his guard down in front of you. You're not wrong. Blinden sighed and directly stated his purpose. Dani, I hope you can come to the frontier. Other than asking for a favor, I also plan to give you a gift. Go on, try to make me believe your words, or give me enough temptation to make me lose my mind. Dani sneered. Blinden was not angry. He said calmly, Your talent has not been developed to the limit. If you give up this opportunity, you'll take hundreds or even thousands of years of detours. Talent, or whatever, it's too illusory. Besides, I'm very satisfied with my current training speed. Dani was unmoved. If it were another time, 1,000 years of delay would be a waste. But this time is different. If you delay, you will miss the opportunity to become the protagonist of the next era. Speaking of which, this is also my own selfishness. After all, I am a Targaryen. I will be proud and happy to see your empire prosper. Blinden said. Dani sneered. You were the one who led the destruction of the Targaryens. No. I just watched it decay, degenerate, and be destroyed. Dani, the Green Prophet's timeline and way of existence are different from ordinary people. If I have a personal interest, my seniors can have a personal interest too. I am a Targaryen prince. My seniors are also the sons of the previous king. I can see the past, present, and future, so can they. If I help the Targaryens will not even have 300 years of national fortune, and will not have the chance to rise again. The world is selfless, that is the best choice. Blinden said despondently. Dani frowned and thought for a while. She said, You said that you have something to ask of me. What do you want me to do? Actually, she did not need to ask. She already guessed that the request was related to John. After all, the timing was too much of a coincidence. This is within the world. It is not convenient to say, Blindin said meaningfully. Within the world. Danny sneered and said, You can't explain what benefits you are going to give me. It is also not convenient for you to say what you want me to do. Tell me, should I believe you or not? Blindin was silent for a while. He said, The three-eyed crow can control thousands of crows. You can only have a dragon spirit with one dragon at a time. Now, my gift to you can change this. It will allow you to have a dragon spirit with 5 dragons at the same time. This was a great benefit for Danny. But even the barbarians beyond the Great Wall knew that there would not be benefits for no reason in the world. They felt that the Dragon Queen's 3-party agreement was too beneficial for the barbarians, so they did not dare to sign it. But if it was for the Child of Prophecy, this price did not seem too high. The problem was, could she revive Chan Nua? She could not. Chan Nua was different from the Big Sparrow. The Big Sparrow was a devout believer, and there was a divine mark in his spiritual sea between his eyebrows. After his soul entered the space of faith, it had always been under the control of the Holy Mother. Moreover, he did not have the slightest intention to resist. He allowed the Holy Mother to do whatever she wanted. Chan Nua's soul was independent and independent. She could not control it. She could not even bestow a spirit to it. Let me think about it, Danny said hesitantly. There is no time. My life is about to come to an end. The next person you will communicate with will be the real three-eyed crow. It will be the same three-eyed crow as before, Blindin said helplessly. Danny said, Who is your successor? He is not my successor. He is the successor of the crown. He is the second son of the House of Stark, Brandon Stark. Brandon did not hesitate, nor did he lie. Where can I find you? Danny asked again. The next moment, a map of the Westeros appeared on the mirror. In the north of the Great Wall, in the north of the Ghost Shadow Forest, there was a flickering red dot. Then the red dot suddenly enlarged, showing a snowy scene in the north. On a snow-covered land, there was a hill crowded with weirwood tree trunks. I don't have much time left. If you can't come in 3 days, you don't have to come. Let everything happen according to the predetermined destiny, Blindin said in a low voice. Old Master Ymont is next door. Do you want to ask him to come over and talk to you? Danny had a thought and suggested, Ymont. Okay. Half an hour later, the magic communication ended. Danny looked at the old man who was sitting on the chair with a disappointed expression and asked, How was it? What? Ymont was stunned. He did not understand what was going on. Danny rolled her eyes and said impatiently, Old Master, do you really think that this is an ordinary chat? What else? Ymont was puzzled. Through this communication, can you confirm his identity? An emotionless three-eyed crow or Targaryen's illegitimate son. Danny said seriously, Weren't you listening at the side? This is the first time I communicated with Blindin. I couldn't tell. You have been with him for decades. You should be familiar with him, right? Compared to now, what's the difference? Danny asked. Oh, it should be Blindin River text. Old Ymont thought for a while and said, Are you sure? If he is really Blindin's will, then I will go beyond the Great Wall. Danny said, This. When it came to the safety of the Dragon Queen, the old man immediately hesitated. Let me think about it. Maybe he is pretending. I can't tell. It's better if you don't go. I don't think that Blindin has any treasures to give you. Oh, maybe he has the Dark Sisters. But that sword is useless to you. It doesn't even have any symbolic meaning, he quickly added. Targaryen had 2 Vagon swords, 1 male and 1 female. The Blackfire and the Dark Sisters were respectively used by Conqueror Aegon and his sister Visenya. The mediocre King Aegon bestowed them to 2 noble illegitimate sons. Daimon Vaishui received the Blackfire and changed his surname to Blackfire. Blindin Rivertext received the Dark Sisters and disappeared beyond the Great Wall. It's not a sword. He said that the treasure can improve my bloodline talent, Danny said. I think that your talent is already very strong, old Yamant said. I think so too. But if it can be stronger, Yamant understood Danny's thoughts. He pondered with a serious expression. Danny did not say anything. She just looked at him. The study fell into silence. Only the sound of seabirds could be heard from outside the window. After a while, the old man said seriously, I'm 70% sure that Blindin is Blindin. Oh, I asked him about the identities of Jon, Tyrion, and Aegon. I asked him about the secret of the War of the Usurpers. He refused to answer all of them. He said that he is no longer the Green Prophet. He can't destroy the Green Prophet's information advantage and some of his plans. If he is lying to you, it means that he is still the Green Prophet. He won't care about such small details because everything is going according to his plan. As soon as she finished, Yamant shook his head and said, There is another possibility. He saw through my thoughts and purposely led me in this direction. Danny laughed awkwardly and said, I'm confused. Let's make it simple. Let's get an expert to divine it. The important matters of the country were in worship. Every time an ancient king made an important decision, he would ask the gods to divine it first. Danny had the same feeling now. She was looking for Kuei Shi. I didn't foresee any danger. But prophecies can only be used as a reference and not as a guide. If you really want to go, why don't you think about how to be prepared? Danny nodded in agreement and asked, Do you think that it's worth it for me to take the risk for that mysterious treasure? I can't make the decision for you. People are different. Some will sell themselves for a silver coin, while others will give 50 million gold royals to charity without blinking. I blinked. Danny smiled and blinked a few times. Chapter 572. The lead gray sea was shrouded in a thick layer of ice fog. Rumble, the north wind was blowing violently, and the sea surface was like the cold sheets of the grim reaper in hell. The gray and lifeless waves splashed up water that was dozens of meters high. In their field of vision, the sky and water were gray. The megalosaurus was like a sharp arrow shot into the storm, traveling alone on the surface of the sea. Crack! Boomed the coal-black clouds above their heads, suddenly lit up with lightning that was as white as the fingers of a dead man. The sound of thunder rang in their ears, almost making their hair stand on end. Crackle! The fist-sized hailstones were like the gods in the sky that flipped over a chessboard. The hailstones hit Blackie's wings and the armor of Danny, and the 4 knights made clanking sounds, as if they were forged iron. The sky was low and the sea was high. They were flying between the sea and the sky, but the space in front of them was narrow and claustrophobic, like a big cat that had jumped into an oven. It was suffocating and oppressive. This was the Trembling Sea, one of the 4 great seas. The Jade Sea in the east had an end. The Summer Sea in the south, the Sunset Sea in the west, and the Trembling Sea in the north were all boundless. At least, no one had ever walked to the end of the sea. The northernmost city in the Ursos continent was probably Braavos. Flying 2,000 kilometers north from Braavos was the Great Wall. Flying 2,000 kilometers north from the Great Wall was close to the tomb of the Green Prophet. That day, after ending the communication with Kuei Shi, Yamant was wiping tears for Jon's tragic death. However, Danny found Tam and asked her question. How much are you willing to pay for the improvement of your magic power? Tam asked back, Didn't you read my notebook? Thinking of the Tam's notebook that was 10 times scarier than a ghost story, Danny was silent. Then she immediately decided to take a risk. The worst result was that she would be like the red dragon in the sheep egg. She would be lodged in the body of Blackie and Little White in the form of a soul, forever in the form of a dragon spirit. However, she did not think that it would be a happy ending. According to Kuei Shi's advice, it would be better to strengthen one's own defenses rather than asking for divine advice. Danny started to calculate her own assets. There was no hope for 5,000 Vajra brawlers, but in Astapor alone, she had Big Bear, the Fat Eunuch, and Garth, the 3 White Knights, and Ricarlo, the Blood Alliance Guard. Then she called the 4 of them, plus a Megalosaurus guard, Quero, who was used to wearing Westeros knight attire and had a set of steel armor. The 5 most loyal guards each wielded a tile steel sword. Recaro had a dragonbone bow strapped to his back, and he was even equipped with 20 demon-piercing arrows with tile steel arrowheads. Big Bear and Garth also had tile steel armor, but the fat eunuch and Ricarlo thought that the armor was too cumbersome, so they only had a set of tile steel chain vest, only about 5 kilograms. Even his underlings had their own Vajra steel armor. Naturally, Dragon Queen's Night King equipment set had been forged long ago. Dany had to admit that the image of the blue saber was a classic. In the beginning, she also had the idea of cosplaying as the Ahog King. But after her rationality returned, she used the experience of a veteran of the battlefield to carefully draw out the design of the saber, only to discover that other than looking good, there was nothing good about it. The saber's equipment set. Inside was a gorgeous blue ceremonial robe with golden edges. On the outside was a pair of elbow-length iron gloves, a sleeveless plate armor, 2 pieces of skirt armor, and iron boots. That was it. If anyone dared to wear such an armor to battle with her on the battlefield, she swore that she would be able to cut off the opponent's arms in less than 3 rounds. Moreover, the ankle-length skirt affected her movements too much. She might even trip over herself on a battlefield littered with corpses. Just as Dany was about to completely give up on becoming the Night King, she suddenly thought of something. Why did she get a set of Night King's blue and white armor to wear? It was beautiful and cool enough. Dany had a sudden realization. She didn't get this set of armor to prepare for the battlefield at all. This meant that the Saber's knight armor completely met her requirements. As for going to the battlefield or encountering a battle, it was very simple. She just had to take off her skirt. The blue Saber's armor didn't have many flaws on the upper half of her body. She just had to wear the shoulder and arm armor. In order not to affect the appearance, she could sew a layer of silk cloth of the same style as the ceremonial robe on the shoulder and arm armor. The complicated and gorgeous skirt armor was changed from a one-piece to a separate assembly type. Usually, her clothes fluttered in the wind. During battle, the skirt would come off with a button, and she would immediately transform into a valiant and heroic armored female knight. However, Dany didn't completely imitate Saber. Their situations were different. First of all, Dany's newly forged king's sword was on her back, not in her hand. Secondly, in terms of details, Saber's armor was more gothic, while Dany's details were more practical on the battlefield. The joints of the different parts of the armor didn't have any decorative patterns, metal, or silk mesh. They were all smooth steel plates that wouldn't easily allow the blade to get stuck in the gaps. Even so, her armor was much more exquisite and gorgeous than the men's armor from before. It wasn't entirely because Saber's armor looked good. As long as it could show off a woman's soft and beautiful figure, the style didn't matter. Just like in the anime from the previous world, there were so many female knights, but Saber wasn't the only one who looked good. It could be said that none of the female knights in the anime were ugly. The reason was simple. The armor was differentiated between men and women to show off one's figure. If Chang, you were to wear a green military coat, anyone who didn't have X-ray vision wouldn't think that she was attractive from the back. Previously, Dany's gray armor didn't differentiate between men and women. In fact, it was prepared for men. As for whether he would attract the enemy's attention on the battlefield if he changed into a new set of armor, he didn't care. About that, the reason why she became a target had nothing to do with the color of the armor. The main reason was that there was a red spot in 1,000 green spots. It wasn't the fault of a white horse to obstruct its master. It was only because its master didn't have the ability to equip all the knights with the same type of white horse. Everyone was riding a white horse, so it wouldn't hurt to look at it. At that time, it would be the people riding ordinary yellow horses who would be more likely to be shot. Dragon Queen decided that since she had changed into a silver armor and a blue ceremonial robe, her underlings would immediately change into white armor and blue cloak. She was the queen. She had the final say. Dany didn't go to the Great Wall. Instead, She flew north above the trembling sea. She flew to the same latitude as the tomb of the Green Prophet, if this world was really a planet. Then she followed the latitude line and entered the frozen land of eternal winter in the west. Although the trembling sea was a harsh environment with turbid waves below and endless ice and snow in the sky, the frozen land outside the Great Wall wasn't any safer than the sea. It was only colder and more dangerous. At the very least, there were no deviant ghosts in the trembling sea. After flying west for another 3 hours, they arrived at a hill that looked like a burial mound. It was more than 500 meters tall and had a radius of 7 to 8 kilometers. Halfway up the hill was the dividing line. Below was a dense mass of pine trees, iron trees, and sentinel trees. Above was a weirwood with white bone trunks and bloody leaves. Other than the weirwood, all the trees were bent by the thick snow. Most of them couldn't even be seen as trees. They were wrapped in the frozen snow from their roots to their crowns. They grew messily on the mountain, like a group of giants huddled together in the cold wind. The sun in the sky was like a lonely lamp hanging in the corner of a sports field at midnight. A black shadow flew out from the wick of the lamp, growing larger and larger. It was a black dragon. The fierce wind was like a ghost's howl, bringing up fine powder from the snow-covered ground. It sparkled like glass under the afternoon light. "Calixi, there's a fire there." The megalosaurus circled 300 meters above the top of the mountain. Ricardo suddenly pointed at a rock wall halfway up the hill and shouted. With his reminder, Danny, who was in her dragon spirit state, also saw the person holding the torch through Blackie's eyes. On the rock wall halfway up the hill, there was a crevice hidden in the surrounding weirwood trees. A ranger with a tall stature, close to 2 meters tall, stood in front of the crevice, shaking a pine oil torch that burned with orange flames. Yes, that was a ranger. He wore a hood and a scarf around his neck. His face couldn't be seen clearly, but his black woolen sweater, black leather armor, and black ringed armor were the standard attire of a ranger of the night watch. Caw, caw, caw! Suddenly, a flock of crows flew out from the weirwood trees on the mountain peak that were as lush as the roof of a football field. They looked like dark clouds covering the sky. Thousands of them, black feathers, red eyes. Come, come. They weren't afraid of the dragon's might. They surrounded Blackie and cawed. "If you do this, I won't dare to go down," Danny complained. Her voice wasn't loud. Even the Blood Brotherhood behind her didn't hear her clearly. But in an instant, the crows stopped cawing. One of the big crows threw down a cloth bag the size of a pencil box from its claw. When Danny reached out to catch it, all the crows flew back into the weirwood forest. They blinked their scarlet eyes together, staring at the megalosaurus in the sky. Inside the cloth bag was a warm brown baked bread and a small bag of coarse salt. Danny frowned and tore off a piece of bread. She stuck the salt on it and ate it. Then she passed the bread and salt to the knight behind her. When everyone had eaten a mouthful of the salty bread and Bevo's, who was the last to swallow the rest of the bread, Blackie flapped its wings and landed in the pine forest below the crack in the rock wall. Boom crack! His whole body sank into the snow pit. He broke several frozen tree trunks before he could stabilize himself. "Queen, Bevo's will go down first to help you scout the way." The fat eunuch, who was wrapped in a thick fur coat, tilted his body, leaving a human-shaped hole in the snow, and disappeared without a trace. The snow was too deep, taller than him. 7 layers of hell. Bevo's has never seen such deep snow and such cold weather in his life. At the bottom of the snow pit, the eunuch howled. "Calixi, is this considered a long night? We can barely see the sun in the sky. The ground is covered in snow." Chue Luo shivered. Danny looked at the lonely yellow halo of the sun in the sky and said uncertainly, "Even the deviant ghosts haven't come out. It should be close." As soon as her voice fell, Bevo's immediately howled. "Oh no! There's a dead person pulling my foot!" Caw, caw, caw. It was like the scene of a zombie movie. The director shouted action, and then all the actors playing zombies rushed into the camera. 1, 2, 3, 4. It was impossible to count. The corpses were like weightless carrots, jumping out of the snow one by one. There were night watchers in black robes, savages in animal skins, incomplete corpses, and even corpses that had been dead for a long time and whose muscles had rotted, and frozen corpses in tombs. They all had pale skin, pitch-black hands, and eyes that shone like pale blue stars. The corpses floated on the snow. It was as if Newton opened the coffin lid and joined the group of corpses. Newton's laws and whatnot were also turned into corpses. The corpses might not be as good as deviant ghosts, but they did not fall into the snow pit because of their own gravity. The ice and snow environment was too advantageous for deviant ghosts and corpses. Clang, clang, clang. The White Knights and the Blood Guards quickly left the dragon's back, found a place to rest on the tree trunk and protruding rocks, and then pulled out their steel swords. Buzz, like the sound of a cicada's wings rapidly flapping. Two huge, milky, white wings of light suddenly popped out from the Dragon Queen's back. The feathers were visible, and the texture was almost real. The shape was like the wings of a white dove magnified 100 times. Oh, the wings of an angel. The armored female knight who spread her wings, like deviant ghosts, also left no trace on the snow. Chapter 573. Dani wore a silver armor and a blue robe. A pair of angelic wings flapped gently behind her back. Just like the zombie ghosts, she walked slowly on the snow without sinking into the snow pit. The wind howled angrily, bringing with it tiny bits of ice and snow. It blew past her armor and hair. A bunch of trash unworthy of my sword. Her voice was a little muffled by the howling northern wind. But the next scene was clear for everyone to see. The black dragon stepped on the trunk of a pine tree and leaped into the sky. At the same time, a golden-red fireball the size of a pineapple shot out from his mouth and floated in front of Dragon Queen. Blood-colored fire snakes, as thick as chopsticks, shot out from the fireball. It was as if the fireball was made of fire snakes. TSK, 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 boom, boom, boom. One fire snake after another landed on the ghouls' faces and chests. It was as if the ghouls had been set ablaze with oil. The running ghouls burned like torches, and white steam rose from the snowy ground. However, the place where the black dragon landed was like the epicenter of an earthquake. Rings of tremors spread outwards, awakening the zombie ghosts sleeping in the snow. They were like razor clams that had been sprinkled with a layer of salt on the beach at low tide. They popped their heads out. The razor clams had only popped their heads out, but the appearance of the zombie ghosts was just the beginning. They were like dogs that had smelled fresh dung. They swarmed over. The rangers at the entrance of the cave were prepared to witness the Dragon Queen's massacre. But she suddenly turned around. She held the fireball in her left hand and flapped her wings lightly. Her legs moved quickly. There were only shallow traces of snow under her feet. She was astonishingly fast. She passed by them in a few steps and entered the crack in the stone wall. The rangers were dumbfounded. They did not know what to do. There's a magic barrier here that can stop evil spirits. Come over quickly, the Dragon Queen shouted at her knights. Who knew if there were any deviant ghosts hiding in the snow? The thick snow might be able to stop ice swords and javelins. But what if there was a deviant ghost under their feet? If a sword were to stab upwards, then it would be safer to enter the crack protected by the magic barrier as soon as possible. The few knights were only 4 to 5 meters away from the hole. With Dragon Queen's long-range fire snake spell to help clear the monsters, they quickly struggled out of the snow pit and crawled to the Dragon Queen's side. One in front, one behind, one on the left, one on the right. The centaur Ricardo stood guard with his bow in hand, protecting her in the center. I didn't expect the deviant ghosts to be real, Garth said with a pale face. Do you think I would lie? Dani glanced at him and said indifferently, At this moment, The angelic wings on her back had already faded and disappeared. Of course, we believe your words, but hearing about it is false. It's completely different from seeing it with our own eyes. Big Bear made a fair statement, but the dead aren't as scary as the living. They don't have any weapons or armor, so they'll still die if they're cut by a blade. Just now, the dead man who dragged Beworth's feet only suffered a slash on his shoulder and immediately shattered into several pieces and stopped moving. Beworth said, "If you didn't have the steel scimitar, you probably wouldn't say that," Kueluo said. "Calixi, why are the dead gathered at the entrance of the cave but not rushing in?" Ricardo asked with a trembling voice. At this moment, the 2 meters outside the cave was filled with all sorts of corpses. They were like fans at the airport welcoming a superstar. They were dense and dense. In the white snow, the black mass spread out for hundreds of meters. There were at least 2,000 to 3,000 corpses. And this wasn't the end. The hill had 4 sides. The deviant ghosts that came over were only those from the nearby hillsides. The dead from other places were continuously rushing over. It was a bit like a zombie siege. There's a demon-suppressing spell set up in the hill, exactly the same as the magic array on the Great Wall. It's hard for evil creatures to enter. Danny looked at the ranger, standing with the deviant ghosts at the entrance, deep in thought. At this moment, the ranger had already extinguished his torch. Beside him stood the corpses that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. It was as if they weren't corpses but wooden sculptures. The ranger turned back and said, "Your Majesty, please enter quickly. When the aura of the living disappears, the corpses will automatically retreat." "What's the matter with you? Why don't you come in? Why won't the dead eat you?" Dexiong asked in a low voice. "He's also a dead man, a night watchman who died a long time ago," a voice said from inside the cave. It was the voice of a little girl and the tone of an adult. It was high and sweet, carrying an unfamiliar rhythm that Danny had never heard before. It also carried a trace of sadness that struck the bottom of her heart. A child. Kueluo, who was guarding the queen, exclaimed in surprise. She did indeed look like a child. She was barely over a meter tall, reaching the waist of a knight. Her limbs were slender, and she wore a cloak woven from leaves. Her bare skin was covered in spots that resembled those of a deer. She had messy brown, red, and gold hair with purple grapevines, tender green pine branches, and withered red chrysanthemums stuck in her hair. It was as if someone had knocked over an autumn landscape painter's plate. At first glance, Danny noticed her eyes. They were large and clear, a mix of gold and green. They were long and narrow like a cat's eyes, like a pair of top-grade gems. This wasn't human. 7 gods above, the child of the forest. Danny murmured, "Child of the forest, squirrel people." Dexiong was a little dizzy. Had he stepped into Grandma's legend today? The scholars said that the child of the forest was fake. It was made up by the ancestors to deceive people. Garth looked at the little squirrel in amazement. The scholar also said that the other ghosts were a strange tribe beyond the Great Wall that knew magic. But look outside. Do you think it's like that? Danny complained in annoyance. She stepped forward and said to the squirrel, "I'm Danny Liz Targaryen, your Green Prophet. The previous Green Prophet, Blind in Riverwind, invited me here." "Yes, I'm here to welcome you on behalf of Lord Blinden," the squirrel said. "Your Majesty, please wait at the door. I'll scout the way for you," the knights said almost at the same time. This was expected. Danny brought the 5 of them here. Wasn't it for the safety of the guards? But at this moment, Danny changed her mind. "No need. Let's go in together." She stared into the squirrel people's eyes that were as clear as spring water. She didn't trust Blinden, but she suddenly had a lot of confidence in the squirrel people in front of her. She believed that the squirrel people wouldn't lead her into a trap. She couldn't tell why, but after seeing the squirrel people, she felt completely relaxed. The squirrel people seemed to see the doubts in Danny's heart and said, "You have Mother's aura on you." Suddenly, Danny thought of the door god. The Green Prophet was only the priest of the child of the forest. The old weirwood was the mother goddess they believed in. But now she was singing her own song of wind. This, Danny nodded in understanding and looked at the squirrel people more affectionately. There were often ministers who betrayed their lords, but there had never been a devout, true believer who betrayed the mother goddess. The path inside the stone wall was narrow and curved. There were black mountain rocks on both sides, and white weirwood roots hung down from above. Under the light of the dragon flame fireball, they looked like ice-cold white snakes that were circling around the top of the cave. Danny felt that they were going down. The cave was gloomy and terrifying, but the deeper they went, the warmer it became. In the quiet cave, there were only the rustling sounds of cloaks rubbing against the stone wall, armor, and iron boots hitting each other. Danny couldn't help but be curious and started talking to the squirrel people. "What's your name?" she asked. The squirrel people hesitated and said, "My real name is too long. You can call me Leaf. I've traveled the continent for hundreds of years and have many names. Leaf is the name given to me by the new three-eyed crow." "Hundreds of years?" Garth exclaimed. "I've seen the Black Death god Balerion and seen the Targaryen dynasty change generation after generation. Now I've seen the Dragon Queen's Big Black and the new Targaryen Queen," Leaf said. "7 gods above. You're practically the living history of the Westeros," the big bear muttered. The centaur and fat eunuch were also shocked. Danny cast a glance at her disgraceful subordinates and said calmly, "Sir Mormont, have you forgotten about the Crab King? That guy has lived for tens of thousands of years." "Ah." The big bear's cheek muscles twitched, and he was speechless. "Your Majesty has seen the Crab King?" This time, it was Leaf's turn to be shocked. "That bastard dared to steal my steel, so I steamed him." Danny waved her hand carelessly and said calmly. But the squirrel people's big eyes, which were as deep as a lake due to the vicissitudes of life, flickered with shock and disbelief. "But the Crab King controls the Rhone River," he said. "That's old history from tens of thousands of years ago. Also, my Big Black is also a demigod. Didn't you notice?" Danny said. Leaf was silent. "What's up with that ranger?" Danny asked again. The new three-eyed crow called him Cold Hands. "You've seen it on your way here. This place is very far from the Great Wall, and the journey is long and dangerous. When Lord Blinden came to this shelter, he had a guard with him. Do you know the Blood Crow Duke's Raventooth Guard?" Leaf asked. In the romance of the Three Kingdoms, Liu Bei had the White Ears Army. Yuan Shao had the Xianding Death Soldiers. Cao Cao had the Ferocious Cavalry. Lu Bu had the Formation Breaker. Gong Sun Zan had the White Horse Cavalry. They were special forces that dominated the world for a time. Their loyalty and strength were among the best in the world. In the world of the Song of Ice and Fire, there was a similar force. The Duke of Blood, Crow, formed 300 longbowmen. The Raventooth Guard. Without mentioning anything else, the Raventooth Guard's lowest effective shooting range was more than 400 meters. Don't say that I'm bragging. It's Martin's fault. Snipers were not much better than that. During the first Blackfire Rebellion, Blinden brought his 300 Raventooth Guards to fight against Daimon Blackfire. He managed to kill Daimon and his 2 sons, who were fully equipped with steel armor, from 300 meters away. Even now, Danny still did not understand how the Raventooth Guards managed to do it. Could it be that a soul imprint shot passed through the gaps in the armor and hit the door? She could not do it. None of the centaurs under her command could do it either. She even felt that a sniper would not be able to do it. This was because aside from their steel armor, most knights were also used to carrying iron shields. If one person was shot, the others would definitely raise their shields to protect their heads. Forget 300 meters. Even knights would be immune to arrows from 50 meters away as long as their armor was of good quality. Leaf continued. When the Duke of Bloodcrow was exiled to the Great Wall, all the Raventooth Guards who survived hundreds of battles took the initiative to put on black clothes. When Blinden traveled thousands of miles to the last shelter, the last guard captain also followed him. Unfortunately, the shelter was feared by the other ghosts, and countless ghouls kept watch over it. The last guard captain of the Raven-Tooth Guards also died in the hands of the other ghosts. How did he recover his humanity? Danny asked curiously. This question is not easy to answer. You can ask the three-eyed crow, Leaf said. Then, is the last shelter referring to this cave? Who is it protecting? Danny looked around. She did not realize that they had spent a long time talking. Unknowingly, they had already passed through several forks in the road and arrived at a wide cave. It was as spacious as a basketball court. The ground was densely covered with weirwood roots of different thicknesses. They were soft, pale, sticky, and slippery, like a group of snakes entrenched at the bottom of a pit. Chapter 574. Weirwood was a precious wood with powerful functions. The weirwood god was also a good person, but the image of weirwood was too horrifying. The leaves were like blood-stained palms, the trunk was like the bones of a dead person, and the roots were like entwined, sticky snake balls. It was very demonic. At this time, the cave under the Weirwood Hill did not even need special effects to film a Chinese ghost story. If the squirrel Leaf was taller, his eyes would not be so clear, and his expression would be more ferocious. It was a living example of Granny Tree Spirit's cave. But this was not a fairy's cave, but a sacred sanctuary, the last home of the children of the forest. Not only our home, but the giants also live in the cave. This sanctuary belonged to the previous generation of the Lost Tribe. Once, even unicorns and mammoths would come in for the winter. There is more than one entrance to the sanctuary, but the Green Prophet guards the door of the world and lives closer to the edge of the world. If you follow the fork to the northwest, you may find the giant's cave after a few months and a few thousand kilometers. Leaf introduced the cave to everyone as they walked. The others were surprised, but Yora Mormont, a child who grew up listening to the stories of the old nannies in the north, was suddenly touched and exclaimed, "The Gorney Passage! This is the source of the Gorney Passage. So the legend is true." What is the Gorney Passage? The fat eunuch Beworth was puzzled. I remember. I've heard of this rumor too. Garth Hightower said, legend has it that there was a king beyond the Great Wall named Gorney who found a tunnel connecting the Great Wall and the north. He led the barbarians directly across the Great Wall to the north. It's strange. There was almost no threat to the north. The king of the north seemed to have received the news in advance and was guarding the entrance of the tunnel. Big Bear nodded and said, legend has it that for a cave, a tribe of children of the forest and a family of giants fought endlessly. After that, the two tribes invited free people to be the referee and mediator. They were the future kings of beyond the Great Wall, the brother kings Jander and Gorney. The giants and children of the forest were too naive. They were deceived by the brother kings and gave up on the cave. After Jander and Gorney settled down in the cave, they found that the internal tunnel led to a series of almost endless caves. In the end, they discovered a secret passage that led underground through the Great Wall, which was the Gorney Passage. Legend had it that the tunnel was too complicated and only Gurney could tell the direction. In the end, when Gurney came out of the tunnel, he was attacked head-on by Stark and died on the spot. Jander led the rest of the barbarians into the tunnel, planning to return the way they came. However, they could not find the way home. They can't even return to the surface and are completely lost in the tunnels that are more complicated than a spider web. The Centaur and Beavis listened with fascination. Are we in the legendary cave? It's several thousand kilometers from the Great Wall to here. Just how deep is the cave? LaCarlo exclaimed. In fact, even Danny had heard of the story of the Gorney Passage and the King of Brothers. In fact, this legend was too legendary. There were giants, children of the forest, ancient spirits, human heroes, the King of the North, secret passageways, and many mysterious elements. It could be said to be the model of a legendary story. It was made into a ballad and sung by countless people. Was the failure of the barbarians' invasion because of your information? Garth looked at the son of the forest suspiciously. The Gorney brothers deserved it. Leaf did not answer the question directly. Danny was deep in thought. The magic circle of the shelter was exactly the same as the Great Wall. It was the exorcism circle of the city builder, Brandon Stark. The son of the forest, or the Green Prophet, had an unimaginably close relationship with Stark. Where does the end of the tunnel lead to? Danny asked curiously. There's no end. There are some deep tunnels that even we, the son of the forest, have never been to. After passing through a tunnel, Danny noticed that the tunnel was wider, and deeper. The black soil and white tree roots almost formed a black and white underground city. However, this city was sparsely populated and backward. Bypassing the giant tree roots that were thicker than Beavis' waist, they entered a long stone hall. Thousands of shrines were dug out from the stone walls on both sides, and there were skulls placed in them. The skulls obviously belonged to different races. There were human skulls as big as pressure cookers belonging to giants. There were also skulls as big as cantaloupes, belonging to the son of the forest. There were also skulls of dire wolves, giant bears, and other animals that Danny could not recognize. Some of the bones had existed for too long and were half buried in the soil. White tree roots grew out of the eyes and mouths of the skulls, and even delicate red palm leaves grew out. It seemed that the Squirrel Man was not lying. The shelter belonged to everyone, all the survivors of the last era. Caw, caw, caw. There were 7 or 8 big crows perched on the heads of the shrines. They seemed to have woken up from a deep sleep, and their bright black eyes curiously scanned Danny and the other strangers. Yes, curious. These crows were all human and intelligent. They are my compatriots. There was a strange sadness in the voice of the Squirrel Man, Leaf. Danny heard the emotion in her words, but did not understand the secret that she vaguely revealed. After that, they met other squirrel men. There was a cave larger than a football field, and stone pillars hung down from the top of the cave. Because the air was warm and humid, there was a layer of colorful mushrooms on the surface of the stone pillars. 4 or 5 squirrel men were singing as they picked the mushrooms. The squirrel men only had 4 fingers, and they did not have nails like humans. Instead, they were like the sharp claws of felines, and they could cut the mushroom stems with a light pinch. Their singing was as pure as the winter air, as clear as autumn spring water, as bright as a spring garden, and as intense as the summer sun. Danny and the knights all stopped in their tracks, intoxicated by the squirrel men's singing, unable to extricate themselves. Danny only came to her senses when the squirrel men picking mushrooms noticed the outsiders and stopped what they were doing, stopped singing, and poked their heads out to look around curiously. Another legend has been confirmed. The son of the forest has the most beautiful singing voice in the world, Danny exclaimed. The squirrel men gathered together and chattered, pointing at the Dragon Queen. What are they talking about? Big Bear frowned. They're saying that the queen is really beautiful, and that human clothes can also be so beautiful, Yezi said. Yep. All the children of the forest wore clothes woven from leaves, and their hair was messy with dried decorative flowers. Even the country bumpkin girls were more fashionable than them. If the squirrel men were close to nature and pursued primitive beauty, they were not. They were dirty, messy, and pitiful like beggars. To put it bluntly, the children of the forest civilization level was too low, so low that it made one's hair stand on end. They hadn't evolved into the textile industry. It was said that the squirrel men had millions of years of history. I thought that the children of the forest spoke the ancient language. I didn't expect you to have your own language, Danny said strangely. She could hear the squirrel men singing and their current conversation, but she couldn't understand them. She also knew the ancient language used by giants, deviants, Green Prophet, and ancient barbarian tribes. This is the original language, the language that praises the earth. It's very difficult for humans to understand, And even if they understand, they can't pronounce it. The free people call us children. The giants call us squirrel men. And the ancestors named us children of the forest. But that's not accurate. We are people who sing the praises of the earth. But the original language isn't exclusive to us. Many creatures passed down from ancient eras can speak it, such as ravens and your megalosaurus, Leaf explained. Megalosaurus can speak the original language? Danny's heart skipped a beat. She thought of the foreign language that Dahe suddenly learned after swallowing the rat chef. She thought that it was the common dragon language in Western fantasy novels because she couldn't understand it, so she specially taught it the Eastern dragon language. Now that Dahe was about to graduate from the Eastern Dragon Language elementary school, Mother Dragon realized that she had made a big mistake. I've traveled in the southern continent for hundreds of years and am proficient in many languages, but my people don't have the same experience. They can only speak the original language. After that, they came across a dark and deep underground river. 2 children of the forest were happily fishing by the river. It was almost like they were playing. They threw a net the size of a bed sheet woven from wrought tan into the river and waited for white blind fish the length of an arm to crash into it. They walked across the narrow stone bridge above the underground river and came face to face with 4 or 5 shepherds who were dozing off on the backs of sheep. Hundreds of sheep were scattered in the cave, nibbling on the fungus on the ground and the tender branches and red leaves growing from the roots of the weirwood. The squirrel man crawled in the fluffy wool and snored. This simple life was too comfortable, too leisurely. One had to know that there were thousands of ghouls outside the cave. Not to mention that the long night was coming. It seemed that the long night had no effect on the shelter's cave. It was already dark outside the cave. The snow was like a cotton blanket covering the forest. The temperature was 40 to 50 degrees below zero. It was as warm as spring here. There were abundant resources and life was boundless. Perhaps humans had gone extinct in this era. The children of the forest, who were on the verge of extinction in the last era, could still happily enter the next era. Danny began to think. Should they also dig a cave and build a human underground city? The red purgatory next to Slave Bay had a surface close to the magma layer. If they really dug a cave, it would probably be warmer and more comfortable than here. Ah, duo. After entering a huge hall filled with weirwood and tree roots, a 3-meter-tall giant stood up and looked over. Ah, duo. Danny was shocked. He was too, 7 meters tall, and his body was as wide as a door plank. His shoulders were as thick as Winterfell's city walls. Brown eyes, brown hair. His eyes were wise and curious. He was not a duo. A duo was a simple and honest retard. At this moment, no matter how many times the giant at the entrance of the huge cave called out, "Ah, duo," he was not a duo. His gaze, mental waves, and aura were not a duo's. Bran Stark. Danny stopped in her tracks and frowned. Ah, duo. In the next moment, ah, duo really became ah, duo. Ah, duo. He smiled foolishly at her like a child. You're here. Blind in river, when's weak voice came from behind. Ah, duo. Ah, duo scratched the back of his head and shrunk his neck to make way. Compared to the other caves, this stone hall was not very spacious. It was about the size of a basketball court. There was a bonfire at the entrance of the cave. A duo and 2 humans sat beside the fire. In the middle of the hall, a throne was woven out of weirwood. A corpse was growing among the branches. The roots drilled into the withered thighs, passed through the torso, and came out from the shoulders. Dark red leaves grew on his skull, and countless gray mushrooms covered his forehead. What little skin remained stretched across his face, tight and hard like white leather. Here and there, brown or yellow bones protruded from the muscles. This was definitely not a living person. You're also a deviant ghost. Danny was shocked. Chapter 575. Blindon, you're a deviant ghost. Clang, clang, clang. The 5 knights drew their swords warily and protected the dragon queen in the center. Adieu! Adieu was at a loss. Lida and his sisters' faces turned pale. Leaf frowned and did not speak. Good eyesight. A look of admiration flashed past Blinden's remaining dim eye. But I'm not a deviant ghost. You should be able to understand this. Dany waved her hand and had her underling sheath his sword. She took a few steps forward and stopped in front of Blinden. She frowned at him and said, "Why can I understand this?" He, I saw everything you did in the City of Knowledge's bookseller. I have to say that the Targaryens of dozens of generations are not as clever as you, Blinden said meaningfully. The Blood Crow actually wanted to say treacherous. City of Knowledge's bookseller, Jia. Death God Scripture. Teaching you the method of mutated ghosts? Dany's expression changed. When she taught Death God Scripture to Jaquen, she was not in the Westeros. The three-eyed crow could only make a guess based on some clues. He could not be certain. If that was the case, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Dany was at a loss. Of course, she had to play dumb. Even if Brandon did not know about what Blinden knew now, he would definitely know about it in the future. All right. The Skeleton King looked deeply at her and said, "Deviant ghosts are servants created by the cold god with magic. Magic is just a kind of knowledge. If I can grasp that kind of knowledge, I can naturally use it. It's just like the countless supernatural factions in the world. They all started by imitating the gods. I'm curious, how did you see through my foundation with a single glance? If I didn't have some confidence, would I have come to see you?" The 9-colored vortex in Dany's mind spun quickly. The fire wizard power in her body surged. Anyone who had supernatural powers could sense it. The expressions of Jujin lied, the squirrel man Leaf, and Adu, who had turned into Bran at some point in time, changed drastically. "You're dozens of times stronger than the last time we met." Blinden was also shocked. "How did you do it?" Dany retracted the demonic energy in her body and returned to her normal state. She said indifferently, "Work hard in your cultivation, and you will encounter many fortuitous encounters." The display of strength was not only a show of power, but also a message to Blinden. "My talent is already very strong, and your talent-enhancing treasure may be useful to me, but it is not necessary." This Targaryen ancestor said that he was giving her a gift, but it was more like a transaction. The other party must have something very important to ask her to do. Since they were talking about business, of course, they had to lower the price. First, the buyer wanted the seller to think that she wasn't that eager to buy. "Who is Frost God? What does it have to do with the Green Prophet?" Dany asked a question that had been bothering her for a long time. "Let's change the way we communicate. To the current me, my physical body is no longer the armor of my soul. Instead, it has become a burden." Blinden's eyes dimmed as he spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito. After saying this, he closed his single eye in front of everyone and fell into a deep sleep. Leaf explained, "Lord Blinden's physical body is on the verge of destruction. Over the years, he has only been awake for less than half a day." "Enter the weirwood?" Dany frowned. "You can do it." The squirrel man looked at the dragon queen with a burning gaze and said affirmatively. "Of course." Dany nodded hesitantly. Whitey in Slave Bay instantly crossed tens of thousands of miles and entered the state of the dragon's spirit. It brought along the second soul and merged with the dragon's soul. It suddenly left the space of consciousness and rushed into the roots of the weirwood beside it. It was like a car driving into the highway, like a spaceship entering hyperspace, just like when Dany chased after the sixth-form man, Valamir. She shuttled through the blood-red world and came to a huge human face. A tall man with shoulder-length hair knelt on one knee in front of the huge face and prayed devoutly. His bone-white hair covered most of his face, but this was the spiritual space. Dany could still see his pale skin, blood-red eyes, and a wine-red birthmark on his cheek and chin, like a red crow. This was the younger version of the Duke of Blood Crow, Blindin River text. Why don't you worship God when you meet him? Blindin said without raising his head. Danny in the blue and white knight armor stood on the back of the white dragon and said lightly, If I worship him, what will happen to the thousands of believers of the 7 gods in the 7 countries? Blindin stood up and gently shook his elegant long hair, revealing his intact right eye and the red birthmark on his right cheek. He carefully looked at Danny and lowered his head again. His white hair fell down and covered the blood crow birthmark again. His bangs also covered his right eye. He seemed to have forgotten that this was the spiritual space. He could see the person opposite him without shaking his head. Or perhaps the habits from when he was alive were too deeply ingrained in his soul. Sigh, I never dreamed that such a daring person like you would appear in Targaryen. You even dared to usurp the position of the 7 gods and succeeded. He said with a complicated expression, Don't say that. I'm very timid. I wouldn't dare to kill my own family even if you beat me to death. I wouldn't dare to do the dance of the Blood Dragon or the Blackfire Rebellion. I wouldn't dare to be as muddle-headed as your father or as crazy as my father. I wouldn't dare to follow my brother's example and go against my oath. I wouldn't dare to be as heartless as you. Danny smiled faintly. Blindin shook his head again, revealing a distorted face and widened eyes. He said, You're really arrogant. Danny lifted her chin slightly and said matter-of-factly, That's because you haven't seen my humility towards truth, justice, and light. My arrogance is only towards the unrighteous and depraved in humans. You. Forget it. I can't win against you. Only people like you can achieve great things. Blindin lowered his head, his long hair covering his birthmark as he surrendered helplessly. Danny waved her hand and said loudly, All right, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Let's get down to business. Tell me the secret of the Frost God and the other ghosts first. Tell me about the relationship between the Frost God and the Green Prophet. Why does the Green Prophet's meditation technique have so many similarities with the other ghosts? They can even complement each other. The Frost God is an old god and also an ES god. ES god is literally a god that doesn't belong to this world. A god from another world. Danny was surprised. Another world? Blindin was stunned for a moment before he understood what Danny meant. The term another world is very descriptive, but if there is a different world, then there is a region between our world and the other world. Perhaps ES God was originally born in our world, but belongs to another world. How is that different from the other world? Danny frowned. The difference is huge. For example, you were born in the Westeros and grew up in the Ursos continent. If you want to fight for the Iron Throne, very few people in the 7 nations will oppose you. But if you are someone else, such as a certain Khal in the Sea of Grass, all the nobles will fight to the death. By the same logic, if ES God comes from another world, he will not be able to integrate into our world, let alone master the song of law of this world. Makes sense? Danny nodded and asked, He came from another world, so how did he become an old god? ES God fused with an old god to form the Frost God. He is both ES God and an old god. True gods can fuse? How? Danny was confused. You, the 7 gods, are the experts in this question. How do the 7 gods fuse into one? Blindin laughed. It's not the same. The 7 gods split the 7 divine roles of a god. Just like you, your identity can also be split into the illegitimate son of Targaryen, the Hand of the King, the Commander-in-Chief of the Night Watchers, and the Green Prophet. Blindin shook his head, revealing his eyes. He quickly glanced at her, then lowered his head, his long hair covering the birthmark. There's nothing different. Being able to fuse means that they have a certain degree of commonality. Then which old god did ES God fuse with? What do they have in common? Danny asked. Blindin repeated the action of shaking his head and lowering his head again. Since you can discover that the fundamental meditation techniques of the Green Prophet and the Deviants are extremely similar and even complement each other, don't you have any connections? I can't imagine, Danny said in disbelief. That's the truth, Blynden said. I've seen the Door God. I've seen the Weirwood God who mastered the Song of Wind. He was kind and gentle, not like an evil god at all, Danny said with difficulty. In your heart, what is considered an evil god? Blynden asked. Almost without any hesitation, Danny blurted out, accepting blood sacrifices and killing humans, such as Lalo the Shadow Demon or the Korhor Black Goat. Blynden shook his head and sighed. Your standard is too exclusive, as if you're saying those who treat me well are good, and those who treat me badly are bad. In fact, the mother goddess, the Weirwood god you mentioned, she never rejected blood sacrifices. She even liked blood more than Lalo. It's simple. Which tree doesn't like fertilizer? What's better than the flesh and blood of living beings? This. Danny was stunned. Blynden's words seemed to make sense. If Danny had a deeper understanding of the customs of the old gods, she would not have such doubts. The worship of the old gods was far more bloody and brutal than that of the red god. Lalo's followers liked to burn people. The true followers of the old gods, savages and clansmen, would cut open the chest of the sacrifice and hang the organs all over the heart tree. Well, after the Undals invaded the Westeros, the followers of the old gods in the north changed the bad habit of blood sacrifices. Only a few mountain clans still believed in the old ways. Thinking about the Anami who taught people to burn, kill, and loot, it understood. That was also an old god. The only difference between the old gods and the new gods was the time of birth. The gods born in the Savage era, whether they were true gods or demigods, were all considered old gods, about 10,000 years before the Second Era. For example, the fire god Lalo. The gods born in the Second Era, which was the beginning of the human era, were called new gods. For example, the seven gods and the Light King Lalo. Well, although the seven gods were only 7 wooden stakes, they were still new gods in name. Blackie was also a new god. Lalo was interesting. He existed in the ancient era, so he should be an old god. However, at the beginning of the Second Era, the Sheep Egg Brothers took away the Song of Fire and took away the fire god's divinity. After that, he slowly turned into the Light King. The Light King was born a few thousand years ago, so of course he was a new god. That was off topic. From the division between the old and new gods, it could be seen that the old gods were more barbaric. The ancients were more bloody and barbaric than the modern people. Was there a problem? Sigh, the Weirwood god's nature is not bad. What's bad is the barbaric customs of the Savage era. At this time, Danny also remembered the 100 royal girls who killed themselves when city builder Brandon took the Door God's branch. Before the 7 kingdoms were formed, anyone with a castle dared to call themselves a king. However, she still could not help but speak up for the Door God. But the Weirwood god is already dead. How did he merge with Es God? Danny was confused. The branch that died was the branch, and the one that merged with Es God was the root, Blynden said. Well, it can be so weird. Danny was stunned. Chapter 576. How can branches and roots be separated? Danny was confused. What's wrong with that? Blynden repeated the action of shaking his head and lowering his head. He gave Danny a strange look for a brief moment. In reality, can a tree survive after its trunk and roots are separated? Danny asked, can a true god be the same as a normal tree? The branches of Mother Goddess bathe in the sun, breathe in the sweet air, and listen to the cheerful song of the wind. Her roots, however, are deeply rooted in the darkest and coldest abyss of the earth. Darkness is her cloak, and she absorbs power from the darkness, growing strong in the darkness. The roots of Mother Goddess are singing the song of darkness. Ah, Danny exclaimed in realization. I see. That makes sense. The Door God has 2 songs. No wonder the deviant ghosts and the Green Prophet's meditation foundation came from the same source. It was because they did come from the same source. No wonder the Green Prophet had an ambiguous relationship with the deviant ghosts and the Frost God. It was because they had always been clingy and unclear. No wonder Melisandre claimed from the beginning that the Green Prophet was the servant of the ancient deviant gods. It was not wrong. No wonder in the teachings of the Light King, Lalo, and the Frost God were eternal enemies. Were light and darkness not eternal opposites? Sigh, the Door God is a god with no desires, and yet he condensed two songs. Lalo is jumping up and down, seeking death for himself and others, but he can't even protect his own song of fire. The difference between gods is so huge. Dany said with a strange expression, "Why do you think that Mother Goddess has no desires?" Blynden shook his head again, revealing a strange red light in his eyes. Then Dany finally could not help but interrupt him. "Why are you being so smug? A few words of the law asterisk 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 law 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 asterisk asterisk glory, communicating telepathically. You can see what I'm willing to show you without using your eyes. Blynden's lowered head froze in midair. Her milky white cheeks flushed red, and her expression was extremely awkward. After a while, he touched the red birthmark on his right cheek and said, "If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have noticed this habit of mine. Before the first Blackfire Rebellion and before my left eye went blind, I wasn't like this. At that time, my long hair covered my right cheek and eye, and I was used to seeing the world with my left eye." Dany's heart skipped a beat. She asked, "Because of a woman Shiliangshing? She thinks the birthmark on your face is ugly?" As the saying goes, a woman dresses up for the man she loves. If a man cared about his appearance, it was most likely because of a woman if the person he loved was a woman. Blynden blushed again. He looked at Dany in surprise and whispered, "You're so smart." In fact, Sheila Yangxing had only touched her lover's cheek after holding hands and said in a joking tone, "The blood crow on your face is really ugly and ferocious." She did not dislike Blynden's appearance. Words like this were common between lovers, however, Blynden's mind was more delicate. He kept Sheila's words in mind and tried his best not to show the red crow birthmark in front of her. Therefore, after his left eye went blind, he could only shake his hair. To see his lover's beautiful face and expression, he had to show his right eye. However, showing his right eye would also expose the birthmark on his right cheek. Therefore, he had a habit of shaking his hair when the person he was talking to had a change in tone. He would reveal his right eye to observe the other person's expression. After that, he would lower his head and let his long hair cover his cheek and eye. This was a habit that had been cultivated for decades. Before today, Blinden did not even notice it. Other people would have noticed it long ago. However, that was the blood crow with 1,001 eyes. The wizard blood crow, the kinslayer blood crow, the blood crow that almost caused a white terror in the 7 nations. It was an existence that could not be called by its name, other than the daring dragon queen, who would dare to complain that his habit was too shameless. Why didn't Sheila Yangxing marry you? As a matter of fact, the dragon queen even dared to stab him in the heart in front of the Duke of the Blood Crow. Why are you asking this? Blinden frowned and asked. I'm concerned about the family history, Danny said seriously. Blinden was cooked by Danny's great-grandfather. He was already 58 years old and had become an old man. Sheila Yangxing was about the same age. Logically speaking, no matter how playful Sheila was, after spending her whole life fooling around, she was almost an old woman. She should have found a spare tire that she liked and settled down. However, the two of them remained unmarried. Even the people of the 7 nations knew that Blinden had proposed to Sheila multiple times. This was a little abnormal. However, it could also be because of the genes in their bloodline. Targaryens had crazy men and loose women. They were all weirdos. Westeros had 7 kingdoms, 1 royal territory, and 8 great families. If one were to talk about which family had the most loose women, Targaryen was definitely first, Dornmartel was second, and the Iron Islands was third. Stark had the blood of the running wolf. There were a few princesses who eloped with wild men. However, they were passionate but not promiscuous. They were very loyal and had the best upbringing among the 8 great families. The so-called good upbringing did not depend on the number of boyfriends she had, but the number of boyfriends she had at the same time. For example, Rhaenys, who started the trend of noble ladies keeping gigolos, had a powerful conqueror husband. She also kept countless men. Another example would be Blinden Riverwind's lover, Sheila Yangxing. How extravagant was Blinden Riverwind! However, his girlfriend still kept several lovers at the same time while dating him. It was said that even cold Iron Igor Riverwind had an affair with Sheila. I don't want to talk about this with you. Blinden glanced coldly at Danny and said in an emotionless voice, If you are not interested in the Frost God, let's talk about Jon Snow. All right, continue. How did the Door God become the Frost God? Danny shrugged and chuckled. The Mother Goddess is not without desires. On the contrary, her wish is too great. It is beyond the understanding of ordinary people. What wish? Danny asked curiously. To save this world. It is indeed a little hard to understand. The ones who want to destroy the world are the deviant ghosts. The deviant ghosts were created by the Frost God. The relationship between the Frost God and her. However, she really sacrificed herself to build the miraculous Great Wall. On one hand, she was the savior of the world, and on the other, she was the great demon who destroyed the world. Could it be that she had schizophrenia? Danny's mouth twitched. Blinden said, The one who destroyed the world was neither the Frost God nor the Mother Goddess. Our world was falling in the first place. The transition from the high-energy state to the low-energy state of the universe. The long night is just the appearance of the world's calamity. This theory seems... Danny frowned. It seemed that the old man in the river had said something similar. I have the memories of countless generations of Green Prophet. I know how powerful they were. They broke the Dorn Arm and formed the open sea. They caused a flood to flood the continent and cut it in half. Thousands of miles of forest turned into swamps, separating the northern territory and the southern continent. Blinden sighed. In theory, after generations of inheritance, the Green Prophet today is stronger than 10,000 years ago. However, I am powerless to guide the magic tide and use such forbidden magic. How does the door god plan to save the world? Danny asked. Blindin said, "Es God came from the void outside the world." He told the mother goddess that the end of the world's fall would be the same as the land of nothingness, where he existed cold, dead and dark. Since that's the case, why don't we use the time when the state of the universe is lowered and the laws of the world are loosened to reforge the world, establish new laws, and establish a new development path for the world? In other words, we will destroy the living beings under the sun and build a cold, dark, and frozen new world. As you think, the long night will be the normal state of the new world, and the other ghosts will be the main living beings of the new era. The mother goddess, who draws power from the cold and darkness, agreed with Es God's point of view and chose to merge with him. The ancient Es God became the frost god, one of the old gods. Is the frost god crazy? The deviant ghosts can't even reproduce, and their thoughts and actions are controlled by the deviant ghost king. The new humans are the same as the new worlds. They are frozen and have no life or vitality. They can't avoid the end of their lives. Danny's mouth twitched. Who told you that the other ghosts can't reproduce? Haven't you heard of the legend of the Night King? That Night King is just an ordinary night guardian who married another ghost as his wife. I don't know if he has any children. Even if it's like the legends outside the Great Wall, the other ghosts and humans can give birth to half-human, half-ghost monsters. The human beings have to participate in the process. However, the process of reproduction requires the participation of humans. Deviants are just parasites of humans. How can they create a new world independently? Danny asked. Sigh, 10,000 years ago, there was a green prophet who used Es God's knowledge to transform himself into an independent other ghost. Now, you study the basis of the other ghost's meditation and create a new meditation method to trap the faceless. 10,000 years later, the meditation method will be upgraded and become perfect, and the other ghosts will become new humans. Why can't they? If that's the case, why are you still struggling? Go and embrace the new world, Danny said. I'm a living being under the sun. Just like the first long night, the green prophet, the son of the forest, saw the future of his race and was unwilling to be eliminated by the new era. He tried to use the other ghosts to eliminate the main characters of the new era humans. I also don't want warm-blooded creatures to be replaced by ice other ghosts. The mother goddess of the wind was born from the wind and sun. She also wants to see the world prosper and last forever. The mother goddess of darkness and the mother goddess of the wind have different methods, but their goal is the same: to save the world. However, the mother goddess of the wind has hope for the future and believes that one day a savior will be born to stop the world from falling. The mother goddess of darkness believes that as the world falls, the main characters of the era will be weaker with each generation. If even the true gods can't do it, it's useless even if a savior comes. Danny frowned and said, You schemed against me before. Do you think that the reincarnation of Yasuo and Ahai can stop the world from falling? Even I don't dare to think about it. Not to mention the son of prophecy. Even Lalo can't do anything. In the Dragon Queen's heart, there was a formula. Dragon Queen, Sheep Egg, Lalo, Yasuo, and Ahai, Jon Snow, in order of weakening. Even she, who stood at the top of the food chain, had no idea how to stop the world from falling. Why? Everyone knew that Jon Snow knew nothing. If the world's fall is similar to falling from a building, our world will fall from the 10th floor to the 7th floor. It can last for at least another 5 or 6 eras. However, the long night is imminent. If we fail, winter will stay forever and the sun will disappear forever. In other words, we are facing two enemies. One is the falling world, and the other is the frost god's transformation of the world into a long night. The son of prophecy has a slim chance of stopping the world's fall, but according to the established trajectory, he will definitely be able to end the third long night. Unfortunately, you are the most important link in fate, but you jumped out of fate. The future is chaotic, and no one can see it clearly, Blindin said helplessly. Haha, Just like you said, the son of the forest is unwilling to wither in the new era, so he created other ghosts in a vain attempt to change fate. As a warm-blooded living spirit, you don't want other ghosts to replace humans, so you put in so much effort. All of you are unwilling to be manipulated by fate, but you want me to obey fate, and it's the dog's hit fate that you created. Isn't that a joke? Danny sneered. You won, you changed fate. As the three-eyed crow, I am very depressed and angry. However, as Blind in Riverwind, I am very happy for you. Blindin smiled with admiration. Then he frowned and said, I don't have much time left. Let's get to the main topic. Chapter 577. Don't be hasty. I have one last question. Danny waved her hand and said, Was the first long night really created by the Green Prophet to destroy the human race? Blindin sighed and said helplessly, The arrival of the long night is a sign of the world's energy level falling. It has nothing to do with the other ghosts or the frost god. I'm sure you've noticed that the other ghosts have never disappeared. They become active with the arrival of the long night, but it's not their activity that brings about the long night. Of course, the long night is not completely unrelated to the other ghosts. The two complement each other. The arrival of the long night makes the other ghosts active. The other ghosts active makes the long night last. If the other ghosts are not destroyed, the long night will continue. In the end, the frost god will successfully modify the world's laws of the new era, and the world will enter an eternal long night. Perhaps our falling world will stop falling and maintain a balance with the surrounding, outside the world. That's the frost god's goal. Perhaps the speed will not change and it will continue falling. Or perhaps it will fall to the bottom. No one can be sure of the final outcome of the frost god's plan to change the world. However, no matter what the outcome is, all living beings under the sun will die. However, in the beginning, even the Green Prophet did not know the relationship between the other ghosts and the long night. They naively thought that the other ghosts were similar to the animal companions of shapeshifters. They could be controlled and ordered around without affecting the world. In the end, the frost god is the mother god that we believe in. The Green Prophet believed in her and obtained new magical knowledge from her. Hence, the first Green Prophet turned himself into a other ghost, and the situation started to spiral out of control. So, the frost god lied to you? But there are still many ancestors who believe in her, said Danny with a frown. Rather than saying that the frost god lied to the Green Prophet, it's better to say that the Green Prophet lied to his people. Don't look at how difficult it is to birth a Green Prophet now. Back then, there were several Green Prophets among the ancestors and the children of the forest. The Green Prophet is a talent, while the three-eyed crow is an identity. The difference between the two is huge. For example, Bran and I are different. In the past, I was the three-eyed crow, and Bran was someone who simply activated the talent of the Green Prophet. At that time, Bran was a complete Stark. He had no interest in saving the world or protecting all living beings. If Bran felt that the Frost God's long night plan was a good idea, he could become the Frost God's servant. After all, the Frost God was an old god, the Mother Goddess. However, the three-eyed crow would never accept the teachings of the cold god. The soul imprint that had been passed down for 1,000,000 years had carved the responsibility of protecting all living beings into the three-eyed crow's soul. Let's not talk about kinship. If the Mother Goddess endangers the world, or if sacrificing the Mother Goddess can save the world, we will not hesitate to send the Mother Goddess on her way. Fuck, this is too tyrannical, too rebellious. Even though Danny already understood the brainwashing characteristic of the three-eyed crow's inheritance, she was still dumbfounded. The reason for that was because the three-eyed crow was a man of his word, and he had really sent the gate god on his way in order to build the Great Wall. This, Danny suddenly didn't hate Blindin so much for trying to distort her mind. Would you hate a computer program that doesn't have any personal feelings? Hate is useless. Will Bran plot against me like you did in the past? She asked warily. Even if he needs you, he won't attack you for the time being. He hasn't completed the last step of the inheritance, Blynden said. Tell me, what else do you need from me? Dany gritted her teeth and asked, Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Can the three-eyed crow's inheritance be ended? Dany asked. It's useless even if you kill Bran and me. The earth and trees have recorded everything. In truth, there was the Green Prophet's empty window that appeared for 100 years before me. I didn't have a teacher, and all my inheritance came from the dark, empty, and cold roots of the earth and trees, Blynden said. Sigh, you're amazing. I admit defeat. She really couldn't stay in this lousy place like the Westeros. In truth, with your current strength and growth speed, there's no one who can plot against you silently anymore. When you get my gift and fully develop your talent, what treasure? Dany asked. A bowl of weirwood seeds, Blynden said. Are weirwood seeds very precious? Can they develop a person's potential? Dany asked doubtfully. Weirwood was considered rare in the south of Neck Lake, but it was just a normal tree in the north. It could be seen everywhere beyond the Great Wall. They're not normal seeds. You'll understand once you eat them. I'm sure that you've guessed it. We need your help. If the seeds are ineffective, you can leave at any time, Blynden said. You want me to save Jon Snow? I'm afraid that you've made the wrong decision. I can't do it, even though I've revived Big Sparrow. His situation is too special. Jon Snow doesn't even believe in the 7 gods, Dany said as she shook her head. You've guessed correctly. It's for Jon. Blynden shook his head and glanced at Dany with a single eye that shone with a strange light. He lowered his head out of habit, but when his hair covered the right side of his face, his movements suddenly froze. He thought of what the Dragon Queen had said before, shameless. He wasn't shameless, but he was too embarrassed to show his weakness and inferiority, even though he would never admit it. Just like that, his neck stiffened. His red right eye looked straight into the eyes of the person in front of him and said meaningfully, You didn't revive him completely with your power. If there's no difference between before and after the revival, why do you want him to die? Dany widened her eyes and said with a trembling voice, Let him die? You did it. Fate's arrangement is the same as yours. Just like how you escaped from fate, we also plan to change Jon's fate, Blynden said faintly. Speak clearly. What exactly is Jon Snow? Dany asked in a low voice. Fate has already changed. There's no point in talking about things that will never happen again, Blynden said. At least I'll understand who's an enemy and who's a friend. Dany said coldly, There's no love without reason in this world. Those who arrange fate will only make choices that are beneficial to themselves. Your power and talent are destined to be coveted by others. Everyone is your enemy, Blynden said solemnly. Tell me the original fate, Dany insisted. Blynden frowned and said nothing. Dany looked at him with a determined expression. Blynden looked away and sighed. You will fall in love with Jon. For him, for the people of the 7 kingdoms, you will sacrifice yourself willingly, offering your flesh and soul to activate the Lightbringer. Jon will end the long night with his sword. He will also inherit your dragon, become the new king of the 7 kingdoms, and start a new Targaryen dynasty. Yes, just as Ymont thought. Jon is also Targaryen, the son of Rhaegar and Lyanna, the true child of prophecy. For a while, Blynden did not hear the Dragon Queen roaring and cursing. She did not ride the white dragon over to fight with him. She only tilted her head and pondered with a strange expression. It was a little abnormal. Blynden was puzzled. After a while he heard her say, Why does it sound so similar to the story of Yasuo and Yahai forging swords? History has been repeating itself. After 8,000 years, the Lightbringer has lost its original divine power and needs to be reactivated. You should be able to understand. Last time in Dark Castle, you already activated it with your magic and soul power. Blynden's expression and tone were careful, for fear of activating a certain someone's ancestral rage of the sleeping dragon. Danny was not angry and could only ask curiously, "There is a soul in that magic sword. Is it Yasuo's, Yahai's, or his wife's?" She was indeed not angry. She would never learn from Nisa Nisa and give her soul to a scumbag. Nisa Nisa sounded like, "You're stupid, you're stupid." She was not stupid, since she and the original owner were two different people. Was there a need for her to let other people's matters affect her mood? At most, she would continue to dig a deep hole for Wu in the future. She forgot that poor Wu had already fallen into the hole she had dug and lost his head. "Do you believe in reincarnation?" Blynden asked. "Didn't the Asha prophecy always claim that the savior is the reincarnation of Yasuo's Yahai?" Danny said, if it was in a classical Xianxia world, Danny would take it for granted that there was reincarnation, but Westerners did not like it and reincarnation was not popular. The reason was simple. Your soul had already seen God, gone to heaven, and was enjoying unparalleled eternal happiness. What was the point of reincarnating? Easterners hoped for a good reincarnation in their next life. Westerners did not ask for an afterlife, only a good life. After death, God would arrange things, go to hell or go to heaven. Sure enough, Blynden shook his head and said, "There has never been a true reincarnation in the world. The authority of the world of death is controlled by many death gods, just like how Westeros have hundreds of dukes. The frost god controls the most power of death, like a king on an iron throne. Lalo controls a part of the world of death, like one of the 7 dukes. Perhaps in the future, you can become a stranger and occupy a place in the Death Kingdom, becoming a duke. But none of the death gods can let a dead soul obtain a brand new life imprint. The dead soul can be resurrected and even reincarnated in another body similar to Destiny, but they can't obtain a brand new life imprint. So, if Jon Snow wants to become the reincarnation of Yasuo's Yahai, he has to die once? When the King of Light revives him, he will use Yasuo's and Yahai's souls to replace Jon's soul." Danny said in shock. "Something like that. But it's not like a turtle dove taking over a magpie's nest, but a fusion of the two. On the surface, Jon will lose some of his memories and emotions and gain some more fetishes. But in the eyes of ordinary people, this is just the after effects of his resurrection. They won't think that he is fundamentally different from before. But you, me, and Jon are not ordinary people. We can understand that the two have already undergone a qualitative change. It's even greater than the change between Caitlin Tully and Madame Stoneheart. Madame Stoneheart only lost a part of her soul, but Jon will not only lose a part, but also gain a part. The next three-eyed crow, Bran, is the same as us. He doesn't want his family to become another person. Although Jon is my nephew, if Yasuo Yahai takes over his body in order to save the world, it'll be the family's fortune," Danny said unkindly. Blynden's expression twisted. After a long while, he sighed and said, "If you don't change fate first, then you will follow the path of the world, Bran, and I will even ensure that Jon becomes the reincarnation of Yasuo Yahai in order to save the world according to the established path." As expected of the heartless three-eyed crow. How ruthless! Since you don't want to follow Lalo's script, then don't let Jon die. What's the point of going back and forth? Danny complained. "Have you ever thought about what Yasuo Yahai's soul can bring to Jon?" Blynden said meaningfully. "The life of a savior, Providence?" Danny mocked. "Providence?" Blynden chewed on this word for a long while before he understood it. "Maybe there really is Providence." He nodded and said sternly, "We looked for you to help Jon seize Yasuo Yahai's mandate of heaven." "How will you do it?" Danny asked in surprise. "You once used a wizard spell to erase my soul. Do you still remember?" Blynden's red eyes flickered with a dazzling scarlet radiance, which showed his intense mental ripples. Both of them were just soul projections, but he still took several steps forward, closed the distance between them, and lowered his voice. It was as if he was afraid that a third person would eavesdrop on them. The three-eyed crow's soul's strength and tenacity are far greater than Yasuo Yahai's remnant soul. Even Lalo is inferior to us. Since you can erase my soul and take the green prophet meditation technique from my soul, you can also easily erase Yasuo Yahai's remnant soul's consciousness and leave the mandate of heaven to John. Do you want to trap Lalo? Danny was shocked by Blinden's audacity and ambition. Is the green prophet close to the Light King? Blinden sneered coldly. Chapter 578. The King of Light, Hlo, viewed all other gods and churches as enemies. The red-robed lady burned the heart tree and the forest of divine trees. The red-robed lady burned the statues of the 7 gods. The red-robed lady burned the statues of the Anami. The red-robed lady burned the barbarians who believed in the old gods. The red-robed lady burned. The King of Light, Rulalar, was extremely arrogant. In the teachings of the Red God Church, other than Rulalar, all other believers were heretics. The red-robed lady and the Red God believers under Urlu burned everything along the way. They burned everything that was related to ES God. Moreover, the Red God Church preached the theory of good and evil. Alalalo was the god of light and life, a good god. His mortal enemy, the Frost God, was the god of darkness, ice, and death, the source of evil. The Frost God was the old god, and the Green Prophet was the priest of the old god. That was why the red-robed Lady Melisandre had always treated the three-eyed crow as the proxy of the Frost God. That was why Blinden had a reason to trick Lalo. John was originally a believer of the old god, and he was even blessed by the Mother Goddess. He was given the green spring water, and he had the best transfiguration talent. But once he was revived by Lalo, he would immediately become the son of the Red God. If fate had arranged it this way, we could have endured it for the sake of the big picture. But you have already broken the prophecy, so why don't we change it? Blinden asked. That's reasonable, but the problem is that you still need the Light King's help to revive Jon Snow, right? Borrowing other people's divine power to revive Jon while seizing other people's savior. That's not fair, Denny said. Blinden looked at the righteous Dragon Queen and sneered. I hope that when Yesor Yahai stabs the light messenger into your heart, you will still remember what you said today. What do you mean? Didn't you say that fate has changed? Danny asked with a frown. Blinden showed a mocking smile and said, Your power is beyond the three-eyed crow's control, so you naturally jumped out of the future that the three-eyed crow chose. But when you asked me who was your enemy, I told you clearly that everyone is your enemy. Only you can hatch dragons. Only you have awakened the legendary Valeglia's top-notch bloodline, and only you are the Holy Spirit at the end of this era. Your bloodline, soul, and talent, and even your future is what everyone is afraid of and coveted. You are the Dragon Queen of the gods, if I wasn't a Targaryen as well. If I hadn't recovered my will, I wouldn't have left this opportunity to you. Dragon King. I lies Dragon King God was Dragon King. Valia people, song of Valia people, and he was song was sealed people for several thousand years. I have 5 dragons, and I will soon become a demigod. I also have 5,000 iron soldiers. I don't even fear the Alliance army and Balerion, so why should I fear him? Danny would still be on guard against Lalo regardless of Blinden's warning. In other words, she would be on guard against anyone who was strong enough to hurt her. For example, the three-eyed crow swore in the name of the old god and the door god that he would not violate the guest's rights and harm her. So, will you do it or not? Blinden asked straightforwardly. Of course, Danny said straightforwardly. I have nothing to do with Lalo. If the price you pay is appropriate, why wouldn't I do it? At the end of the day, you're just bargaining with me like a street vendor? Brinden was speechless. You want me to cooperate with you, to trick a true god. Can I not be more careful? Danny said confidently. Brinden sighed and said helplessly, Only the Green Prophet has the right to enjoy weirwood seeds. Giving you a share is already a sign that I'm taking into account that we are both Targaryens. What else do you want? Trust me, The three-eyed crow and the children of the forest are very poor. There is nothing else worth your concern. Hee. Where do the weirwood seeds come from? Do you have the door god's, true god's body? Danny said with a chuckle. The ginseng fruit was sweet and fragrant, but the ginseng fruit tree was the root, right? A cold red light flashed in Blindin's single eye. Do you think it's possible? There really is? I remember that after the door god fused with a tender branch and Brandon plucked it, the tree trunk withered. Danny said in surprise. You. Blindin looked at her in surprise and bewilderment. There was deep resentment in his eyes as he said, Why do you not believe in the mother goddess when she dotes on you so much? Why? Danny was puzzled. The mother goddess sang the song of wind to you and brought you back to 8,000 years ago, didn't she? Blindin widened his eyes and gritted his teeth. It seemed like he wanted to eat her. What's wrong with that? You are not a follower of the old god. Blindin said heavily. Hee. Do you think that the door god needs followers? Do you think that everything of the old god belongs to you because you believe in the old god? Don't think too highly of yourself. You can't use your feelings to kidnap the true god. Danny sneered. Think too highly of myself? Blindin seemed like he was greatly insulted. He roared angrily. You are insulting the Green Prophet, insulting the followers of the first citizens, and insulting the old god. Forget it. I don't want to argue with you. If you really want to know the reason, you can ask the door god yourself. Danny waved her hand. She did not want to argue with a fanatic on the issue of faith. I don't expect the door god to have a body. I'm just curious. I want to see where the weirwood seeds grow. She gave her condition. She did not even know the location of the peach garden. How could she steal the peach? When Blindin died, Bran would go south to participate in the Seven Kingdoms tour. Wouldn't the shelter be empty? If the weirwood seeds were effective enough for her to take the risk, then they followed the squirrel person, Yezi, through many twists and turns. They passed by several dark and rapid underground rivers and avoided 30 to 40 dark, bottomless pits and mysterious shafts. After walking for more than 2 hours in this cave that was forgotten by the world and frozen in time, they finally saw the weirwood seeds. It was a stone room that was as big as a single bedroom. The walls were covered with white weirwood roots, which looked like pale veins that grew on the rocks. The roots were decorated with clusters of bright red and delicate blood-hand leaves. Between the vines, there were sparse fruits that shone with red light. They were crystal clear and the size of a thumb. There were dark blood patterns on the surface, like blood tumors. In the dark stone cave, they glowed with a demonic red light, like the evil stars in the dome of hell. Weirwood seeds look like this. Danny looked at Deshiong. Deshiong stepped forward and put his eyes in front of a fruit. He looked at it carefully for a moment and even touched it with his hand. Other than being a little bigger, the color has changed from milky white to dark red, and it's glowing. It's no different from ordinary weirwood seeds. Do ordinary weirwood seeds have the effect of activating talents? Danny turned to Yezi. Have you seen weirwood seeds before? The squirrel person asked. No. Danny shook her head. Weirwood seeds are very rich. I've lived for so long, but I've only seen my heart tree bear fruit once. There are many weirwood trees growing on Bear Island, but only the heart tree bears fruit. The number is very small, only 30, but no one eats them. They're all scattered on the hills to grow new weirwood. Deshiong said, 30 is already quite a lot. Yezi pointed to the vines on the wall. Count them. Are there 30? 19, Chui Luo blurted out. Yezi said softly, the world is balanced. The gods gave us a long life, but they didn't allow us to have the fertility of humans in order to prevent us from overbreeding like deer in the jungle without the threat of wolves. But compared with weirwood, the life of the children of the forest is as short as a mayfly by the water. If the eternal weirwood only bears seeds once a year like ordinary trees, There would be no space left for other plants to grow in the world after millions of years. In this way, weirwood shouldn't have seeds. I know that weirwood can multiply by layering, and a tree can multiply a forest. For example, the forest above our heads with a radius of several kilometers probably originated from the same tree. Also, look at how tenacious the weirwood is. It can even sprout and grow branches in rock pits hundreds of meters underground. Danny exclaimed. No matter how strong the weirwood is, it's a fact that it's almost extinct in the south of Neck Lake, Yezi said sadly. Sigh, the Undulls shouldn't have burned weirwood. Even if they don't believe in the old gods, weirwood furniture can be passed down for tens of thousands of years. If the weirwood business is developed, the Westeros will have an inexhaustible gold mine. Danny sighed. Please don't blaspheme the gods on the altar, Squirrel said angrily. Do you know what the plant that rules the world is? Wheat, because humans can't live without it. If one day humans rely on weirwood like wheat, believe it or not, the whole world will be covered by weirwood. Any existence can only continue to survive if it shows its value to the mainstream society. Weirwood is like this, and so are giants and children of the forest. Danny looked at Squirrel meaningfully. Squirrel had traveled the 7 countries for hundreds of years, and he wasn't a simple flower. He immediately replied, if they lose their characteristics, what's the difference between that and death? Danny smiled and shook her head, saying, even the world is changing, but the creatures living in the world are delusional to think that they will never change. Squirrel's clear cat eyes flashed with a hint of confusion, but it only lasted for a moment before he said indifferently, everyone has the right to choose. This is the altar. You've seen what you wanted to see. Let's go back. How many fruits are you planning to give me? Danny asked. Squirrel rummaged through the cave and found a wooden bowl. He plucked all 19 red fruits and placed them in the bowl. All for you. So generous. Danny said in surprise. When the fruits were plucked, the light on the surface disappeared. Instead, it turned from blood red to milky white. It was very magical. There was even a blood-red liquid that flowed out of the fruit. Leaf held the bowl and received all the dripping blood. It was like drizzling red sugar on the surface of milk jelly, emitting a bitter, walnut-like taste. Bran has already eaten it. Leaf's cat eyes flashed with a strange light. Also, Lord Blinden said that thieves don't care. The next time the weirwood seeds ripen, it will be at least 100 years. Danny was so thick-skinned. Did he want to embarrass her with these words? No way. That makes sense. The caves here extend in all directions and connect to the entire area beyond the Great Wall. What if a free person or a giant sneaks in and steals the fruits? You might as well give them all to me. Dragon Queen agreed with Squirrel's words naturally. Let's go. Squirrel said with a wooden face. Danny stood still. The dragon's soul entered her body, and her round pupils elongated into vertical slits. Her gaze swept over every cluster of leaves and vine. Suddenly, her face lit up. She took a few steps forward and pointed at a tree trunk, saying, "Give this to me too." Chapter 579. Megalosaurus could see many things that humans couldn't. Danny's eyes were still her eyes, but it was indeed Dahe's point of view. Dahe was using her eyes to see the world. What do you want it for? Leaf's cat eyes flashed with confusion. It was a white tree trunk as thick as an arm. It seemed that the top of the tree had been cut off a long time ago. It was only about 5 meters long, and there was a lump at the top. The trunk was like white bones, and there were 4 or 5 small and delicate bloody hand leaves growing on the surface. It was like a sweet potato bought from the supermarket and left aside for a long time. Spore would grow on it. All the trunks grew from the roots, except for this one. The roots seemed to be inside the rock and were not exposed. But it could also be imagined that the roots must be very thick. The vine-like trunks here were very slender. The thin ones were as thick as chopsticks, and the thick ones were as thick as a thumb. This tree trunk was like a crane in a flock of chickens in the stone room. I can feel the huge magic power in it. I can wrap the hilt with skin, draw the core out to make a wand, and use the outer shell to make a scabbard, Dany said. She didn't hide her thoughts. Except for her little brother, no one here was a magic idiot. Weirwood grew slowly, and this trunk was so thick that it must have a long history. The Green Prophet and the Squirrel Man would not ignore its value. Seeing the Squirrel Man's unhappy face, Dany immediately added, I know that cutting and burning weirwood is taboo for you, but it is traditional to use weirwood branches as weapons. This is the altar. It's different, Leaf said. Weirwood from other places is not good enough for me. Dany shook her head and entered the state of Song of Wind. She used the wind to send her voice into the Squirrel Man's ears and said meaningfully, You should understand what this means, right? Only I am qualified to use it as a weapon. Leaf looked up at Dany, and her cat eyes were full of shock. After a while, she stepped back and said, Okay, you can take it away, but you can't use a sharp weapon. Break it with my hand? I have the strength, but it may cause the branch to split. Dany frowned and asked. No, you put your hand on the trunk and sing to it, Leaf said. What song? Song of Wind? I won't, Dany said. It's not the Song of Wind. Leaf shook his head and said a song in the ancient language. Dany was moved. This was not a song, but a sacrificial speech. She had heard it before. In Menshin's body, he had heard city builder Brandon Stark chant. After he chanted this sacrificial speech, the weirwood mother goddess fused with a twig and detached itself from the tree trunk, falling into Brandon's hand. In the northern region, the old gods had no priests, no pious prayers, no hymns, and even no worship ceremonies. His daily prayers were just like Ide Stark's, where he sat under the heart tree, wiping his sword and recited his thoughts. But the children of the forest are people who sing praises to the earth. At this moment, Dany was immersed in the wind song state. She closed her eyes and also began to sing. Although the centaurs and white knights did not understand, they felt that the Dragon Queen's voice was mellow and her tone was bleak with a heavy sense of history. She sang really well. Dany herself ascended in the song. Her spiritual power entered the tree trunk, then into the roots and spread out in the depths of the earth. It was cold, dark, and full of vitality. She went deep into the dark underground river and into the vast and boundless underground ocean. Suddenly, she came to a shaft. She went down, down, down and down, never reaching the bottom. She also went through an ancient passage. She did not know how deep it was, nor how far it was. There was a stone cave where there were a few skeletons lying on the stone wall. Crack. A crisp sound pulled her back to reality. Looking down, the tree trunk had fallen off from the stone wall and landed heavily in her hand. I just followed the roots and went deep into the ground. I can travel 1,000 miles with a single thought, but there seems to be no end. Up, down, left, right, in all directions, there is no end. How big is this shelter? On the way back, Dany curiously asked the Squirrel Man beside her. The river is deep and turbulent, flowing all the way down to the underground ocean where the sun can't reach. The tunnels are long and rugged, never ending. The bottomless pits and mysterious shafts lead straight to the center of the earth. Leaf shook his head and sighed. No one knows how big this place is. We have lived here for millions of years, but there are still many places that we have not explored. Millions of years? Were there humans back then? Bevo's, who was carrying the weirwood tree trunk, mumbled. Westeros only have giants and children of the forest. I don't know about the situation on the other side of the narrow sea, the Squirrel Man said. Why not go to the warm and sunny south? This place is dark, cold, and damp. It's very uncomfortable to live here, Ursa said. That's such a lousy question. Dany glanced at Ursa and said in annoyance, They definitely want to go to the south, but will the Undulls and the King of the Ancestors allow it? On the way back, they met dozens of squirrel men with big eyes, big ears, and deerskin. Most of them sat around the fire, holding wooden bowls and spoons as they ate dinner. It was very simple. Stewed mushrooms, grilled fish, and blood-colored soup with the aroma of onions and barley. Gulp, gulp. In the quiet cave, the fat eunuch's belly made an awkward sound. 4 or 5 squirrel men looked over with wide eyes. The bonfire reflected a curious light on the surface of their eyeballs. "You still have barley and onions here?" Danny coughed softly. "We stored a lot of oats, barley, and dried fruits in the summer, but the onions are grown in the cave," Leaf said. "How many children of the forest are left in the shelter? Is there enough food to get through the night?" Danny asked. "There are only about 60 of our people left. There's never been a shortage of food." The squirrel man sighed. After a few words, they had already returned to Blindon's cave. There were also squirrel men eating with the Lee siblings and Adu. When Danny and the others looked for tree roots to sit down by the fire, a white-haired squirrel man spoke Origin language and brought them a large wooden bowl carved from weirwood. The bowl was also blood-colored soup boiled with barley, onions, and pieces of meat. Danny smiled and thanked him. She took the bowl and spoon and held the bowl while waiting for Beavos to eat first. "It tastes good. It's fresh and refreshing," the fat eunuch said. Although Beavos wasn't poisoned, Danny still didn't eat it. The broth was bright red and looked like blood. Even if Leaf explained that it was weirwood sap, she still felt nauseous. She gave the soup bowl to the fat eunuch. She took out her wineskin and drank while eating the grilled fish. "Do you drink?" They didn't come empty-handed. They brought jerky, sakama, and fruit wine with them. It's sakama. It was a deep-fried, compressed biscuit with sugar and sesame seeds. It was high in sugar and oil. It could be boiled as soup during the march. "Dragon Queen, can you give me a cup?" When Danny personally carried the wineskin and poured wine for the children of the forest who surrounded them, a short and thin girl came over. Brown hair, a pair of bright green eyes, like a summer lake, pale cheeks, slightly rough skin, and relatively ordinary facial features. She was less than 5 meters tall, but very slim. Of course, the places that should be perky were also very flat. Dry fried string beans. She looked at Danny's eyes and explained, "My brother is sick. A cup of wine may make him feel better." "Drinking wine is not good for the illness at all," Danny said, but still filled her wooden bowl with orange fruit wine. "He's very uncomfortable," the green-eyed thin girl said. "What's your name?" Danny asked curiously. "Mara Lyde, daughter of Lord Holland Lyde of Greywater Hope. My brother is called Jujin." Green-eyed Mara walked to the campfire and put the bowl to the lips of the small boy wrapped in thick fur. The boy was even thinner than Mara. If not for the maturity in his light green eyes, Danny would have thought he was a child. "I'll do it myself." Jujin took the bowl and said weakly, "What illness?" Danny asked curiously. "I'm not sick," Jujin said. "But your sister said you're sick," Danny said. "My body is weak." "No, there's a problem with your soul." Danny sensed that Jujin's spirit was very weak, and his soul fire was about to be extinguished. "I'm fine," Jujin said softly. Danny smiled faintly. "You're weak and listless. Have you been attacked recently?" This was the sanctuary. Who could attack a guest of the Green Prophet? "No one attacked me." Jujin put down the empty bowl and collapsed on the haystack with drunken eyes. "What's wrong with your brother?" Danny looked at the sad string beans. "He wants to go home, but he's stupid and doesn't want to go against fate," Mara said with red eyes. "What fate?" "My brother has the green vision. He can enter the green dream." The green vision was similar to the dragon dream. It could make prophetic dreams. Those dreams were also called green dreams. Dreamwalker, Danny's ability, was similar to Jojin's. The Dreamwalker was a castrated version of the dragon spirit, while the green vision was a castrated version of the green prophet. Jujin could not find animal companions like the green prophet, nor could he communicate with trees. However, his prophetic abilities were stronger than the green prophet's. Just like Dany, she was not a dragon spirit, but her prophetic abilities were unparalleled in Valeglia. She directly predicted the great cataclysm in Valeglia. The green dream will come true. Zhu Jian dreamed of his own death. The time of his death is right after he helped the brand to come here. He's about to die, sob. The swamp person Mara started crying. Adieu, adieu. The Bran, who was wearing Adu's skin, had an anxious expression as he called out. Dany felt that he wanted to hug the swamp girl. What did the three-eyed crow say? She asked. He didn't say anything. I came all the way here because I thought that the three-eyed crow could help him. Mara shook her head sadly. Your brother is sick. Dany said with certainty. What sickness? Mara was confused. Idiot. If his death is predicted, he should try his best to avoid it. However, he's waiting for his death with a dejected expression. He's not facing his fate calmly. He's following the script and trying his best to create his own death. Dany mocked her. The green dream will come true. Fate cannot be changed, Mara muttered. Let's not talk about the others. It's easy for your brother to change his fate. How can he change it? Mara's wide green eyes shone with hope. The squirrel person Leaf, who was drinking, looked over curiously with his brown cheeks flushed red. Zhu Jian was the only one who seemed to have given up. He laid on the grass and did not even open his eyes. If you predict that you'll die in a certain way in the future, but you don't have the courage to fight against fate, you might as well be a coward and slap fate in the face. You'll kill yourself in another way in advance. Dany said calmly. Ha ha ha, Beworth likes the queen. That's what you should do. Slap fate in the face, huh? The fat eunuch hugged the big wooden bowl and laughed happily. Dany, eat the weirwood seeds while they're still fresh. Once you're done, go to the Great Wall immediately. Blindon's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. This guy, Dany had a thought. She looked at Zhu Jian with a solemn gaze. What did Zhu Jian see in the green dream? Why do I have a feeling that Blindon doesn't want me to investigate this matter? What's the secret behind this? Perhaps Zhu Jian didn't die of grief. Chapter 580. The crescent moon was like a knife, and a cold light appeared on the snow. Winter had arrived. The days shortened, the nights lengthened, the sunlight was hazy, and the moonlight was quiet. The shelter did not follow the natural laws of the world above ground, so time flowed like water, one after another. Day and night alternated, winter and summer alternated, and time and space seemed to be frozen here. The empty and lonely underground world was like this a million years ago, and it was still like this a million years later. Everything was like an insect trapped in amber, eternal and unchanging. At noon, there was a fire in the cave. At midnight, after dinner, it was still the dim red light of the bonfire that lit up the small world. In the corner of the cave, on a bed made of dried leaves and hay, there were more than a dozen squirrel people lying crookedly. Some were snoring, some were singing in a messy tone, and some were talking nonsense. All of them were breathing with the smell of alcohol. The children of the forest drank, but their civilization was too primitive. The winemaking technology was easy to learn, but the social productivity of winemaking was not up to par. Winemaking wasted food, and the extreme north beyond the Great Wall was too bitter and cold. In the dead of night, the squirrel person Leaf brought a weirwood bowl for the Dragon Queen. 12 faces were carved on the bone-like wall of the bowl, like the faces on the heart tree. The bowl was filled with a sticky and pungent white paste with strands of red silk. The dark red silk should be weirwood sap, but under the light of the fire it looked like blood. It was like a bowl of fresh brain flowers. In this stone hall, which looked like the cave of Granny Tree Demon, Dany had the illusion that she was holding a human meat banquet. The smell is so strong, and it looks so disgusting. Dany frowned and said, This is a magic potion. Aren't all magic potions like this? Even the moon tea made by the witches of the forest is not refreshing and delicious, and the color is charming. Leaf said, Your Majesty, let Beworth try it, the fat eunuch said. Danny looked at the squirrel people. Lee frowned and said, I don't object to you testing the poison. But this bowl of weirwood paste has a very high magic energy level, and it has a miraculous effect on people with special talents. Ordinary people who eat it may really be no different from poison. I think I have a special talent. Blood Alliance guard Lecarlo patted his chest and said, What talent do you have? Why don't I know about it? Danny asked curiously. The centaur opened his eyes wide and shouted, Calixi, did you forget? Kalasari, I activated the Pegasus scar first. You even asked me to recite the Pegasus Bible and said that when I'm older, I'll go to the Pegasus City to become the high priest of the Pegasus religion. Danny's mouth twitched, but she did not refute. In terms of blade techniques, Ricardo was better than normal centaurs, but worse than his 2 Blood Alliance brothers. In terms of intelligence and strategy, he was far from Kuei Luo. In terms of ability to command the Kos tribe, he was inferior to Jogo and Eiji. Before this, Ricardo was only tall and sturdy, with 2 small mustaches by his lips. He looked a little taller than the other centaurs, and stayed by Danny's side to keep up appearances. Perhaps he was even better off than Cheetah. Her centaur maids, Jichi and Iri, both liked this donkey shit guy. The relationship between the young centaurs was complicated. All right, it's not complicated. It's just messy and rotten. However, after Danny launched the Pegasus religion, a modified version of the horse god religion, among the centaurs, Ricardo had the highest level of devotion. Danny joked that when he was older and retired, he could help her manage the Pegasus religion in the Pegasus religion. She did not expect Ricardo to remember this, and even set this as his goal. Does being a priest count as a talent? Danny asked Blinden. Let this centaur take a bite. We'll know after we try, Blood Crow said casually. From his tone and gaze, it was clear that centaurs were not much different from horses in his heart. Ricardo is my blood. How can I just try? Danny said angrily. Then don't try. This bowl of paste is harmless to you. The green prophet's vow to the mother goddess will never be broken, Blinden said impatiently. These words have no credibility coming from your mouth. Have you forgotten how you put on your black clothes? Danny sneered. 70 years ago, the Iron Throne lost its rightful heir after the mediocre king, Blackfire, Bright Flame Aeron, and many other Targaryen kings and princes. To avoid civil war, Blinden, who was the hand of the king at the time, decided to convene a great council to select a king. The selection of a king by the Great Council would not reduce the sanctity of the Iron Throne. Instead, it would increase the unity of the country. This was because the Iron Throne's royal power was inferior to that of the Emperor under the centralized system of the Great Celestial Dynasty. On the other side of the narrow sea, Demon Blackfire's son Ares received the news and wrote a letter to the Iron Throne, requesting to be one of the candidates. Blood Crow agreed and swore to ensure his safety. Ares Blackfire had the right to be a candidate because his bloodline was too noble. His grandparents, the mediocre king and defiant Diana, the elder sister of Saint Baylor, who was imprisoned in the Virgin House, were all direct descendants of the Targaryens. In the end, the moment the unlucky bastard stepped into the city gates of the King's Landing, Blood Crow caught up to him, arrested him, and beheaded him in public. Because Blood Crow had broken his oath, Dany's great-grandfather Aegon V, banished him to the Great Wall. At this moment, hearing the Dragon Queen's disdain, Blinden smiled bitterly and said, I served my country with sincerity, sacrificing my honor in exchange for the peace of the Westeros. Yet your great-grandfather, even if there is no me in the world, the Targaryen dynasty would have been destroyed in the chaos of the Black Fire. The 7 kingdoms would have been plagued by wars that would last for at least 100 years. Millions of people would have died, and you would not have been able to claim the throne today. No one knows how terrified Igor was when Ares Blackfire wrote a letter to the Great Council before the start of the king's selection. He secretly came to me and told me about the fear in his heart and his worries about the future. There is also Yamant. He is the smartest of camel sons. I and all the other vassals were prepared to choose him as the king. However, Igor, who seemed to be the most naive and the most powerless, immediately went to look for his elder brother. Not long after, Yamant gave up the throne himself. That fool deserved to suffer in the Great Wall for half a century. Danny, your great-grandfather Aegon V is the one with the least honor. The two white knights looked at each other. The centaur and the eunuch were confused. The cave fell into a dead silence. Danny had already guessed that the cheapskate great-grandfather, who was also known as the king who should not have become a king, must have had some tricks up his sleeves when he ascended the Iron Throne. However, she did not expect that fellow to be so similar to the style of the Celestial Empire. "This thing cannot be kept for long," said the Squirrel Man as he pointed at the wooden bowl placed in front of the Dragon Queen. "Let me do it. If something were to happen to you, Calixi, the Blood Brotherhood would not live for long," said Ricardo solemnly. Danny hesitated for a moment before she scooped up a small spoonful of paste and passed it to the centaur. The centaur opened his mouth wide and sucked the handle of the spoon into his mouth. "How is it?" asked Danny nervously. The Blood Brotherhood narrowed his eyes and sucked on the spoon for a while before saying, "It's a little bitter. It'll be better if you add some white sugar." The knights who were staring at him nervously almost fell over when they heard this. Big Bear asked with a dark expression, "Do you feel unwell?" "No." The centaur shook his head. Danny found another wooden spoon and scooped up a small spoonful before stuffing it into her mouth. Ricardo was right. It was a little bitter and hard to swallow. However, the bitter taste quickly turned into a strange sweetness, like a smoothie mixed with honey. Then it turned into other sweet tastes. In an instant, Danny recalled all the wonderful tastes she had experienced in her life. "Is this thing really the seed of a weirwood tree? Why does it look so similar to the Undying's night shadow water?" She had drunk the night shadow water that Haya had prepared before. It was also sticky, but the color was dark blue. The smell and taste in the mouth were also disgusting, like the combination of ink and rotten meat. After swallowing, the aftertaste was like the combination of all the tastes the drinker had tasted before. It was like the food in the God of Cookery anime that could stimulate the emotions of illusions after eating XXX. One would immediately feel like they were in love, something like that. "Is the night shadow water effective?" Asked the Squirrel Man. "It's effective. It can produce the most beautiful illusions and make one addicted," said Danny as she ate the paste. The Squirrel Man said, "Activating one's innate talent is the process of raising one's thoughts and willpower to a higher level. It's like a fish jumping out of the river. Of course, one would see the colorful scenery beyond the river. The night shadow water can also activate extraordinary innate talents. Different potions activate different innate talents. The night shadow water activates the innate talents of male sorcerers, while the weirwood tree paste is thousands of times more powerful. It can activate the power of holy spirits or sub-holy spirits in one's bloodline." Then the Squirrel Man asked, "Do you know what holy spirits are?" "It's the innate talent of listening to the Song of Laws." "I've heard someone say something similar. Tell me again and see what's the difference." Danny nodded. "Leaf said sub-holy spirits can only master the song of the world. Only real holy spirits can sing their own songs." "What's a three-eyed crow?" Danny asked. "It's at least a sub-holy spirit. I don't seem to have changed." At this moment, the paste in the bowl was almost finished by Danny, and even the illusions were suppressed by her powerful mental power. The weirwood tree paste can't give you power, and it won't change your bloodline. It only awakens your innate talent. No one knows if you don't try it. It's like a genius swordsman. If he doesn't practice the sword, who knows if he has the innate talent to become a great knight? Leaf's words made sense. Danny decided to rest in the cave for the night and set off early the next morning. Blindin was dissatisfied with this, but there was nothing he could do. Only 10 minutes later, Dani woke up from her cultivation and started looking for the wooden bowl. After she found it, she looked around, and while no one was paying attention, she quietly stuck out her tongue and used the spoon to lick the white and red paste on the bowl's walls. The three-eyed crow and leaf didn't lie to her. The weirwood tree paste really had a miraculous effect. First of all, her meditation foundation started operating more easily. It was like a top-notch computer in 2020 could play a AAA game in 2010. Secondly, her soul, which was originally full, started absorbing spiritual essence without limit. Finally, and most importantly, her second soul ring began to split. In Dani's soul space, the great wizard meditation technique's 9-colored vortex was at the center, and it was surrounded by the green prophet meditation technique. When the Megalosaurus was young, including the hatching stage, Dani had shared a dragon spirit with every dragon. But as the Megalosaurus grew up and formed its own consciousness, Dani couldn't take the initiative to share a dragon spirit with them. If the Megalosaurus ran into a fatal danger, it would ask its mother to save it. There was a dragon spirit soul channel between Dani and the Megalosaurus, but the channel was sealed when the Megalosaurus grew up. Now, Dani could once again sense the 3 sealed channels. She had a feeling that, as long as she wanted to, her second soul could split into 4 parts. Dani understood what this meant. She had been looking forward to this for a long time, and it was also the main reason why she took the risk to come to the area beyond the Great Wall. The era of the 5 dragon spirits was about to begin. Chapter 581. After eating the weirwood paste, Dani felt the connection with little green, little gold, and little red in the depths of her soul. Deep into her soul, she wanted to strengthen this connection. She wanted to become a dragon spirit with the 5 dragons. As she thought of this, the space of her consciousness immediately changed. In the center of her mind, the 9-colored vortex erupted like a volcano, spewing out a large amount of bright red soul matter. At the edge of her mind, the ring of the second soul shattered into countless green prophet runes. The green prophet runes were the steel framework, and the bright red soul matter was like bricks and tiles. In an instant, 4 houses were built. From the outside to the inside, they formed 4 rings around the 9-colored meditation foundation, which were 4 separate souls. The outermost layer was light green in color with the green prophet technique as the foundation. The second, third, and fourth layers were blank pink rings. The 9-colored meditation foundation was like a star, and the outer 4 rings were like 4 rings. Just like Saturn's rings, the rings could be divided into several layers according to the color. At this time in Dani's consciousness, Hiss, the 3rd dragon, little green, turned its head and looked left and right. Hiss, the 4th dragon, little gold, had a blank expression. It stretched its neck and howled at Mother Dragon. Hiss, the 5th dragon, little red, imitated its 4th brother and howled like a goose. They're all here. The 2nd dragon, White Dragon, was slightly more intelligent and understood the current situation. The eldest dragon, Black Dragon, was calm and composed. He had the demeanor of a big brother. Sigh, the family is finally reunited. Mother Dragon, who said this, had completely forgotten about a certain cheap sun in the sea of grass. Hiss, the 5 dragons surrounded her and howled together. Come, let's evolve into magic dragons first. Dani had experienced the process of copying the meditation foundation twice. This time, she was familiar with it. Starting from Big Black, Little White, Little Green, Little Gold, and Little Red all entered the 9-colored vortex and copied Dragon Queen's Grand Wizard Meditation Foundation version 2. 0. That's right, the 9-colored vortex of the 2 magic dragons, Little White and Big Black, was also reforged. Any meditation technique had the possibility of being upgraded. However, after 8,000 years of development, the Grand Sorcerer meditation technique was almost perfect. Mortals had limited wisdom and could not improve it further. But the Song of Wind changed that. In the process of listening to the world and the wind, Danny was slowly but surely modifying the grand wizard meditation. It made it more compatible with the laws of the world. It was the meditation technique of the fire sorcerer Danny, which allowed it to break away from the category of sheep egg song of fire and become the true foundation of her power. To put it simply, the world was changing. Danny followed suit and upgraded grand wizard Valeglia's meditation. Not to mention Danny, even the sheep eggs meditation foundation was not only different from 8,000 years ago, but it was also different from the meditation method that Danny first obtained in Orlos. The sheep egg was never stupid. He was also evolving and changing. When the 5 dragons had cast the latest version of the 9-colored Vortex Magic Foundation, Danny immediately dismissed them and ended the status of the 5 dragon spirits. The 5 dragon spirits were great and powerful. It gave her the impulse to use a soul-destroying attack on the 3-eyed crow. But now was not the time to study the dragon spirits. She had eaten the weirwood seed paste. There were other new talents waiting to be discovered. The trees would teach the green prophet. The trees remembered everything. Blinden and Leaf had said this before. This was also one of the green prophet's abilities. Danny might not have drunk the green spring of the door god. In fact, she had stolen the green spring of the old god's believers through the method of spiritual bestowment. But the green prophet meditation technique in her mind was not fake. In theory, she was also a green prophet, but she could not travel through the timeline. She could not silently distort the will of others. She could not read the memories of the trees. After eating the weirwood seed paste, Danny felt that her green prophet's second soul had become much more agile. It was a feeling similar to martial arts cultivation. She could control every inch of her skin, every muscle, and every bone in her body. She could control the split of her second soul. She could also make her 4 split souls fuse together. She even had a premonition that she could split another soul from her second soul. Like the 3-eyed crow, she could enter a tree or an animal companion's body. Hence, she ended the 5 dragon spirits and could not wait to start experimenting. Danny closed her eyes. Darkness surged toward her like a tide. She left her body and fused with the roots. This time, it was different from the past. The weirwood was no longer a simple tunnel. The weirwood had become a part of her. She did not enter the weirwood's roots. Instead, she fused with it. She became the weirwood itself. She saw the dark cave. She saw Beavis chewing on the blood-red sour grass. He narrowed his sparkling eyes and looked around cautiously. Cora and the other 3 put on their armor and went to sleep. Beavis was on duty to guard the queen. She heard the surging river below her and sensed the extreme darkness and loneliness deep underground. But she did not feel any fear. She was like a tree that had taken root in the earth. The tree's roots were born to enjoy the earth. They used the darkness as a shield and absorbed power from the darkness. Yes, Danny was not used to the dark cave in the shelter, but now she was enjoying the darker and colder earth abyss. She had become a tree root. This feeling was like a tree spirit. A shapeshifter who found a direwolf as an animal companion was called a wolf spirit. Danny and the great wizard Valeglia were dragon spirits. Then the relationship between the green prophet and the weirwood, other than faith, could it be called a tree spirit? Danny wandered among the tree roots. Then she returned to the cave. Are you willing to accept this fate? The skeleton king on the weirwood throne sighed. If I wasn't willing, I wouldn't have come here. Beside the tree roots, Jiu Jian sat cross-legged. The bright red torch cast a determined and resolute light on his face. This is our fate. Blinden closed his only eye. Jiu Jian stood up and left. Mara covered her mouth and cried. Danny followed behind Jiu Jian and entered another cave. He came to a white-haired squirrel man and lifted his sleeve, revealing his wrist. The white-haired squirrel man took out a small dragon crystal dagger from his waist. Dragon crystal weapons were the standard equipment of the children of the forest, and slid it lightly across the swamp man's wrist. The squirrel man chanted a mysterious, sacrificial song in the origin language. Jiu Jian's blood was dyed with a green line and fell into the wooden bowl. Danny was shocked to see that the swamp man's face turned pale in an instant. It was as if the color of a living person was flowing out from the wound on his wrist. If a person was made of vivid colors, then at this moment the color that belonged to Jiu Jian had completely disappeared, leaving only the cold black and white. He had lost a certain characteristic. Danny looked at the wooden bowl solemnly. It was a weirwood bowl that looked like a white bone. The small half of the blood in the bowl had a demonic green color. The squirrel man leaf appeared. She held a wooden tray in her hands. On it was a milky white fruit. Danny was very familiar with it, weirwood seeds. She was so disgusted that she wanted to vomit. The squirrel man used Jiu Jian's blood and weirwood seeds to make a paste. Jiu Jian was like a toy doll that had run out of battery. He slumped weakly on the stone bench. Mara ran over and hugged him, crying. The white-haired squirrel man looked at the siblings with a complicated expression. He took the wooden bowl and left the stone room. He came to Blinden's weirwood throne. A 10-year-old boy appeared in front of Blinden. Brandon Stark. This was the first time Danny saw Bran. After seeing him in person, her feelings were very complicated. He had chestnut hair, blue eyes, and a pale-sized oval face. His handsome cheeks were dotted with a few lively pockmarks. He sat timidly on the fur, like a pitiful little girl. He was really just a child. This thing will turn me into a green prophet? Bran held the bowl with an anxious expression. Blinden's eyes turned in another direction. Behind Bran, he looked into Danny's eyes and said faintly, "It's your bloodline that made you a green prophet. This thing will only help you awaken your talents and allow you to combine with trees." "I don't want to combine with trees. I want to," Bran argued. His blue eyes were like a table lamp that had been unplugged. They quickly dimmed. "I don't want to combine with trees. But no one wants to combine with a cripple like me," he murmured sadly. He picked up the spoon and ate the weirwood paste. He frowned at the first spoonful. It seemed difficult to swallow. After the second spoonful, he began to wolf it down. "Mother." Bran's eyes were misty. Tears flowed down his cheeks and rolled down his face. "What's the taste?" Blinden asked. "It's very sweet. It's like the last kiss that Mother gave me before she left Winterfell. It's like Mara smiling at me." Bran said unconsciously, "Change your form. It's like entering summer." Bran's direwolf. "Try to merge with the roots. First follow them into the ground. Then enter the trees on the mountain. You can see what the trees have seen. The trees have recorded everything." Blinden stared at Danny and instructed Bran earnestly. Bran suddenly turned his head and looked at Danny expressionlessly. He roared, "You shouldn't have come. This is our kingdom. Kingdom, kingdom, kingdom." At first, only Bran's young voice was heard. Soon, Blinden's old and deep voice was heard. In the next moment, countless voices chanted, "Kingdom, our kingdom." The powerful green prophets came crashing down. It was as if it was in the mental world. It released a super Shinra Tensei on Danny. The invisible repulsive force sent her flying into the boundless darkness. She returned to the roots again and returned to reality from the past. The green prophets frightened her. In front of the heritage crown that had been forged by the green prophet for millions of years, she was suppressed to the point of suffocation. "Leave, leave. This is our kingdom. Leave." But in just a moment that chased after her again, as if it was determined to chase Danny away. "I'm not leaving. Chase after me." Anyway, she was only a soul fragment of the green prophet's second soul. It wouldn't be a pity to lose her. Danny didn't care. She plunged into the roots again. She randomly chose a direction and went down endlessly. Then, according to what Blinden had taught Bran, She jumped into the trees on the surface like a fish out of water. She came to a grand and majestic palace. Under the 7-pointed mosaic of colored leaded glass, there was a chair made of countless iron swords. On it sat a king with messy hair and a twisted face. Burnt them all. Burn the hell all, shit. This is. Danny was shocked. The King's Landing, the Red Fortress, the Mad King? Although this was the first time she saw the Mad King, he was too recognizable. Greasy silver hair, a crown, a mien, thin face full of suspicion, vigilance, and viciousness. There was a maniacal smile at the corner of his mouth. His arm on the back of the chair exerted force. The veins on the back of his skinny hand bulged. There are also long and curly fingernails like the devil's. Of course, the most distinctive thing was that crazy burn the hell all. It was unique in the Westeros. Could it be that she had returned to 18 years ago, the day the Mad King died? Chapter 582. Ha ha ha. Scholar Villies, guess what the king said to me? The ancient Greycold Castle. Snowflakes the size of goose feathers fell from the sky. The green leaves of the trees in the courtyard were dotted with clusters of white snow. The ground was soaked in snow, and black mud stuck to the feet. Ricard laughed as he took off his sword belt and black cloak and handed them to a servant. Then he walked towards the tall stone door with a young scholar. Danny had transmigrated again. She didn't really transmigrate. Instead, she saw what happened decades ago through the trees. Was she reading the memories of the trees? Previously, she was in the Red Castle 19 years ago. Now she was in Winterfell. She met Ricard again, the Duke of Winterfell, who was 20 years younger. For some reason, Danny felt that Ricard had the same temperament as his eldest son, Brandon. It wasn't a slutty blood-stained longsword. It was more like Stark's running wolf blood? She wasn't sure. The rumors are correct. Our king. The young Ricard nodded his furry head and chuckled. He has a problem here. What strange theory did he come up with again? The scholar named Villies didn't correct the Lord's rudeness. Instead, he teased the king of the 7 kingdoms. Perhaps because they were both young, the Duke and the scholar were very close. They spoke and acted like friends. The king wants to build another great wall. Ricard laughed loudly. He said that if another great wall was built 500 kilometers north of the Great Wall, the land between the 2 great walls would be included in the kingdom's territory. The 7 kingdoms would gain at least 300,000 square kilometers of land. Haha, the king has crazy ideas from time to time. We should get used to it. When he was still the crown prince, he discussed with Duke Tywin to dig a canal to transport the water from the Trident River and the Blackwater River to Dorne. This way, the desert of Dorne could become fertile land. Dorne, which is almost unaffected by winter, could continuously grow rice and wheat, enough to feed the entire Westeros. Scholar Villies laughed as he shook his head. He continued, last year, when he ascended the throne, he wanted to gather the armies of the 7 kingdoms. He planned to occupy the Stone Steps archipelago and collect taxes from the ships in the Narrow Sea. If it wasn't for Duke Tywin's advice, I don't know how things would have turned out. Ricard stopped laughing and sighed. King Aerys's goal is very good. He wants to expand the territory of the 7 kingdoms. Unfortunately, all his plans were so unrealistic. Why did the city builder Brandon build the Great Wall at this location? Wasn't it because it was the narrowest place on the continent, only 500 kilometers wide? Another 500 kilometers to the north would increase the amount of work by almost 10 times. But now, there wasn't even a tenth of the city builder Brandon. There was also the canal that connected the northern and southern continents. Even with the power of the entire nation, it would be difficult to complete it in 100 years. Everyone wants to occupy the Stone Steps archipelago and control the Narrow Sea. But which city-state has succeeded? Every time a Targaryen is born, the gods toss a coin to decide whether he is great or mad. There was no doubt that Aerys was the crazy side. Your Excellency, this is an opportunity for you. What opportunity? Rickard was puzzled. The northern region is vast, but it is hardly worthy of your talent and ambition. Stark is the king of the northern region, but he can also go further. You should shift your gaze and cross the neck swamp, the riverlands, the valleys, and reach the heart of the Westeros, the King's Landing. Duke Tywin became the hand of the king at the age of 20. Your talent doesn't lose to his at all. Perhaps you can surpass him, Varys said faintly. What the fuck? What is this scholar trying to do? Dany was stunned. She didn't care about the conversation between the two northerners at first. Even if they were laughing at her cheap father's wonderful ideas, she didn't care. Even the awe-inspiring Dragon Queen, the Eternal Emperor, couldn't avoid being gossiped about behind her back. What did the Mad King do to deserve the sincere love of all his subjects? She had only intended to stay here for a while and slowly familiarize herself with the ability to travel through time. But now she seemed to have eaten a shocking melon. This wasn't the first time the honest and simple Duke of the Northern Region in Dany's heart had heard such words. There was no doubt or incredulity on his face. Instead, he seemed to be deep in thought and eager to give it a try. This is our kingdom. Leave, leave. Just as Dany was concentrating and trying to fast forward, to see if her card had any ambitions, the annoying three-eyed crow came over again. Swoosh swoosha! Dany's figure disappeared from the Winterfell Duke's study in an instant. She teleported to the bottom of a huge weirwood tree. Under the cover of the weirwood tree, beside a dark pool, Dany saw Bran. Bran looked at the middle-aged man who was sitting under the tree and wiping a black, great sword with a sheepskin handkerchief with admiration. Dany suddenly appeared beside Bran. In the next moment, the sadness and desire on Bran's face disappeared, replaced by a blank and empty expression. He only glanced at Dany before she left the tree trunk and roots and returned to the dark cave filled with weirwood roots. You shouldn't have done that, Blynden said with a sigh. Why? Dany was dumbfounded for a moment before she recovered from the jet lag caused by the space-time disorder. When she returned to the cave, her head was dizzy. I want to take away your dragon and your throne. Are you willing to do that? You are violating the Green Prophet's rights, Blynden said. Isn't that too overbearing? Dany said with dissatisfaction. The land is there and the trees are there. Why are you the only ones who can use them? For millions of years, only the Green Prophet who obtained the legacy could travel freely at the edge of the River of Time. Ordinary Green Prophets would get lost easily. You don't have the ability to travel through time. Previously, you were following another person's path. It's like you walked on the river and left behind traces. You just happened to forget it. Even if I explain, you won't understand. You just need to understand that we are protecting this power and ensuring that it won't be abused by others, Blynden said with a sigh. Dany raised her chin and sneered. Isn't it just where I went? Bran stopped at. Why can't you understand? Also, I am the queen. Only the power in my hands can be considered not to be abused. You, now. I suspect that you are using the ability to travel through time and space in the trees to carry out illegal activities that endanger humans. You have the right to remain silent, but everything you say will be used as evidence in court. Now hand over the tools and let the queen, who represents the country and all humans, keep them. Brandon closed his eyes and sighed. You can go. Leaf, send the guest away. The squirrel person Leaf came to Dany without saying a word. He just looked at her with his big cat eyes. No matter how thick-skinned Dany was, she couldn't take it anymore. Let's go! She stood up and said to her 5 underlings gloomily. It's about 2 in the morning. It's obvious how dark it is outside. If there's an ambush by deviant ghosts, Beworth and the queen will be in trouble, Beworth mumbled loudly as he lit a torch. There are only corpse ghosts nearby. Deviant ghosts won't come, Leaf said. Are you sure? I think it's safer to wait for daytime. Deshiong said doubtfully. This is a shelter. Just like how deviant ghosts can't pass through the Great Wall. They can't come here. the squirrel person emphasized. Adieu! Their movements were loud, and the sound of armor clashing and talking was not soft. The squirrel person, Lida, and Adieu in the corner were all woken up. Do you want to leave together? At the entrance of Blindon's cave, Danny stopped and looked at the Lida siblings. No, no, we will leave with Bran. Hearing that, the swamp girl's face lit up with anticipation. But after looking at her silent brother, she hesitated and refused. You're dead if you don't leave, Danny said to Jujin. This is my fate. Jiojin's voice was softer than a goose feather and weaker than the summer snow. If you leave with me, you can immediately change your fate, Danny said. When I was 6 years old, I knew that helping Bran become the Green Prophet was my mission. I don't intend to change this fate, Jujin said. 6 years old. Danny frowned. When I was 6 years old, I got gray water fever, a disease of the neck. When I was about to die, the three-eyed crow saved me and gave me the green vision as a gift, Jujin said with a sigh. Danny seemed to be deep in thought. It was highly possible that Jujin was a great gift that the three-eyed crow had prepared for Bran. In the past, the three-eyed crow had given him the green spring. Now, Jiojin's green dream talent was returned to the new three-eyed crow. If the Green Prophet was compared to the Dragon King, the Green Prophet was the dragon spirit, while the Green Dream was the dragon dream. The Green Dream wasn't Danny's dragon spirit, but Danny's prophecy dream. The Green Prophet was the same as the dragon spirit, and it had a certain prophecy ability. However, it was far inferior to the professional Green Dream and Dragon Dream. This could be seen from the fact that Danny managed to escape the Great Calamity, while the Great Wizard's clan was exterminated. Perhaps the simple Green Prophet also had a flaw. Just like what Blindon had said before, ordinary Green Prophets might get lost in communicating with trees. Perhaps the three-eyed crow was a Green Prophet whose green dream was completed. Jujin was Bran's sacrifice. The complete Bran would have the Green Dream's ability, and it would come from Jujin. As Danny thought of this, she looked at Jujin with a sympathetic gaze. What about you? Do you want to leave with me? Perhaps we can return to Grey Water Town the day after tomorrow. She asked Jujin's elder sister, Mara. I will stay. Jujin and Bran need me, the swamp girl said. Danny rolled her eyes and cast a sidelong glance at Bran, who was piloting the Gundam. She said, Your brother is dead. Bran will ascend to the Weirwood throne, just like Blindon. He will fuse with the tree and stay here forever. Aduo, Aduo. Fear flashed in Aduo's eyes. At this moment, Bran had not completely turned into the three-eyed crow, and he still had human emotions, although they were slowly fading away. Mara cast a sorrowful glance at her younger brother. Her tone was firm, and she said without hesitation, I will always be by Bran's side. Aduo. Aduo's large eyes were misty. He was so touched that he almost cried. Danny cast a strange look at the two of them for a while before she asked, Do you like Bran? I don't. Mara's thin and sallow face turned red. I don't know, the swamp girl said with her head lowered. Wow. When Beworth comes back in a few years, he might be able to see a few little three-eyed crows. Beworth clapped his hands and laughed loudly. The big bear cast a glance at the Sworn brothers, shook his head, and said, Bran broke his spine, just like you. He can't make it, so how can he have children? Sigh, he's in a worse state than Beworth. At least Beworth can still become a white knight, the fat eunuch said as he looked at the swamp girl pitifully. Actually, it's not like there's no way, Danny said. That's right. He can still pray to the Holy Mother. Beworth was enlightened. You want the three-eyed crow to pray to the 7 gods. The big bear's expression was distorted. You used to believe in the old gods, but didn't you change your belief to the 7 gods now? Beworth said disapprovingly, The three-eyed crow is the archbishop of the old gods. Garth bared his teeth and said, Danny looked at Aduo and said meaningfully, If your body can't make it, you can ask someone who can. Chapter 583. Dany was wrong. She didn't go back to 18 years ago. Instead, she transmigrated to 19 years ago. Your Majesty, Prince Liga kidnapped Lyanna. Many nobles in Helen Castle were witnesses. Not only did you protect and harbor the prince, but you also imprisoned Brandon and a group of nobles who made a normal complaint to you. You even wanted to burn us to death. What kind of logic is this? Below the Iron Throne, there was a black-haired, long-faced man in black plate armor. His hair and beard were all spread out, and his eyes were scarlet red. He puffed out his chest and roared, "Rickard Stark, you are the worst bastard." Aerys leaned forward, pointed at the Duke of the Northern Territory, and cursed loudly. "I saw through your conspiracy. You are trying to overthrow my rule and steal my throne." So crazy. Dany face-bombed. Everyone knew how honest and honest Stark was. It was more reasonable to accuse him of great disrespect or roaring at the king than to accuse Stark of usurping the throne. As expected, Rickard, who was as strong as a black bear, glared angrily and shouted, "Your Majesty, I just want my son and daughter back. Why do I have to overthrow your rule?" "Humph. There was no news of my son Liga after he left Helen Castle. It must be you. You arranged for your whore children to seduce him and bring him to some place to kill him. If you want the Iron Throne, you have to get rid of the brave Liga first. Then, you can use the matter of losing your daughter to attack me. You call me the Mad King behind my back. Do you think I don't know? Am I crazy? No matter how crazy I am not as crazy as you bunch of rebels. You actually want to overthrow the real Dragon King dynasty established by Conqueror Aegon." The Mad King's thin lips moved quickly. His beard that reached his lower abdomen trembled violently. His eyes were filled with anger and madness. The Mad King's imagination, Dany was stunned. Although the Mad King's delusions were acting up, this idea of wicked people plotting against me seemed to be quite logical. "Your Majesty, don't slander me. My daughter Lyanna is engaged to Theon Bella. Everyone knows that. Why would I ruin the honor of the House of Stark and let her seduce? The word seduce was too irritating for an old father who loved his daughter." Rickard almost pulled out his sword in anger. He had already put his hand on the hilt of the sword. Honor? When you wanted to betray the monarch, Stark had already lost his honor. Aerys sneered. "Your Majesty, once I received your order, I immediately set off from Winterfell. I traveled day and night, crossing thousands of kilometers to King's Landing. Other than a few guards, I was alone. I didn't even bring a single vassal of the northern region. Isn't this enough to prove my loyalty?" Rickard said angrily. Then he argued, "Prince Liga has White Bull, Daybreak Swordsman, and several other white knights by his side. How can we murder him silently? I'm in the Northern Territory, and I heard that someone saw His Highness in the Dorne Bliss Tower. If your Majesty doesn't believe me, you can send someone to Dorne to investigate." Of course, the Mad King knew that Liga was not dead. He just wanted to accuse someone of a crime. Well, he really had no excuse, so he came up with such a lousy excuse. "Your son, Brandon, rode into the Red Castle, drew his sword and shouted, 'Liga, come out and die.' You can't deny this, right? I arrested him in the name of conspiring to murder the Crown Prince. What's wrong with that?" The Mad King said coldly. This was a normal accusation. It was much more reasonable than using his daughter to seduce and murder Liga. Rickard could only admit his mistake helplessly. "Your Majesty," Brandon was impulsive. He was just too worried about his sister. He didn't really intend to murder His Highness. "Humph! Since you admit that he made a mistake, I have no problem punishing him." The Mad King sneered. "Your Majesty, how do you plan to deal with him?" Rickard suppressed his anger and asked in a muffled voice, "Conspiring to murder the Crown Prince is a crime that can't be redeemed with 10,000 deaths. Ha ha ha." The Mad King didn't have any subtlety. He laughed proudly. Brandon was also a scoundrel. Aerys Targaryen, Mad Blood, had been fully awakened. The Mad King's name had been renowned internationally for more than 10 years. Despite knowing that the Mad King was crazy, he still rode into the Red Castle, drew his sword, and roared, "Liga, come out and die!" Did he think that the Mad King was a liar who didn't dare to go crazy? According to the official statement, Brandon had awakened the House of Starks, running wolf's blood. Just like Lyanna, he lost his rationality and became hot-blooded and impulsive. "Your Majesty, my son is guilty." But he only drew his sword and roared at his Majesty. He didn't do anything. Isn't it too much to sentence him to death? Rickard said angrily. The Mad King's lips curled into a malicious smile. "I can be lenient and allow him to wear black clothes. Anyway, the Great Wall is just next to Winterfell. He can be considered home." Dany carefully sized up the Mad King on the Iron Throne. She suddenly had a feeling that the Mad King's original goal was to kill Brandon. Something about Lyanna seducing Liga, something about Liga being dead. He was leading Stark to admit that his son drew his sword to harm the prince. He didn't intend to kill Brandon, even though he had convicted him. Instead, he wanted him to wear black clothes. Why did he want Brandon to wear black clothes? Dany wasn't sure. She wasn't sure if the Mad King was purely crazy or if it was because of political considerations. Brandon was the heir to the Duke of the Northern Territory, and the core of the alliance between the Northern Territory and the river planned the marriage between Brandon and Catelyn. If Brandon wore black clothes in a dishonorable way, the marriage between Stark and Tully could not continue. It was impossible to replace Brandon and let I'd replace him. If the alliance between the wolf and fish failed, the iron triangle of the fish, the eagle, Aaron, and the wolf could not be formed. The anger on the Duke of the Northern Territory's face slowly disappeared. His voice was calm but unusually firm. "Your Majesty, I request a trial by martial arts for my son Brandon Stark's crime." The twisted smile on the Mad King's skinny old face froze like rotten milk. "Rickard, letting him wear black clothes, is the greatest gift I can give you. It's also the best ending for you." Aerys beard, the veins on his hands, and his skinny body were all trembling. It was as if a ferocious beast was rampaging in his heart and was about to break out of its cage. "Your Majesty, Brandon is not guilty. We don't plead guilty. We have the right to request a trial by martial arts. Dying in battle is better than losing honor," Rickard said with a cold gaze. Aerys held his forehead and chuckled. "You must think that you have a chance of winning because Arthur Dayne is not in the Red Fort, right? Someone, go to the dungeon and bring Brandon here." Soon, Dany saw blood-soaked, sword Brandon. Black hair, black eyes, a square face, a straight nose, a tall figure, heroic, masculine, and full of vitality. Although his face was dirty and his clothes were sloppy, he had a dignified bearing. He walked into the court with his head held high and his chest puffed out. There was no trace of fear on his face. He was a very masculine man. No wonder Ashera fell in love with him. Compared to the steady and somewhat lethargic Barristan, this young man was too suitable to be her boyfriend. Yes, honest people like Old Ba and Ide who could live their lives were suitable to be her husband. Brandon was tied to a marble pillar inlaid with bronze megalosaurus reliefs in front of the imperial palace. His legs were tied together by hemp rope. His hands were unchained. A belt was around his neck, and he was chained to the pillar. Clang! Under the confused gazes of Brandon and Rickard, the Mad King turned around and pulled out the long sword at White Knight Jaime's waist. He threw it under the royal stairs. The long sword rolled on the ground and finally stopped 2 steps away from Brandon. Then, guards rushed in and tied Rickard up without any explanation. They hung him on another pillar. "Your Majesty, what are you doing?" Rickard had a bad premonition and said angrily, "Didn't you want to have a trial by martial arts?" The Mad King asked, puzzled. "You tied my hands and feet and hung me in the air. How can I compete?" Rickard said, "Oh, you might not understand. The representative I chose wasn't the White Knight, but the more representative of the true dragon, Fire. The Mad King slapped his forehead and laughed maniacally. Fire? Soon, everyone understood what the Mad King was going to do. The alchemist brought a few cans of green liquid, wildfire, and lit them under Ricard. Ricard, if you don't die from the wildfire, I lose. Everyone will be acquitted. If you are guilty, the wildfire will punish you on my behalf. The Mad King laughed. No, Brandon's expression changed drastically. He struggled frantically and howled, Your Majesty, kill me! My father had nothing to do with the murder of Leja. Let him go! Sigh, my benevolent heart. The Mad King sighed helplessly and said nonsense in a serious tone. Brandon, the sword is under your feet. If you have filial piety, you can pick it up, cut the rope, and save Duke Ricard. Boom flames dyed the court hall green and the faces of everyone in the hall. Ouch! Ricard, who was on the flames, let out an inhuman cry of pain. For the martial arts competition, he had specially changed into a full set of steel helmet and armor. Therefore, the flames didn't directly burn his body. Instead, it was like roasting meat on a metal plate. No, Father, Brandon's eyes were red and his face was purple. 2 streams of blood flowed from the corners of his eyes. His father was struggling in the wildfire, and he was struggling in the belt that locked his throat. Brandon struggled forward, his arms stretched out, hoping to reach the long sword on the floor. Even if his neck was broken, it was always a long way away. The smell of burnt meat filled the hall, and the sizzling sound of the oil seemed to be particularly loud. Ricard was cooked, and the oil was fried. Brandon's eyes were bloodshot, and he was panting like a demon. But he still struggled forward toward the sword on the ground. Then he strangled himself to death. The Mad King watched the whole process with great interest. The guards also had a curious look, and they enjoyed watching the show. Only the White Knight, Jaime Lannister, looked very conflicted. He was even in pain and anger. He took a few steps forward, but in the end he retreated to the Mad King's side. The Mad King noticed the White Knight's struggle. He seemed to be stimulated 3 times, and he laughed even more proudly. Ricard lost. I won the trial. The Mad King tilted his head and looked at the young White Knight. He smiled viciously and said, Brandon still has accomplices, Kaler, Albert, and Joffrey. Jaime, go and bring them here. I want to burn them all. That day, the 4 companions who came with Brandon to the King's Landing to settle the score with Rhaegar were all nobles. Among them, Albert Arryn was the nephew of Jon Arryn, the first foster father of power and the heir of the Eagle Nest. The death of the direct bloodline also led to the marriage between Jon Arryn and Lisa Tully. The Mad King only once killed the heirs of 2 of the 7 kingdoms of the Westeros. This kind of magical power, Dany was sure that the Mad King had developed Targaryen's mad blood to an unprecedented level. Then, she started to worry about herself. She was his direct bloodline. After eating the fishwood paste, her talent was completely developed. Did that include mad blood? It was so scary. This is our kingdom. Leave, leave, while she was letting her imagination run wild. The 3-eyed crows will chase after her. When Dany looked up, she saw Bran beside Brandon, who had a sad expression. She saw Blynden, who was staring at her. She saw countless people. They had all witnessed the Mad King's masterpiece like her. At this moment, they all looked over. The powerful will instantly send Dany flying out of this moment. Chapter 584. The Great Wall, Dark Castle. The rising sun was like a little girl about to get married. It was covered with a thick veil, only revealing a thin layer of red light. The heat from the light could not offset the cold from the howling north wind and the waist-high snow. At the top of the Great Wall, at the sentry post facing the north, the flame in the charcoal furnace was flickering. Toad's mood was the same as the weather these days. It was foggy, cold, and gloomy, as if there was no hope of seeing the sun again. Damn, the weather. We should let those southern nobles come and see, Toad muttered. By the side, dumb Bull Glen only glanced at his companion indifferently before lowering his head again and shrinking his neck into his thick fur. He knew what Toad was talking about. Ever since Sam lost the deviant ghost and Dragon Queen sent the black dragon to transport a ghoul from the Great Wall to the Cathedral of King's Landing, the nobles wrote to him almost every day, asking 2 questions. Are deviant ghosts real? Is the long night really coming? The nobles came from all over the 7 kingdoms, the north, the valley, the west, Higian. Even the faraway young halberd city of Dorne sent Prince Dowlong's concerned inquiries and promises of support. However, Galen was in a bad mood and did not want to talk to his companion. Toad did not wait for his companion's response. He turned around and glanced at him. He knew what he was thinking and sighed. John is dead. It's useless for us to be sad. Galen raised his head and said, at least we should avenge him and not continue to eat, sleep, and guard the Great Wall like nothing happened. Avenge who? There were dozens of black-clothed brothers who rushed into the commander's tower that day. Toad's ugly toad face showed some sadness. At least kill Bowen Marcy. I know he started it. It's not hard for you, me and Piper to kill him, Galen said. It's not hard to kill him, but we are the Night Watchers. How can we kill our sworn brothers? Toad said. Isn't John their sworn brother? Galen said angrily. John. Toad shook his head bitterly and said he broke his oath. Hearing this, the tall young man who was as tall as a bull immediately deflated, like a balloon. Sigh, what is John thinking? Even I remember what Her Majesty said that day. How could he? Master perused and found a letter in the commander's tower from Grey Water Wong. Todd recalled the blacksmith tanner's words and slowly said, John is the heir appointed by the King of the North, Robb Stark. In other words, from the moment he received that letter, John had become the new king of the northern region. He had the responsibility of being a night watchman, but he was not the only night watchman. However, the glory and shame of the house of Stark, hatred and kinship all fell on him alone. He was still a Stark in the end. Perhaps the running wolf's blood in his body erupted, causing him to do something impulsive and irrational. Let him return to Winterfell. If John becomes the king of the northern region, he will be able to provide more aid to the Great Wall than Bolton. That makes sense, but it's against the rules. Tauda said, helplessly. Even so, we can't murder John. We can lock him up and inform Her Majesty so that she can give John a fair trial. Galen struggled. What nonsense are you talking about? The Queen is fair, and we all trust her. However, the Night Watchman's affairs will. Ah, Galen, look, the Black Dragon. Gods, there's someone on the Black Dragon. The Dragon Queen is here. Tauda shouted excitedly. Then he stood up and rushed out of the sentry post. He came to the huge horn behind the battlements and puffed up his cheeks. Woo! SSSS, the Megalosaurus roared in response. The loud and resounding horn completely activated the silent, dark castle under the Great Wall. The dragon's roar that followed caused the castle to seethe. Some night watchmen rushed out of their houses with furs in their arms. Some savages stood on the balcony of the tower and waved to the sky. There were also knights of the Red Heart and a noble lady who walked out of the king's tower in a line. Blackie left the shelter at 3 a.m. The next day, around 8 a.m, Blackie landed at the training ground of Dark Castle from the northeast. The snow is so thick. Why don't you shovel it? The dragon queen stepped on the snow that reached her waist and complained loudly. The blacksmith tanner instructed the night watchman to dig a path for the queen. He explained, according to the customs of Dark Castle, we use the underground tunnels to get in and out of the towers during winter. The snow on the ground doesn't need to be cleaned. Fortunately, you built half of the 10-meter-high wall for Dark Castle to block the snow outside. Otherwise, the snow in the yard would be at least 10 meters thick. In just a few words, the higher-ups of the Night Watchers and the savage Kiliarchs all came over to greet the Dragon Queen. The noble lady, who was escorted by the Knights of the Red Heart, stood on the stone steps. She looked at Dany, but didn't take the initiative to greet her. Among the night watchmen, other than the familiar faces such as Peristan and Boamaxi, there were also a dozen new knights. There was even an earl with the emblem of the old green turtle on his chest. Earl Elton Istmund of the Greenstone Castle, an old knight in his 70s. He was also Erlu's uncle. Like old Mormont, Erlu's uncle passed his title to his son. He put on black clothes and came to the Great Wall to be a night watchman. Erlu's uncle's purpose was unknown. The other noble knights responded to the Dragon Queen's call for a united front against ghosts and came to the Great Wall to fight the deviant ghosts. They were true knights with high moral integrity. After exchanging a few words in the courtyard, Dany also introduced the 5 knights beside her to the night watchman. The centaur and the fat eunuch didn't cause much of a stir. Instead, the exposure of Garth's identity as a white knight made some noble knights cry out in surprise. There was no need to hide this matter. First of all, it couldn't be hidden. The process of Hayter's grain transport fleet being hijacked by Barristan was full of doubts and fanciful thoughts. Both Slave Bay and the Allied army knew Garth's identity. After a few months, this news had most likely spread to the Westeros. Secondly, it was too common for family members to be loyal to the enemy king. There was no need to hide it. For example, Tarth Island was a place of storms. Brittany first bore the crime of assassinating Renly and then swore allegiance to Catelyn. Erlu and Cersei didn't do anything to her father, Earl Tarth. Soon, Dany and the other 5 followed the night watchman into the tunnel and came to the warm and wet underground hall. The Dragon Queen sat at the head of the table. The rest sat below her according to their status. The night watchmen who didn't have titles but wanted to watch the show stood below. "Why did you kill Jon Snow in that way?" Dany asked this question first. The Red Pomegranate Chief left his seat and knelt at the feet of the Dragon Queen. He said gloomily, "He is the one who betrayed the oath and the King of the North. In the North, no one can judge the King of the North. Your Majesty, I know that assassinating the Commander-in-Chief is also a betrayal of the oath. I am willing to bear all the blame." Obviously, this guy was going to die for a righteous cause. From the beginning, he didn't think that he could survive. It was still debatable whether the Commander-in-Chief Jon had betrayed the oath and whether he deserved to die. However, the Night Watchman must have committed a serious crime by assassinating the Commander-in-Chief. A serious crime of betraying the oath. He deserved to die. However, Dany didn't want to get involved in this mess. I will pay attention to this matter, but we have to wait for the new Commander-in-Chief of the Night Watchmen to judge. By the way, has the new Commander-in-Chief been chosen? We are discussing it. The red-nosed Peristan glanced at the old green turtle who was sitting upright. Earl Elton Ismond has the highest rank and the most combat experience. He is the most popular candidate. The old green turtle smiled and nodded at the Queen. He said in the tone of the Commander-in-Chief, "Jon Snow betrayed the oath and killed him." "Bowen Marcy," Dany raised her hand and interrupted him. "Earl, I don't mean anything else, but you are not suitable to be the Commander-in-Chief." Erlu's uncle's face turned pale. He held back his anger and asked, "Why?" "You are too old. You are 70 years old this year, right?" Erlu's uncle puffed out his chest and said in a loud voice, "I can still eat a roast goose, half a hoof, 5 duck eggs, and drink 5 caddies of wine or 3 caddies of meat soup." An old man with such a big appetite shouldn't have come to the Great Wall to waste food. Dany complained in her heart, but her expression was still indifferent. She said, "The Earl is healthy and strong, which is worthy of celebration. However, the Great Wall is bitterly cold, and we need a Commander-in-Chief who is more vigorous and can endure hardships. This is just the beginning. In the next 1 or 2 years, the deviant ghosts will attack, and the weather will be colder and harsher. I can endure hardships, In the War of the Four Kings in recent years, I have been working hard on the battlefield. Moreover, half a year ago, I married a 24-year-old wife. The old green turtle patted his chest and said proudly. Danny was a little tired. All right, you can decide the matters of the night watchmen yourselves. I only want to remind you that in just 2 years, you have already lost 2 commander-in-chief, and both of them were assassinated by the night watchmen. Let's not talk about reputation and honor, just the management of the Great Wall. The night is coming, and the Great Wall must not fall into chaos. There is no time to change a 4th commander-in-chief. The old green turtle's face turned green. The other night watchmen looked at each other and suddenly felt that the Queen's words made sense. Chief, get up first. Your crime will be judged by the commander-in-chief. Danny said to Red Pomegranate, who was still kneeling in front of her, and began to understand the current defense problems of the Great Wall. One had to admit that the Dragon Queen's efforts were fruitful. Over the past half a year, more than 1,000 night watchmen had arrived, and more than 100 of them were knights. Not only did they bring their full sets of armor and horses, but they also brought food, furs, and other resources. This was not the end. Every day, the East Sea Watch and the Shadow Tower would receive ships from all over the 7 kingdoms. Every day, there would be new people donning black clothes and taking the oath to become night watchmen. Originally, the Great Wall had 19 castles, and the other 16 were empty. Although the snow has blocked them, the underground halls of 11 castles have been built. When Balin and the other old fellows arrive, even the scholars will be enough. Thinking of his friends parading the streets in the King's Landing, Periston could not help but sigh. Fortunately, he had been captured by the Dragon Queen and brought to the Great Wall. After understanding the general situation of the Great Wall, Danny announced that the meeting was over. Only a few familiar people accompanied her to the ice cellar to see Jon Snow's corpse. We wanted to burn the corpse, but the Red God Priest did not allow it. He even said that Jon Snow would be resurrected and become the prophesied child who would defeat the deviant ghosts and end the long night. The one-armed blacksmith explained to the Dragon Queen. What do you all think? Danny asked with a smile. I don't believe it, but... The blacksmith Tanner shook his head and turned his gaze to the red-nosed old professor. The old man smiled bitterly and said, I've seen the person who was resurrected by Lalo with my own eyes. If he really is the savior and we burn him to ashes, then... The night watchman dug a tunnel in the frozen ground and dug a freezer at the base of the Great Wall. John was placed in a 30-square-meter ice cellar. Melisandre was already waiting there, as if she was waiting for Danny. Chapter 585. That day you said that Stannis was the reincarnation of a Sor and a High, the child of prophecy born in the land of smoke and salt. Now, you think that Jon Snow is the savior. How many saviors are there in Ash's prophecy? Danny looked at the red-robed woman with a serious expression and teased. Prophecies are never wrong. The ones who are wrong are the people who listen to the prophecy. Aunt May looked displeased and said calmly, Then who is the child of prophecy? Danny asked. The child of prophecy is right in front of us. Aunt May's red robe fluttered as she took a step back and gave way to Awkward's corpse on a huge ice block. I really hope that Stannis can hear you say that. Danny glanced meaningfully at Aunt May and stepped forward to carefully examine Awkward's naked body lying on the ice. There was a white cloth on Awkward's crotch. The vital parts were covered, and the rest of his body was exposed. He looked like a big fat pig that had been slaughtered and cleaned. Danny could see most of the wounds on his body. How should she put it? Tragic. Very tragic. On his pale skin, there were 20 to 30 black, red, and blue wounds. They were of different lengths and widths, all penetrating wounds. She could imagine the scene when Awkward was attacked by dozens of strong men. Danny didn't even know where the fatal wounds were, because his heart, waist, and neck were all pierced. There was a circle of black stitches around his neck. The corpse collector's skills were poor. The stitches were uneven, and the skin and flesh were turned outwards. Some of the pink blood vessels and blue fascia were exposed. John was dead. He was really dead. Caw, caw. A big crow flew in from outside the door, over everyone's heads, and landed on John's chest. It stared at Danny and cawed. This is Commander Mormont's crow. It's very psychic and can speak human language. Blacksmith Tanner glanced at the big bear and explained. Later, it followed Commander John. Some people say that it became the commander's animal companion. Now, some people say that the commander started a second life in its body. Then has it ever spoken to you, saying that it is Jon Snow? Danny looked at the sorrowful crow and asked curiously. No, it hasn't spoken to us since the death of the commander-in-chief. Tanner looked at the big crow with a complicated expression. Aunt May glanced at Crow, then turned to Danny and asked, Since you're here, can I bring the Savior back to the human world? Caw! The crow flapped its wings and cawed. Perez then suddenly said, I heard that the big sparrow also lost his head in the trial by martial arts competition. Then the Holy Mother appeared and revived him. Could Her Majesty ask the Holy Mother to resurrect him? If the Commander-in-Chief is really the savior of the world, then the Holy Mother won't reject this, right? If the Holy Mother refused, would it prove that Jesus was not the savior? This red-nosed old man was very bad. Your Excellency, Priestess, what do you think of the Chief Bishop's resurrection? Danny looked at Aunt May with a smile. I was just about to ask you, how did the Holy Mother do it? Melisandre's eyes flickered with a red light, and the egg yolk-sized ruby on her neck also shone with a strange red light. She stared at Danny as if she wanted to see through her. Danny suddenly understood something. Just like the three-eyed crow, the red-robed woman also knew that she had usurped the position of the 7 gods, and she was also the one who had resurrected the big sparrow. Cough, cough. Jon Snow doesn't believe in the 7 gods. Regardless of whether he is the savior or not, the Holy Mother won't pay attention to him. Danny awkwardly skipped this topic. Your Excellency, Priestess, why don't you tell me how you plan to resurrect John? Aunt May looked at her deeply, then turned to the crow and asked, Will it work? Caw, Crow cawed once. The others were confused, but the red-robed woman already got the answer. She put her white wrists into her sleeves, then turned around and left gracefully. Carried Jon Snow's body to the courtyard. The night watchers were looking at each other when 2 blazing flame red heart knights walked in from outside. Without saying anything, they started carrying the body. You. The blacksmith Tanner was shocked. He opened his arm and wanted to stop them. Aunt May said calmly, Jon Snow is dead. He no longer belongs to the night watchers. Then she softly recited the first sentence of the night watcher's oath. The long night is coming. From today onwards, I will keep watch until I die. That was the main point. Sigh. Tanner sighed and moved aside to let them pass. When the body was placed on a stretcher and carried out by the 2 knights, Danny and the others also left. While walking on the tunnel leading to the courtyard, Danny muttered, Maybe we should change the oath. Live as a night watcher, die as a night watcher, and live for generations until the end of time. Isn't that too tragic? I've only been here for half a year, and I've already sworn that if there's a next life, I'll be a good scholar and never come to the Great Wall again. Professor Pereston's mouth twitched. With your resolve, there's an 80% chance that you'll come to the Great Wall again in your next life. Danny sneered. Erlu did not bring all of his followers with him to the south. After all, his wife and daughter were still at the Great Wall and needed someone to protect them. The blazing flame Red Heart soldiers were very agile. They quickly built a crematorium and used wooden planks to prop up the altar. The body was placed on the altar. Behind the crematorium, there were 9 wooden stakes. On each of the stakes was a wild man with unkempt hair and dirty face. It was obvious that Aunt May wanted to sacrifice these 9 wild men. However, to Danny's surprise, not only did the night watchers not stop her, even the wild men were expressionless. They just watched. None of them cursed or complained to the Dragon Queen. Hearing Dany's question, Mon's face darkened. "They're the Weeper's men. After receiving my orders, almost all the free people voluntarily came to the Great Wall to surrender. But the Weeper and his followers were not willing. Not only were they not willing to surrender, they also did not allow others to surrender. Every day, they ambushed the free people tribes that came south to the Great Wall in the Ghost Shadow Forest. Their hands were stained with the blood of countless innocent free people. Just 3 months ago, he even led people to disguise themselves as surrendered free people, intending to ambush and take down Eastwatch. In that battle, almost half of the Night Watchers at Eastwatch were killed or injured. These 9 freedmen were the militants who had been captured. Seeing them burn to death, the free people felt only joy in their hearts. Where's John's girlfriend?" Dany saw Mon's wife and sister-in-law, but did not see the red-haired girl. "Ygritte?" Mons was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Jon Snow's death almost drove her crazy. She didn't know who killed Jon and only attacked anyone in black like a madwoman. We had no choice but to lock her in the dungeon. Soon, the courtyard was filled with people. Even Erlu's wife and daughter stood on the stone steps of the king's tower and looked down. She looked at Dany. Dany also looked at her for a while. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Neither of them took the initiative to greet each other. The Dragon Queen waited for Erlu's wife to come and greet her, but Queen Celis did not want to condescend. After meeting Celis Florence, Dany somewhat understood why Erlu always put on an ascetic face. In fact, his wife was really ascetic. She was thin and tall, with a face as sharp as a snake's. Her ears protruded like cattail leaf fans, the huge, protruding ears, unique to the Florence family. She had a sharp nose like high heels and thick hair on her upper lip. She looked even more manly than Erlu, who had no lips. Erlu's daughter, Princess Shireen, stood beside her mother. She was also curiously looking at the Dragon Queen and the black dragon lying on the outer wall, not the Great Wall, but the outer wall of Dark Castle, built under the guidance of Dany. After meeting Shireen, Dany was once again sure that all living things suffered. No one had the right to say, "I'm the most miserable person in the world." The 12-year-old girl just happened to inherit her father's square chin and the big ears inherited from the Florence family. She had none of her parents' strengths, and all of her shortcomings were gathered on her. Not to mention, she had the grayscale disease, and the skin on the left side of her face and most of her neck was covered with grayish-black dead skin. Caw, the crow cawed, and Dany came back to her senses. She closed her eyes and split out a thought from the second soul, which quietly entered the crow's body. She saw it. "I didn't expect to meet again in this situation." She smiled bitterly. Like the child of the forest, the crow's soul space did not have a half-human, half-beast soul, but a complete, clear-minded human. He was only 18 years old, but he looked like a 38-year-old man. His skin was pale, his half-length black hair fell to his shoulders, and his face was covered with a thick beard, like a pig field that had been overdosed with gold. Most of his face was covered by his beard and hair. "Is this your second life?" Dany asked curiously. "No, I'm just temporarily staying here. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to the shadow binding meditation technique that His Majesty taught me. It allowed my soul to gather and not scatter, and it can keep my soul intact for a long time," Jon said with a complicated expression. "Is it because of the meditation technique?" Dany was really surprised. How could a trifling level 3 meditation technique have the special effect of making one's soul indestructible? "Are you sure it's not the Green Prophet who helped you?" she asked suspiciously. "Green Prophet? Who?" Jon asked blankly. "You don't even know about the three-eyed crow. So how did you think of contacting me?" Dany asked in surprise. "It's Bran." Jon thought for a moment and said, "Before I died, my meditation techniques level rose above level 1, and I was able to transfer my soul to Bai Ling and Elder Xiong's bodies. When the crisis arrived, I naturally became like this. One day after I died, Melisandre prepared to revive me, but Bran found me. Just like you. He entered the crow's body and told me that you could help me solve the hidden dangers after my revival. That's why I found you. There was a lot of information in Jon's words. Dany thought carefully for a while before she frowned and asked, "What does it mean that your meditation technique rose above level 1? You don't know. Meditation techniques are divided into different levels, and my original meditation technique was level 3. I know this." Dany raised her hand and interrupted him. She asked curiously, "More importantly, where did you hear this from?" Jon said matter-of-factly, "The diary of the legendary demigod-level Tam. There's a lot of general knowledge about the transcendental world in it, even though some of the blood sacrifice rituals are a little. Overall, that book has been very helpful to me. Damn, I've really become a white-bearded grandpa who gives out techniques. Jon seems to have gotten a great bargain." Dany asked suspiciously, "Are you sure that your meditation technique rose from level 3 to level 1 in half a year?" "Not level 1, but above level 1. Originally, my meditation technique was like an illusory shadow, but after 3 evolutions, it has now become a black ball." Looking at Jon's gray eyes that were as solid as a black hole, Dany was dumbfounded. After a while, she sighed and said, "Jon, I'm willing to call you the best of the young generation in the West." "Your Majesty, you're too kind." Jon smiled bitterly. "Why don't you tell me how you can help me get through this?" The bonfire was lit and thick smoke billowed. The red flames surged, and the savages wailed in the fire. Melisandre led Erlu's wife and a group of knights and savages who believed in the Red God to recite Lalo's prayer. The night is dark, and there is danger everywhere. The day is bright, and there is prosperity. One is black, one is white, one is ice, one is fire. Hate and love, bitterness and sweetness, woman and man, sorrow and joy, winter and summer. Evil and justice, a mysterious force descended from the void and began to guide Jon's soul. "Open your mouth, and let's do a fish intestines piercing the sun," Dany laughed. Chapter 586. A man and a woman stood facing each other in the Raven's inky sea of consciousness. As the Red God believers' prayers became louder and louder, a shallow vortex that covered the sky appeared above the man's head. A suction force fell on him, as if it wanted to suck him into some unknown place. "It's about to start," Jon Nua said. "Open your mouth," Dany said with a smile. In ancient times, there was a sword hidden in a fish's belly. Now, there's a soul hidden in a soul. Jon did as he was told. He opened his mouth, and Dany's thought immediately turned into a green light and entered his mouth. It was not really hidden in Jon's belly. He was just a soul now. How could there be a difference between a belly and a torso? If a shapeshifter could fuse his soul into an animal's soul, could the shapeshifter's soul fuse into another shapeshifter's body? Yes. This was the fundamental principle behind the three-eyed crow's inheritance. The shapeshifter did not resist and accepted another shapeshifter's soul. The two would fuse and become one. Dany's second soul was based on the Green Prophet meditation technique. She could be considered a green prophet of the unorthodox path. Jon was also a gifted shapeshifter. As long as he was willing to accept it, Dany's soul shards could fit seamlessly into his body. In essence, it was similar to a dragon spirit. Yes, a human spirit. Hence, after Jon's soul was sucked into the huge vortex above, Dany's soul was not filtered out. Instead, Elder Sheong's crow soul left Jon's body. The crow originally had a soul. It was Elder Sheong's second life. After Jon left, he regained control of his body. Caw, caw, caw. Elder Sheong's soul returned to his body, and he immediately flew away while screaming. He flew to the front of the White Knight, who was guarding the Dragon Queen, with a solemn expression. Caw, caw, caw. Cora, Cora, White Knight, White Knight. The crow flapped its wings and floated in front of the big bear. Its red eyes were filled with humanity, and its high-pitched and sharp cry contained complicated emotions. It was sad, gratified, happy, go away! The big bear did not appreciate it. It slapped it away, and it fell into a pile of snow. Do you know who it is? Danny's mouth twitched. Yep. Only a single thought had entered John's soul. She still had one main soul, 3 blank subsouls, and half of the Green Prophet subsoul. Her physical movements weren't affected at all. I know. It's Jon Snow's animal companion, Desheung said. No, it's your father, Danny said seriously. Desheung's face twisted as he said unhappily, Even if it used to be my father's pet, you can't say that a feathered beast is. I was surprised too. But he is your father's second life, just like the 2 ravens we brought from the sanctuary. Danny waved her hand and interrupted the unfilial son. She said directly, Your father is a shapeshifter, and the crow is his animal companion. What? Big Bear's entire body shook, and his eyes widened as he stared at Crow, his voice trembling as he asked, You're not joking? Your family is the same as Stark, worshipping the old gods for generations. They have a house full of shapeshifters, and your family only has one. What's so hard to accept? Yora. 2 drops of tears fell from Crow's eyes as he cried out in joy and sorrow. Father? Desheung took a step forward, then hesitantly took half a step back as he called out softly. Yora, you're good. White Knight, very good. Crow leaped up and landed on Desheung's shoulder. Ah, it's really you. Desheung got a response and howled. He hugged Crow and began to cry. This strange scene made people laugh, but at the same time, it also made people's eyes turn red. However, Danny didn't have time to be touched by the strange reunion of Mormont and his son. She had more important things to do. John's soul had returned to his body, a broken and dead light blue sea of consciousness. It was like a universe that had entered a period of death. There wasn't a trace of vitality. It was a shabby room full of withering, decay, and death. At this moment, John's consciousness was blurry, and he had entered a muddled state. Only Danny, who was at the core of his consciousness, could sense it. She sensed a strange divine power entering this broken sea of consciousness. It was like the best tinkerer, and it quickly repaired the holes in the house. It even sprinkled light, golden radiance that dispelled the aura of death and restored vitality. This wasn't a simple spiritual quality. Danny was too familiar with spiritual quality, and she easily discovered that the light, golden radiance wasn't spiritual quality. It was a divine power with a strange attribute. She became excited. This was a divine power that was similar to the Holy Mother's healing and the blacksmith's forging. It was most likely a divine power with a death attribute. It was powerful, but it didn't dispel the spiritual quality in John's body. This kind of resurrection wasn't perfect. According to her agreement with Three-Eyed Crow, Danny quietly introduced the water attribute divine power transformed by water song to soak the spiritual quality in Dolly's body. Then she absorbed it and turned it into a yang spiritual quality. In the end, she wasted half of water song on Dolly's body. The price for this, Danny decided that since she had 3 more divided souls, she would look for a water attribute meditation technique to practice and see if she could condense her own water song. Asterisk buzz, buzz, buzz asterisk while Danny was lost in her thoughts. John's sea of consciousness, which had just been repaired, suddenly shook. A dark red star with a long comet tail was falling down from the sky. Asterisk boom, asterisk John's soul was like Earth, and the dark red star that fell from the void was like the moon. At this moment, the moon crashed into Earth's surface. There was no huge mushroom cloud that rushed out of the atmosphere, nor was there a planet that shattered. The 2 star-like souls, one big and one small, were vaporized in the collision. They vaporized, mixed, fused, and condensed into a new planet, a soul. It was just as Blinden had guessed. When John was resurrected, Lalo did something and added a part to Dolly's soul. Danny didn't know how to describe this added part. She couldn't call it a soul, as it didn't have a person's will. The foundation of a soul was memories and a person's will. However, the dark red star didn't have any memories, nor did it have anything that could distort John's will. It wasn't purely spiritual, but it had a spiritual quality. It wasn't divinity, but it contained divinity. It wasn't a divine position, but it seemed to have some special divine power. It wasn't the Song of Laws, but it had waves similar to the Song of Laws. This was the first time Danny had encountered such a strange material. This is destiny, the destiny of Yasuo and Yahai. Suddenly, Danny's vision blurred, and Blinden's figure appeared beside her. "You've been here all this time?" Danny was surprised for a moment, but she immediately regained her composure. Blinden could enter her sea of consciousness without her noticing. It was even easier to hide from her. "Last time, when Bran entered the crow's body and saw John, I stayed here," Blinden explained. He stretched out his right hand and formed a sword with his middle finger and index finger. He drew a circle in the air. The green circle of light seemed to be connected to the void somewhere. "Let your main soul enter the dragon's spirit state." Danny did as she was told. The next moment, another Blinden entered Dahe's sea of consciousness and drew a circle with his finger. Divine power enters from here. It won't attract Lalo's attention. Danny didn't move. She frowned and said, "Tell me the truth. Are you hiding something from me? The red star that fused with John isn't just the remnant soul of Yasuo and Yahai. Yasuo and Yahai aren't demigods, let alone true gods, but that red star contains divinity and part of the Song of Laws. I swear to the Mother Goddess that it's only Yasuo and Yahai's destiny," Blinden said solemnly. "Hurry up, now the arrow is on the bow. Don't fall short." Hearing him swear in the name of the door god, Danny was still puzzled, but she didn't delay. The aura of Dahe, Danny, the power of faith, and the song of fire transformed into divine flames, rushed into the green circle of light, and rushed out of the circle of light in John's sea of consciousness. Then Danny's consciousness and John's sea of consciousness controlled the swarming fire wizard power. Burn the sky and boil the sea. Roar! A majestic five-clawed fire dragon suddenly emerged from the center of the soul fog that had been slowly fusing. Its head was like a camel, its horns like a deer, its eyes like a rabbit, its ears like a cow, its neck like a snake, its belly like a snake, its scales like a carp, its claws like an eagle, its palms like a tiger, and it had whiskers beside its mouth and a pearl under its chin. It was a lifelike Eastern divine dragon, with its scales and whiskers clearly visible. The fire dragon opened its mouth and roared. It was clearly a fire element divine power, but like a demonic dragon of the Dharma world. It suddenly expanded thousands of times. It turned around and swallowed the soul fog. It was as if a flaming megalosaurus on Earth had flown into outer space from the ground, and then its body had grown countless times. It circled the Earth again and again, and finally opened its mouth and swallowed the Earth. The Eastern divine dragon was just a facade. Its essence was Danny's most powerful flame attack. It burned the Yasuo, Yahai's destiny in John's soul. The dark red fog that had been combining with John's bright black soul was burned in the flames, and then it was bestowed with a spirit. Large patches of dark red fog disappeared. "What's this?" In John's sea of consciousness, a giant beast that could devour heaven and earth seemed to have awakened. It struggled to get up and roared loudly. The entire sea of consciousness was shaking violently, as if a magnitude 9 earthquake, a magnitude 12 tsunami, and a magnitude 12 typhoon had occurred at the same time. "What's this?" Danny also exclaimed. The giant beast had its own independent will, but it clearly did not belong to John. Could it be Yasuo Yahai? No, that's impossible. This kind of power. Danny's expression changed as a terrifying thought came to her mind. She suddenly turned her head and stared at Blinden, whose expression had also turned serious. She gritted her teeth and said, "Lalo, you tricked me. That's not Yasuo, Yahai's destiny at all. It's a part of Lalo's soul, the soul of a true god. You use me as cannon fodder to fight Lalo head-on. I'm not tricking you. Blindin shook his head lightly and asked, Who do you think Yasuo Yahai is? Who was Yasuo Yahai? Wasn't he the savior? But Yasuo Yahai's position in the Red God Church was almost equivalent to Jesus' position in Christianity. This Danny's expression turned ugly. She was sure that she had been tricked. No matter who Yasuo Yahai was before, the savior must be Lalo. The merit of being the savior belongs to our healer, Brinden said indifferently. I should have thought of that. Danny smiled bitterly. In the binary opposing god system, Lalo and the frost god were eternal enemies. Then, during the first long night, Lalo couldn't have stood by the side and shouted 666. He must have been involved. This is the Westeros, my kingdom. John's Sea of Consciousness can only be entered and not exited. As long as you destroy this will, even Lalo himself won't know that you did it, Blindin said. That's a true god. I can't do anything to him. As Lalo's will in the Savior's destiny awakened, Danny's divine fire could no longer burn the soul fog that had turned from dark red to bright red. Instead, her flame divine dragon was like cracked porcelain, falling off layer by layer and crumbling inch by inch. It could not hold on any longer. It's okay. I'm here. I'll help you. Chapter 587. You mortals have blasphemed the true God and tried in vain to defy fate. All of you must die. Lalo's voice exploded in the air like a thunderclap. It tore Danny's soul into 7 or 8 pieces. However, it was just like what had happened in Hoguan Town's apple forest. Danny's second-level dragon spirit had torn Brendan's soul into countless shreds and even burned it. Yet the three-eyed crow still managed to recover quickly. The green prophet's soul was indestructible. Danny's thought quickly took shape again, and Blindin, who was next to her, had the same thought. Indecisiveness will only lead to chaos. The best result is to kill him. Use your full power, Blindin advised. You are really a bastard. You have been lying to me since the beginning. Sooner or later, I will kick you out of the Targaryen family tree, Danny said hatefully. Blindin was not the three-eyed crow now, and he was still very concerned about his identity as a noble, illegitimate child. When he heard that Danny wanted to kick him out of the family tree, he immediately became unhappy. When did I lie to you? He frowned and said, This remnant soul is really Yesor Ahai's destiny. The process of letting Jon fuse with Lalo's remnant soul is the legendary reincarnation of Yesor Ahai. How can there be a person who can easily become a savior just by being born? If you gain something, you will definitely lose something. When Jon was alive, he accepted Lalo's power and enjoyed the glory of being a savior. After he died, he had to give his destiny back to Lalo. It is like taking a loan and repaying a loan. This is the price he should pay. Then let Lalo possess Jon. You also said that this is the price of being a savior, Danny said with a cold smile. If you are willing to follow your destiny, I will leave immediately. By now, you should also understand that it is not Jon who wants to take your talent and bloodline power. He is also the one who pays the debt. The real lender is Lalo. If you want to go against heaven and change your destiny, Lalo will definitely be your enemy. That's why I promised Bran to set up this trap. Bran and I temporarily gave up our responsibilities as the Green Prophet for the sake of our own ties. Bran did it for Jon, and I did it for you. But you didn't recognize my good intentions and thought that I wanted to harm you. Why don't you think about it? If I cheat you, Jon will gain something, but what will I gain? Sigh, as expected of an old politician who has been the hand of the king for 30 years. Danny sighed helplessly. She was persuaded. It was not because of the restraint of seeing deviant ghosts, but because Lalo might really be plotting against her. She was sure that if Blindin succeeded, the result would be beneficial to her, but the biggest beneficiary would definitely be someone else. Let's work together. You use the will of the Green Prophet to scatter his soul, and I'll burn the broken soul fragments. All right. Blindin agreed and turned into a giant black crow, piercing into the bright red mist like a sharp sword. At this time, every mist particle in the mist of souls was as red as the sun, emitting endless light and heat. The bright red mist of souls was like the Milky Way made up of countless stars. The giant black crow turned into a black arrow and shot into the Milky Way, exploding like a nuclear bomb. The Milky Way exploded like fireworks and countless stars dimmed, extinguished, and shattered. Green Prophet! Lalo's voice was filled with hatred. Boom! The fire dragon rose again, and its momentum was even stronger. This time, Blackie used his blacksmith divine title, and the fire dragon scales were extremely bright red. This time, Dani entered the state of wind song, and at the same time, she had 5 dragon spirits. Huff! First, she used the soul destruction strike, and then the wind helped the fire. The fire dragon was like an inflatable balloon, suddenly expanding countless times, filling John's mind. John's mind turned into a furnace, burning fiercely. Beep, beep, beep. The suns exploded in the flames and were annihilated in the spiritual bestowment. Lalo said resentfully, "Real mother of dragons, very good. The 2 of you dare to join forces to stop the mandate of heaven. I will remember. So much nonsense." The level 5 dragon spirits, 9 consecutive soul-extinguishing strikes, had completely silenced our Hiller. Walala, a huge amount of spiritual substance fell into Dani's mind, and she did not dare to delay any longer. She immediately opened the faith channel of the 7 gods with the black dragon spirit and channeled all the spiritual substance into the pool of faith. She guessed that there was a song of law in the spiritual substance, but she and her dragon could not absorb it. But if they did not absorb it, the song of law would evaporate, and the pool of faith could store it. Dani guessed correctly. Yasuo Yahai's mandate of heaven was an ability and talent to complete the mandate of heaven, and it did not provide much spiritual substance. Not to mention the Crab King. It was not even as good as an immortal, but the divinity was far more than the Crab King and the Knife Loach combined. In addition, there were 2 songs of law, 1 gray and 1 white. Song of the Sun, Song of the Shadow. You made an oath, a sacred oath. The wind died down, and John's mind returned to normal. Blindin looked at Dani with a burning gaze and reminded her, "You swore that after you obtained the weirwood seed paste, Yasuo Yahai's mandate of heaven would belong to John." "You rascal!" Dani pointed at him and said angrily, "And you said it was for me." "For me? You should suffer intermittent amnesia right now and forget that stupid oath. I said it was for you, not for you as a person. In fact, I don't have a good impression of you. For you, it's only because you're a Targaryen. But John is also a Targaryen, and he's a bastard like me. I love him more." Blindin glared at Dani and said bluntly. Dani wanted to flip out and take the opportunity to kill both John and Blindin. If I give it to him, would he dare to take it? Dani splashed the spiritual rain in the faith space directly into John's mind. It was a vast expanse of multicolored stars. "Your talent makes people jealous," Blindin said with a complicated expression. He opened his mouth and sucked all the spiritual rain into his stomach like a whale swallowing water. Dani's expression changed. She lost her sense of the spiritual rain. In terms of control over the power of the soul, even a true god is not as good as a single green prophet. Not to mention that we are the collection of the wills of thousands of green prophets over millions of years. Blindin's expression was indifferent as he spat out a green liquid from his mouth. The green liquid rolled into John's bright gray soul. His soul and the transfiguration talent were growing. "What is it?" Dani asked in surprise. Blindin was in a good mood now that he had succeeded. He explained with a smile, "This is the green spring. When ordinary people get it, they can activate the transfiguration talent, green dream controller, and green prophet talent. The green spring has 2 types, innate and acquired. The spring of nature provided by the mother stream is innate and determines a person's talent. My artificial green spring can only increase a person's talent to the limit. Without the green prophet talent, drinking a lot of artificial green spring is useless. You became a green prophet because you stole the spring of nature from my soul, right? You got what you wanted. Our agreement is over. Danny said indifferently. It's not over. Danny, you have to understand one thing. In the Westeros, nothing can be hidden from the green prophet. Even the true god Lalo is the same. Blynden stared at her with burning eyes. Danny smiled bitterly and took out half of the divinity. Not enough. Blynden waved his hand. The divinity merged into Jon's soul without any delay. It was as if the divinity originally belonged to Jon and now returned to its rightful owner. Danny took out another half. You lied to me. You have to make it up to me. She glared at him. Blynden thought for a moment and said, You keep the song of the sun. Give the rest to Jon. The divinity of death and shadow is just nourishment for you. But for Jon, it's a kind of supplement. Supplement what? Danny was puzzled. Give it to me first. I'm afraid that if I tell you the truth, you'll cause trouble again. Blynden said. After hesitating for a moment, Danny took out the last quarter of the divinity. Complete the Holy Spirit. As the last bit of divinity merged, Jon's soul exuded a kind of perfection. Jon is also a Holy Spirit? Danny said in disbelief. Jon, Yasuer, and Ahai are the complete reincarnation of the Savior. Only a Holy Spirit that can condense the Song of Laws is meaningful to Lalo. Blynden said. Good plan. Danny sighed and threw the ball of Song of Shadows out. Before the endless pressure of the laws could spread, the Song of Shadow quickly merged into Jon's soul. It was like a swallow returning to its nest, as if it naturally belonged to Jon. Danny suppressed her greed and jealousy and recovered her calm attitude. She mocked, Now that you've obtained endless benefits, let's see how you deal with it in the future. It's not so easy to take a true god's things. Blynden shook his head and said sadly, Why do you dislike Jon so much? At this moment, he only has a chance to break free from fate. If he doesn't defeat Lalo one day, he will fall into the kingdom of death and everything will belong to Lalo. The only one who can help him is you. You're his aunt. You should unite and help each other to create glory. Don't talk nonsense. You tricked me this time and became enemies with Lalo for no reason. And Jon got the biggest advantage. It's already rare for me to be able to maintain a calm heart. I can't be heartless and be loyal to him. Danny sneered. Whoosh Blynden sighed and disappeared. Danny was also repelled by a strong force and returned to her body. Gods! 7 gods above! My lord, long live the King of Light! There was a series of exclamations in the courtyard. The barbarians and night watchers cried out in shock, while the Red God believers cheered excitedly. This was because Jon, who had been dead for 5 days, was alive. When the 9 barbarian captives stopped breathing in the fire, Melisandre completed the sacrifice. She walked to the side of the altar and leaned over to kiss Jon's lips. Jon's pale body became red at a visible rate. The stitches fell off and the wound healed automatically. White steam began to appear from his nose. He was breathing. He was alive. This is a miracle. The Red God has appeared. The Red God's power is so strong that he can even resurrect the dead. Manslade's face was pale as he said in a daze. He was not the only one. All the non-Red God believers who witnessed Jon's resurrection were shocked and shocked. Their God had never performed a miracle like this before. Plop! Bowen Maxey suddenly knelt down. His red, pomegranate-like face was distorted as he shouted crazily, I'm guilty, guilty. The commander-in-chief has been resurrected. He is the child of prophecy. I killed the child of prophecy. I'm guilty. Thud, thud. Every single one of the Night's Watchers who had participated in the assassination of Jon knelt in the direction of the altar. Their faces were pale and their spirits were gone. Ask the commander-in-chief if you're guilty. Danny glanced at Red Pomegranate and said lightly, "Cough, cough. Ugh." John lay on the wooden altar and vomited crazily. The stench of decay filled the courtyard. He was resurrected, but the half-digested food in his stomach and intestines could not be kept fresh. Not only was it rotten, but it was also frozen. Warm intestines, cold, rotting food scraps. Whenever he moved his body, he could not help but feel nauseous and vomit. After a while, John wiped away the stain at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the kneeling men in black with a complicated expression and announced, "I'm no longer a night watcher. I am no longer a man of the Night's Watch. Jon Snow is dead. The Night's Watch is over. Now I'm Winterfell's Jon Stark." Chapter 588. "Jon Stark!" The one-armed tanner's expression changed as he said in a deep voice, "Commander-in-Chief, are you sure?" This time I didn't break my oath. John's face was still a little pale. He was naked, but his tone was very firm. Not to mention Robb's last words and Stark's honor and disgrace that he bore. Just the fact that he was stabbed to death and beheaded by dozens of night watchers, no matter what reason they had. At least it meant that his authority as commander-in-chief was no longer there, and there was no point in staying at the Great Wall. Red Pomegranate shouted, "Commander-in-Chief, please stay. The Great Wall and the Night Watchers can't do without you. You are the savior." He glanced at his kneeling companion and gritted his teeth. "Please stay, Commander-in-Chief. We are willing to take the responsibility of assassinating the Commander-in-Chief and apologize with our lives." Red Pomegranate's ability was a little weak, but his loyalty and love for the Night Watchers was something that few could compare to. He also sincerely put on the black clothes and became a Night Watcher for the glory and responsibility of the Night Watchers. During Elder Bear's time, he loyally assisted Elder Bear. When Elder Bear died, he acted as the commander-in-chief and led the charge against the Weeper without fear of death. It turned out that it was a very wrong decision. Not only did he lose his men, but he also caused the Dark Castle to be empty, and it was almost taken down by Yegaret's group of barbarians. When Jon took over, no matter how dissatisfied he was with the commander-in-chief's behavior of getting close to the barbarians, he still carried out his orders meticulously and gave advice. When it came to the fundamental interests of the Night Watchers, he also took the responsibility of breaking his oath and became the leader of the assassination of the commander-in-chief. In the plot of Wandering Power, he glorified Red Pomegranate. At this time, Jon's resurrection deeply shocked him like a believer who saw Jesus crawl out of the grave. He believed that Jon fulfilled the ancient prophecy and would save the world. In order to save the world, he would rather die with the most terrible crime to appease the anger in the commander-in-chief's heart and end the conflict between the commander-in-chief and the Night Watchers. If Barristan was a real knight, then Bowen Maxey was a real man of the Night Watchers. "Commander-in-chief, please stay. Commander-in-chief, please stay." 1, 2, 3 more, and more Night Watchers began to ask Jon to stay. There was no doubt that the savior was the best candidate. But then again, Dany wanted to laugh. She suddenly thought of a line from a novel that often appeared in pop-up advertisements. "Please come out of the mountains, Tiger Commander. Chief Maxey, Brothers of the Night Watch." Marshal Wolf straightened himself up with the support of the wooden plank and faced Red Pomegranate and the kneeling Night Watchers. With a complicated expression, he said, "You are not wrong. You did not break the oath. The one who broke the oath is Jon Snow. As the commander-in-chief of the Night Watchers, I was blinded by my family's grudge and did something extremely wrong and stupid. The commander-in-chief had taken the lead in breaking the oath at this critical moment, and the consequences were severe. Thinking about it now, I couldn't help but sweat profusely, regret and fear. But the past is the past. Jon Snow is the past. Now I have to be Jon Stark. For my father, for my brother Robb, for all those who died at the hands of Bolton. It was also for the upcoming long night. To resist foreign aggression, one must first pacify internal affairs. After I quell the unrest and take back Winterfell, I swear, the northern region will not only not hinder the night watch, but will also become the night watch's rear. I will use the power of the northern region to support the Great Wall. The Wu here was more rational and principled than the one in Wandering Power. After the Wu was resurrected, he announced his resignation after executing the person who assassinated him. Hearing Wu's words, which were very reasonable, the night watchers no longer shouted, "Please stay, Marshal Wolf." Danny didn't care about Wu's departure. She had been observing the red-robed woman, Melisandre. It was strange. Lalo's face was covered in blood, and he suffered a double loss. But the first priestess of the Red God had a gratified smile on her face. She was happy for Wu's resurrection and for the Red God's miracle to be publicized. Suddenly, Danny understood. Aunt May couldn't contact Lalo at all times. She even doubted whether Lalo could communicate directly with the believers. After Wu washed up and changed his clothes, Danny was ready to leave. But before she left, Danny had a question for the red-nosed old doctor to answer. Did Ricard Stark and his scholar, Villies, have any thoughts of rebelling? She tried to enter the trees again, but this time it was very difficult for her to enter. She couldn't swim smoothly at all. Previously it was like walking on a slide, but now it was like digging a hole. The Green Prophet wasn't bragging. The land and trees were their kingdom, and it was difficult for outsiders to invade their territory. She had no choice but to look for Perestan. The red-nosed old man was shocked and said with a serious expression, "If this is true, the impact on the scholar will be more serious than the blood dragon dance. If the scholar encourages the lords to rebel against the king, no nobles will trust the scholar anymore." "Is it true?" Danny asked. "I don't know." Perestan shook his head and said, "Regardless of whether it is true or not, the scholar who planned this wouldn't tell other unrelated people, and it wouldn't be recorded. Only the person involved knows. Villies is dead, right?" "Yes, not long after Duke Ricard died he?" After thinking carefully, the red-nosed doctor said in surprise, the alliance of the wolf, fish, eagle, and deer families was really organized by Duke Ricard. 10 years before the War of the Usurpers, Ricard sent his second son to Arryn Valley to be Jon Arryn's adopted son. 3 years later, Blynden was engaged to the eldest daughter of the Tully family. Almost the same year, Robert and Lyanna were engaged. There were still 7 years before the War of the Usurpers. The power of this alliance is no longer to protect themselves under the tyranny of the Mad King. They have a bigger plan. In fact, before the incident with Lyanna and Lyanna, the Mad King didn't mess with the Duke-level nobles other than secretly putting a hat on his little friend Tywin. Does Ricard want to take the Iron Throne? He's a northerner. How can he convince the masses? Danny frowned. "Your Majesty, I can't answer this. You have to ask the person involved. Unfortunately, too much time has passed and no one." The red-nosed doctor's eyes lit up as he smiled. "There really is one alive. Scholar Villies' father is still alive. How does the father know about his son's scheme?" Danny was puzzled. "His father is none other than Dr. Wargrave. You've met him before. That day in the City of Knowledge's Steward's Pavilion, he called you Princess Layla and made us suspicious of your identity. Do you remember? Unfortunately, Wargrave has already lost his mind. You won't be able to get anything out of him." The old doctor sighed regretfully and suggested, "You can arrange for someone to check Dr. Wargrave's tower. There might be letters inside." Danny also remembered that senile Dr. Steward. My good boy Jacqueline had turned into Pate and was hiding beside him. Wait! Other than calling her wrong identity, that old man often called Pate Clarkson. Who was Clarkson? She didn't know who Clarkson was before, but after taking down Dragonstone Island, Danny would eventually know who her underlings were. Clarkson, the former scholar of Dragonstone Island, had planned to use poison to take Aunt May down with him. However, Aunt May had ended up showing off in front of everyone, but he had followed Erlu to Dragonstone Island. For decades before that, Clarkson had been in Storm's End Castle, serving Theon Bela According to Pylus, Clarkson's successor and current Dragonstone Island scholar, Scholar Clarkson's love for the three Erlu brothers was like a father to his sons, surpassing that of a scholar and a lord. Wargrave is a doctor. How can he have a son? Danny asked. Like the night watchman, the scholar had even lost his name and swore to serve the Westeros for life, never taking a wife or giving a land. Illegitimate son, Vilis Forroy, a child born to a woman from a branch family of Haitar. P.S. After explaining, the red-nosed old man said awkwardly, "It's normal for men to make mistakes when it comes to women. Who doesn't know that our commander-in-chief has an affair with Captain Yrgrat and the savage princess Wa?" Damn, John was so flirtatious. How did he get together with Mance's sister-in-law? Danny asked curiously. Hee, you've asked the right person about this. I guarantee no one else knows. The red-nosed old man smiled proudly and said, "The commander-in-chief is a shapeshifter. He has a crow as a companion. He often used the crow's body to peek at War bathing, and—" The old doctor gave Danny a wretched look and chuckled lewdly. After discovered the crow, she guessed that John was peeking. Then, one night, she stole him. She toyed with him, and he enjoyed airs, ropes, and whips. P.S. I didn't expect to look like a noble princess, but actually, Danny couldn't take it anymore. She even brought out the ropes and whips. How do you know about this? She interrupted him. I'm a doctor. I know how to communicate with crows. The commander-in-chief's crow has a sharp tongue, but it's a glutton. I used corn to exchange for many secrets from it. What secrets? John's hair was wet as he climbed up the crow's nest accompanied by Tormund and Yrgrat. The red-nosed old man waved his hand and said hurriedly, "No, nothing." Danny glanced at the red-haired girl with dark circles, red eyes, and wet eyelashes. She sneered and said, "We were talking about how many women cried tears of joy for you after your resurrection." No. He blushed and then turned pale. He carefully glanced at the red-haired girl and immediately changed the topic. "Your Majesty, I intend to recruit a group of freedmen to go south to Winterfell. Do you think this is in accordance with the tripartite lease agreement? According to the agreement, King Stannis can also recruit freedmen as warriors. After becoming a subordinate of the King of the North, the freedmen can no longer eat the Night Watcher's rations, wear the Night Watcher's clothes, and use the Night Watcher's weapons and warhorses. Can you do that?" Danny said calmly. John and the two barbarians' expressions changed drastically. It was at least 1,500 kilometers from Dark Castle to Winterfell on the King's Road. There were no supply points during this period. When the snow on the road was so thick that it could bury a person's head, the consumption of rations would be terrifying. It would be at least 10 times the normal consumption. If John recruited 2,000 barbarians, he would take away 20,000 people from the Great Wall, at least 3 months' worth of rations. Even the Dragon Queen felt that this terrifying consumption was taxing. Danny continued, "Now the Shadow Tower and Eastwatch receive supplies and knights from the nobles of the 7 kingdoms every day. When you use these supplies to build your own army, not a single grain of rice or night watchers will be transported to the Great Wall. Your Majesty, I'm also here for this. Can you lend me some rations?" John was in a dilemma. Chapter 589. Your Majesty, can you lend me some food? John asked awkwardly, "Where do I have food for you?" Danny shook her head and sighed. "If we were at Slaver's Bay, I could give you a few thousand tons of rice, but the Great Wall is far away and there's nowhere to buy it." John's eyes wandered, and he said weakly, "Sir Jarrow Dane brought 80 ships. Commander-in-Chief, are you crazy? That's the food for the freedmen and the night watchers." Preston's eyes widened in disbelief. "I'll borrow it temporarily. After we take down Winterfell, I'll return it," John said with his head lowered. The red-nosed old monk's face turned red, and he said angrily, Duke Stark, are you fooling the deviants? The North doesn't even have summer food. How are you going to return it? Jon's face turned green and red, and he was ashamed. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, Your Majesty, lend me some money and I'll go to Braavos to buy food and ship it to Eastwatch. Lend me the food first, and then use the food from Braavos to make up for it. This was also a method that was highly feasible. It'll cost at least 1,000,000 gold royals, and I don't have that much cash. Why don't you get a loan from the Iron Treasury? Dany thought for a while and said, Iron Treasury. Jon was deep in thought. Even if you get a loan, you'll have to get the approval of the Night Watchers if you want to use the supplies from the Great Wall. I've said before, the food is prepared for the Night Watchers and the Savages. From the moment it's shipped to Eastwatch, it belongs to the Night Watchers. If the Queen vouches for this, there won't be any problems, but Blacksmith Tanner glanced at Jon and sighed. He shook his head and said, Duke Stark, do you understand? If the Night Watchers lend you the supplies to help you attack the Iron Throne's appointed guardian of the North, how will the other nobles view this? Moreover, you might not succeed. Earl Lusbaten and Marquis Waldfrey's alliance has more than 20,000 soldiers. If you lose and die, won't the Night Watchers starve to death? Jon looked at Dany. She shrugged and said helplessly, It's easy to promise, but how can you tell me how to fulfill my promise? At most, I'll let you take weapons, and I promise to provide enough dragon-tooth daggers for the Night Watchers. When the new commander-in-chief of the Night Watchers is elected, you can talk to him. Duke Stark, Tanner suggested. Jon was helpless, but he understood that this was his only choice. Dany did not stay at the Great Wall for long. She witnessed Jon's resurrection in the morning. After lunch, she left with her underlings on the dragon. However, she did not return to Astapor immediately. Instead, she decided to head south to City College and check on Erlu. Before leaving, Big Bear found Jon and proposed to bring the Big Crow to Slave Bay. After all, he was Big Bear's father. Jon only hesitated for a moment before agreeing. He even returned the long claw, the Mormont family's Vajang sword, that Elder Bear had given him. Commander Mormont gave me the claw in the hope that I could use it to deal with the deviant ghosts as a Night Watcher. Now, I'm no longer qualified to use it. Bam, bam, bam. Big Bear lifted his chin slightly and patted his chest proudly, causing the white, glazed Vajang armor to rumble. It's all made of Vajang, and this sword, he patted the two-handed sword at his waist. Heavenly Mercy Sword. The Queen named the 7 White Knights' armor and sword after the stars of the 7 gods. This sword corresponds to the Mother Star. It's called Heavenly Mercy Sword, and the armor is called Heavenly Mercy Star Armor. Cora looked at the big crow beside him. There was an indescribable pride and joy in his expression. This was returning home in glory. Moreover, he was showing his divinity in front of his father. The pleasure was doubled. Caw, 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 caw. Elder Crow cried out happily. Cora, you're good. I'm relieved. Stay at the Great Wall. Big Bear had regained his glory and was living well. Elder Crow did not want to leave with his son. Well, Elder Bear had left his last words. He asked Sam to inform Big Bear, I forgive you. Come back and put on the black clothes. Obviously, the White Knights were much more honorable than the Night Watchers. When Dany returned to the courtyard and was about to leave on the dragon, she was surprised to see Erlu's ugly daughter talking to Dahe. I'm almost 12 years old. How old are you this year? Although I'm not even 4 years old, I'm already a dragon god. Dahe's voice was like an old bull. He was not speaking Eastern Dragon language, but Westeros. In fact, he was more fluent in Westeros than Eastern Dragon language. This was because, other than Dany, he had never heard Eastern Dragon language in other people's daily conversations. Wow, Dragon God! Shireen cried out in surprise. Then she asked in confusion, What's a Dragon God? Dragon God is the 7 gods. It's the Red God. Dahe did not understand half of it himself. Dahe, what are you doing? Danny entered the dragon spirit and asked in surprise, What? Dahe was stunned. Why are you so enthusiastic about that little girl? Danny asked curiously. Shireen. Dahe was silent for a moment and said, She's a little like you. Danny's face darkened. I'm ugly? Ugly? Is Shireen ugly? I don't know. I just think. I don't know. Dahe was confused. Danny frowned and thought. Dahe would not lie. Then she must be similar to Shireen. It had nothing to do with looks. Bloodline? Shireen had almost no Targaryen characteristics. Danny was also confused. In fact, Danny had entered blind spot. Although Dahe was hatched by her, his first dragon spirit was with the original Danny Rise. A year before Dahe was born, he and Danny Rise were in the dragon spirit's dream. At that time, Danny Rise was lonely and self-pitying. She was very similar to Shireen now. Of course, bloodline was also a factor. If Danny took Shireen's blood for a test, she would be surprised to find that her blood was much purer than Erlu. Queen. Shireen saw Danny and bowed in panic. However, she did not know how to greet her. In theory, her father was the king and her mother was the queen. Dragon Queen, my name is Shireen. Shireen Bella Thean greets you. Finally, Shireen lifted her skirt and bowed, performing the etiquette of a junior greeting an elder. Danny nodded secretly. She and Erlu were cousins, so she was indeed Shireen's elder. The etiquette of an elder and a junior did not involve the fight for the throne and avoided a lot of awkwardness. For example, Shireen's mother was standing at the entrance of the king's tower looking at them. However, she could not come over because she was the queen. This little girl reacted quickly and was very smart. Danny praised her in her heart, and her impression of this ugly girl improved a lot. You're not afraid of the Megalosaurus? Shireen raised her head, revealing half of her gray-scaled face. She looked at Danny gracefully and said, I was a little afraid at first, but after seeing his eyes, I'm not afraid anymore. Danny's impression of her became even better. How did you think of talking to him? I heard a lot of stories about Blackie. I know he can talk, so I really want to talk to him, Shireen said. Danny suddenly asked on a whim, Do you want to ride a dragon? Can I? Shireen opened her eyes wide and pointed at her nose with her little finger. She could not believe it. You can go up and try, Danny said. Shireen asked Blackie before nervously climbing onto the dragon's back. Wow! The Megalosaurus roared and Shireen's long hair fluttered. She opened her mouth wide and shouted. Erlu's wife finally let go of her reservations and trotted to Danny's side. She asked nervously, How did Shireen become a dragon knight? I told her to become one, so she became one. Dragons have 3 heads. Is Shireen one of them? The bearded king with big ears was surprised. What do you think? Danny was speechless. Dragons having 3 heads is the Targaryen family's destiny. Why are you a stag joining in the fun? The queen's protruding ears twitched a few times and said with certainty, Shireen has the blood of the true dragon. The problem is she's now the flaming stag. Are you going to surrender to me? You saw the miracle in the morning. The queen raised her chin slightly, even the black hair in her nostrils was exposed. The great king of light is invincible. He can even resurrect people. His prophecy will come true. My husband is the true king, the savior. Danny looked at the red god believer with a red heart embroidered on her chest with pity and reminded her softly, Didn't you hear that everyone calls Jon Stark the savior? Even if there is a child of prophecy, your husband is only the king's cannon fodder. Erlu's wife froze. Her eyes widened as she looked at Jon in horror. Her hairy cheeks were as pale as a dead person's. Because she had a good time with Shireen, Danny decided to help her check on Erlu's situation. The dire wolf, Witty, had been hanging around Erlu. From Jon, Danny learned about Erlu's approximate location and found him in the wolf forest. It was terrible. The north wind whistled. Snowflakes the size of goose feathers covered the sky. The snow on the ground was waist-deep. The world was gray. The breath of the passers-by turned into ice. Even their souls were almost frozen. Danny estimated that the temperature was below minus 20 degrees Celsius. But Erlu's 1,000 red hearts all came from the warm south. A proper child of summer, it was worse than Napoleon's conquest of Moscow. Napoleon had at least half of Europe as his logistics base. Erlu had nothing but human lives to gain. If Yuluen had not let go of Karlin Bay, Erlu would have had a chance to succeed with Wu's help. Because the elite soldiers of the Northern Territory had been taken away by Rob, Winterfell only had 2,000 to 3,000 defenders who looked united but were actually divided. But Roose Bolton's return not only brought back a large number of veterans, but also calmed the people of the Northern Territory. Erlu was trapped in the Wolf Forest, unable to advance or retreat. There was a 500-kilometer wide forest from Deepwood Castle to Winterfell. The people of the Northern Territory called it the Wolf Forest. If they retreated, there was nowhere to retreat. If they advanced, there were more than 10,000 Northern Territory soldiers in Winterfell waiting for them. If not for the black smoke rising from Erlu's camp, Danny would not have been able to find his camp. It was completely covered in snow, a vast expanse of white. Ah, a monster! Look at the sky! What kind of monster is that? Erlu's army had 4,000 people, other than the 1,000 red hearts from the south. There were also 3,000 clansmen recruited from the mountains in the west. The clansmen were chiseling ice on the lake to fish. When they noticed the sky darkening, they looked up and saw Blackie whizzing across the sky. But they had never seen a megalosaurus before. They were all scared out of their wits, rolling and crawling, shouting loudly, "Megalosaurus, don't be afraid. That's a megalosaurus. The black dragon is here." This was Erlu's night. In an instant the camp came alive. The clansmen and knights climbed out of the snow-covered chimney one by one. They were like gophers that came out of their caves to look for food at night. Is it really the Dragon Queen? Asha dragged the heavy chains and squinted at the sky. Chapter 590. What are you doing here? Erlu asked, clenching his jaw. He was in a terrible state. The thick fur cloak and the heavy and luxurious steel armor should have made him look majestic. But at this moment, it only served to accentuate his thinness and dejection. He was thin to begin with, but after thousands of miles of snow and ice, his flesh seemed to have been ground away, leaving only a tall and thin skeleton. Danny could even see the outline of his skull through his thin skin. However, although his face was changing, his expression and habits remained the same. His face was still stiff, and his jaw was tightly shut. It made people worry that he would break his teeth. Erlu's living conditions were even worse. It was a low tent, more than 10 square meters, a bundle of straw, a blanket, a small table, and a brazier. It was cold and damp, and there was a strange smell of mold and urine mixed together. Fortunately, Danny did not need to enter his tent. She stood in the snow at the entrance of Erlu's tent. She looked around and saw many people looking around in surprise. "I was just passing by. My white knight wants to meet his family, the Mormons." Then she asked, "Jon Snow is dead. Do you know?" Erlu's pupils contracted. He said in disbelief, "Dead." "He wanted to renounce his oath as a night watchman and gather the barbarians to help you. The night watchman cleaned up the house and cut off his head," Danny said. Erlu's face, which was as thin as a layer of skin, scrunched up. He ground his teeth so hard that they made cracking sounds. "That day, I wanted to restore his identity as Stark as the king and let him inherit the title of Guardian of the Northern Territory, but he refused without hesitation. Now that we're about to attack Winterfell, he suddenly... What is he thinking?" Erlu really wanted to form an alliance with the king. His goal had never changed, the Iron Throne. He could not become the king of the Northern Territory himself. Erlu also knew that the name Stark was the most useful in the Northern Territory. Hey, death was just the beginning. Your light king revived him. Everyone calls him the child of prophecy. Danny laughed maliciously. Erlu's expression changed dramatically. Suspicion and fear flashed in his eyes. Sir Farling, take them to Earl Mormont. Gordy Farland, the giant killer, could also be considered an old acquaintance of Danny. He was once a prisoner of the Giant King, who had attempted to lead an army to attack the camp of the barbarians that the Dragon Queen had set up outside the Great Wall. He had once harassed Danny in Dark Castle. Since you've met him, you should leave now. After saying this, Erlu retreated into the tent with a gloomy expression and closed the curtains tightly. He had no intention of inviting the Dragon Queen in and acting as a host. I wonder how the two true and false children of prophecy will interact from now on. Under the protection of 5 knights, Danny happily left Erlu's tent with the giant killer. Sai, Dragon Queen, Danny, Her Majesty Liz, arriving in front of a small canvas tent. Before the giant killer could call out, a tall woman with black hair to her ears leaned over. She was wearing a warrior's leather armor and a fur coat, but her hands were chained up. It was obvious that she knew martial arts, but she was not a knight under Erlu's command. Therefore, before she could get close, she was stopped by White Knight Garth. Danny sized her up. She looked wild, with rough skin, thin and tall, and a pair of long legs that were very eye-catching. They were straight and slender, firm and strong, and could be compared to her own. Danny was just about to ask when a bear-like short and strong woman came out of the tent. She howled, "Cora!" and strode over. It was a short and stocky woman with big hands and feet. Danny knew that she was Ursa's cousin, Elisa Mormont. It was said that her nickname was She-Bear. Her personality was as tough as her appearance. She was only 20 years old and already had a 9-year-old daughter. Most importantly, she did not know who the father of the child was. Elisa. Ursa was also very excited and took the initiative to welcome her. The cousins hugged each other and howled excitedly. They were like 2 bears who had found a hive. "Cora, where did you come from?" Elisa rubbed her red eyes and stared at her cousin in confusion. "What are you dressed up like? It looks so gorgeous. Did you get rich? Is your wife back?" Cora looked around awkwardly and puffed out his chest to let his cousin see the white knight emblem on his chest. He said proudly, "I'm a white knight, Danny Liz's white knight." White knights did not need a wife. Danny Liz. "Her Majesty, which Her Majesty is it?" The short woman asked blankly. Bear Island was too remote. Although there were messenger crows and scholars, the information hub of the northern region was Winterfell. Winterfell was now occupied by Bolton. Bear Island and Bolton were irreconcilable. Other than the messenger crows in the City of Knowledge, there was no communication with the outside world for half a year. It's mad. King Aerys's daughter, the real Dragon Queen who hatched a dragon. The long-legged girl looked at Danny and explained to She-Bear. "Oh, it's the Dragon Queen." She-Bear, Elisa, bowed to Danny reluctantly and pulled the big bear aside to whisper. The short-haired girl broke free from Garth's restraint and walked to Danny. "Your Majesty, I'm Asha, the daughter of Balon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands. I'm also the true successor of the Iron Islands Seastone position." "Hello, Asha. What can I do for you?" Danny asked directly. Asha saw that Danny was not interested in her identity and experience, so she went straight to the point. "Your Majesty, my uncle Yuluin sees you as a mortal enemy. He also took my Seastone position. I think we have the basis for an alliance." Danny pointed at the shackles on her hands and laughed. "I think you should get your freedom first before considering the Seastone position. That's simple. I just need to pay a ransom and I'll be free. If you agree to my alliance plan, you can lend me 200 gold royals first." Perhaps out of habit, Asha gave Danny a flirtatious wink as she spoke. "Holy shit," Danny said with a straight face. "Yuluin sees me as a mortal enemy, but I see him as an ant. I don't reject an alliance. but I don't see what benefits you can bring me." Dragon Queen was expressionless and did not respond. The long-haired girl was not embarrassed at all. "Your Majesty, there are many benefits." She smiled confidently, adding 7 points of brilliance to her ordinary face. She said with a strong voice, "I don't think Yuluen who controls Timon Island is an ant. Otherwise, what is the North, West, and River Bend that Timon wreaked havoc? Also, Yuluen has a great weapon to deal with the Megalosaurus. I've personally experienced it, and it's very scary. But as long as you have my loyalty, it's equivalent to removing a great enemy and gaining an ally of equal power. The price you have to pay is only a few hundred gold royals and a little fame." "I thought you wanted me to ride a dragon and burn Luen's fleet," Danny said strangely. "Please don't. Luen has the dragon's horn and can control your Megalosaurus," Asha said nervously. "He told you that?" Danny held back her laughter and asked, "Can't he?" "He told everyone at the King's Selection Convention." Asha was surprised and bewildered. "I hope he always thinks so." Danny laughed coldly and asked, "How do you plan to use my fame?" Asha's eyes flashed as she said confidently, "I will announce to the great families of the Iron Islands that I have pledged my loyalty to you and that you only recognize me as the sole successor to the throne of Hyshur. You have a few dragons and have a great advantage. You have the most hope of unifying the 7 countries. Those with brains will know how to weigh the pros and cons. As long as half of them pledge their allegiance to me, I won't need any help and will overthrow Luen's illegal rule with my own power." It was indeed beneficial, but not costly, but I swore that I would not participate in the power struggle of the 7 countries before the end of the long night. As long as the Iron Islands support the Great Wall, I will not attack Yuluen even if he says he wants to slay dragons every day, Danny said. "Long night." Asha was skeptical and had a conflicted expression. "How about this?" Danny thought for a while and came up with a bad idea for the long-legged girl. "You can use my name to secretly rope in your subordinates and tell them that I agree to your loyalty, but I can't because of the oath. So are you going to admit it or not?" Asha was stunned. "If others ask, of course I'll deny it. I can't go back on my oath. But this won't stop you from using my name to rope in people. Others can deceive people by fabricating something out of nothing. This is much better than fabricating something out of nothing," Danny said matter-of-factly. The shrewd and capable Asha was stunned. "Bear Island doesn't know any other king other than the King of the North. Our king's surname is Stark. I pledge my allegiance to Stannis only because he can avenge Stark," the she-bear said loudly. Danny had killed the conversation, but Cora's emotions were stirred up. The great bear's eyes were red as he said, "I want you to return to Bear Island, not to stop you from avenging Stark, but because I don't want you to die for nothing. You only have 3,000 wounded soldiers and don't even have food supplies. Bolton, on the other hand, has 10,000 fully armed veterans relying on the tall walls of Winterfell. In this battle, other than Her Majesty the Queen, anyone who fights will lose. Why don't you return to Bear Island first and wait for Jon to snow? You probably don't know yet, but Id's illegitimate son has left the Night Watch and changed his surname to Stark. He's Robb's designated successor. Your mother Melji isn't dead either. She's a guest at Neckmarsh with Robb's declaration of his successor. You can wait for Jon to mobilize his troops. His rallying power isn't something Stannis can compare to. When the northern warlords respond, Bear Island will join in. At that time, even if we lose, we can at least fight back and die a worthy death. Unlike now, we can't even last one wave." "Hey, Bear Island boy, what do you mean? We're the good men of the unyielding clan. One can beat the 10 Skinners of the Bolton bastards." The she-bear hadn't recovered from her cousin's information when an old warrior walked over and shouted. Greasy and messy long hair, a white beard that covered most of his face, and a dirty wool cloak, he was dressed like a barbarian from beyond the Great Wall. However, The leather armor on the old barbarian's chest was printed with a blue wine barrel pattern. Danny glanced at the strange wine barrel emblem and said, "Are your mountain clans nobles of the Northern Territory? I didn't see your names in the Westeros emblem handbook." "Hey, other than Stark, you Southerners don't care about the people of our clan. Speaking of which, I, Hugo Wool, am also an earl, but everyone calls me Big Wine Barrel." At this point, Big Wine Barrel looked up and down at Danny, who was wearing a blue dress and white armor. He frowned and said, "You're so handsome and dressed so flamboyantly. Are you the true Dragon Targaryen? You don't look as reliable as the Stag King." Danny's face darkened slightly. "Hey, old man, do you know how to speak human language?" The fat eunuch used his belly to bump Big Wine Barrel. Evenly matched, the two of them took a step back at the same time. "Fat pig, where are you from? Are you speaking human language?" Big Wine Barrel retorted. Well, Bewertha's Westeros wasn't very good, and it was obvious that he was a foreigner. In fact, Danny's centaur lackeys were even more hot-tempered, but they couldn't understand the common language of the mountains. Chapter 591. Danny gave him a look, and Garth immediately went forward to pull away Beevos, who was arguing with the savage. "Old man, when I single-handedly killed dozens of deviant ghosts at the Great Wall, you were still snoring in some mountain." "Words are like the wind, unless you can prove yourself." Big Wine Barrel rolled his eyes and said, "How can I prove it?" Danny rolled her eyes and smiled meaningfully. "Unruly people come from barren hills and turbulent waters." This simple and honest-looking old savage had been making a fuss for half a day just to provoke him. As expected, Big Wine Barrel waved his hand nonchalantly and pointed to the east, saying, "Winterfell is just 100 miles away. Roose Bolton's pale body is definitely not as sturdy as a deviant ghost. If you ride a dragon and spray him to death, I'll admit your bravery." After saying that, he slanted his eyes to the corner of his eyes and secretly glanced at the Dragon Queen, who knew that the Dragon Queen was also looking over with a smile. The teasing in her eyes was so clear that the old clansman's stiff old faces couldn't help but heat up. "Hee, what's in your barrel isn't wine, but a barrel of bad water. My bravery doesn't need to be proven. If you really want to know, you can ask your Stag King and hear." Danny looked around and used Big Black's vision to observe Erlu's knights. She raised her eyebrows and said, "So miserable?" More than 1,000 knights not only became horseless infantrymen, but even their numbers were reduced by 20 to 30%. The war horses of the South are not used to the environment of the North. They all froze to death. Giant killer Gordifa Lingiu said mournfully. Big Wine Barrel let go of his uneasiness with the Dragon Queen. To ease the awkwardness of the failure of his little plan, he mocked the giant killer loudly. "You bunch of southern monkey jumping up and down are really spoiled. Just a little snow, and you're so scared that you wet your brocade pants. If you didn't dawdle and delay our journey, we would have taken over the castle and cut off Bolton's head. A little snow." The dejected giant killer suddenly raised his head. His cheeks twisted in anger as he said, "Bastard, you are the one who suggested His Majesty to send troops. Now I have no choice but to suspect that you are Bolton's spy and that he sent you to His Majesty to spread false rumors." Keg pulled out the axe at his waist and waved it a few times in the air. "Girl, if it wasn't for the fact that I hate Bolton even more and don't want to have internal strife, I would have chopped off your chicken-like head just because of those shitty words." Then the clansmen looked around and said loudly, "This is war, a war in the North. The enemy's knife can kill people, and the wind and snow can kill people even more. That's the truth. It's unavoidable." "Old man, you're quite brave." Danny nodded. Seeing that the Dragon Queen was still willing to talk to him, the wine barrel's stubbornness that had been suppressed in the bottom of his heart rose up again. "Dragon Queen, how about you let the Megalosaurus spit out a mouthful of fire and burn down the city gate? It won't take much of your time." He grinned. It's useless even if you spit out 10 mouthfuls of fire. In this weather, 100 kilometers is enough for you to walk for half a month. From Erlu to the south of the Great Wall to Deepwood Castle. Even if they took many detours and walked twice as long, it would still be 2,500 kilometers. However, more than half a year had passed, and Erlu still hadn't reached Winterfell. Moreover, in this terrain and weather, even she didn't know how to march while maintaining her combat strength. Dany asked Godolphin, "How far can you travel in a day now?" Previously, we could still maintain a speed of more than 10 kilometers. Now the snow is getting heavier and heavier, and almost all the warhorses have died. Sometimes it's 4 or 5 kilometers a day. Sometimes it's only 1 or 2 kilometers. The giant killer sighed. Dany looked around at the haggard and exhausted knights and sighed. "Let's retreat. There's no way to fight this war." Hearing this, the giant killer perked up and said coldly, "The further we retreat, the lower our morale and the faster we die." "That's not wrong, but it will only get colder in the future. We have Lalo. Sacrifice this woman." Godolphin pointed at Asha. "She has the king's blood. If we sacrifice her, Lalo will dispel the cold and snow and bring us the sun." "Fuck you." Asha spat at the knight's face and cursed. "You lunatics! How many man-eating beasts have you burned these days? Has Lalo shown himself? Man-eating." Big Bear exclaimed and turned to look at his cousin. I'm an earl. How can I lack food?" Alysanne muttered, looking at her round body and rosy cheeks. She seemed to be living a good life. "Winterfell must have food. If we kill Bolton, we can survive," Big Barrel shouted. "Let's go." Dany looked at Cora and said, "SSSS." The sky darkened as Blackie spread his wings and landed on the ground. The surrounding barbarians and knights squinted at the snow that was stirred up by his wings. Gods, what a ferocious, demonic dragon. I always thought the Shadow Lynx was the scariest monster. Now that I look at it, a true dragon is a true dragon. Big Barrel opened his mouth wide, his eyes flashing with fear and excitement. Riding a dragon, thousands of miles in a day. We're in the snowy north now, and we're in the warm south at night. But we're crawling on the ground. Asha smiled bitterly. "Hey, everyone, come and see the Megalosaurus." Big Barrel suddenly looked back and made a trumpet with his hands by his mouth, shouting at the distant clansmen. Dany, who had already climbed onto the dragon's back, had a dark expression. She entered the dragon's spirit and transformed into the wings of death. The Megalosaurus stretched its neck and turned its ferocious head around. It was almost in front of Big Barrel. "Old man, what do you want to see?" The hot air from the Megalosaurus blew the clansman's hair and clothes into a mess. The fearless old man sat down in the snow. His eyes lost focus as he screamed wildly. "Ha ha ha." Dany laughed and took off the dragon-bone steel dagger from her waist. She threw it to Asha. "It's fate that we met. I'll give you this dagger. Maybe you can use it to redeem your freedom from Stannis." With that, she rode the dragon and rushed into the sky, leaving behind the barbarians who were screaming and the sea monster woman who was stunned. Big Barrel's Wall tribe occupies the mountains beside the frozen bay. They're neighbors with my Bear Island, so we often have dealings with each other. The Megalosaurus flew in the sky, but Big Bear was telling Dany about the mountain tribes. Blackie's flying speed was very fast. The others could hardly hear Big Bear's words, but Dany entered the state of windsong and could easily hear the sounds around her. The clansmen are the same as Bear Island. They're all loyal to Stark. Besides, winter is coming. Since we're going to die anyway, we might as well fight out with him. If we win, we can live and avenge Stark. If we lose, we'll just die. In the Northern Territory, other than the nobles, no one can guarantee that they can survive winter. The elders of the clansmen will tell their clansmen that they're going to hunt in the forest when winter comes. They're just trying to lighten the burden on their families. Those who go out never come back. Not only the clansmen, but also the farmers in the Northern Territory. That's why you'll often see abandoned villages in the Northern Territory. On the Great Wall, even the famous Hogwan town with a long history is abandoned, because winter can take away the lives of all the villagers. Not counting the frontier, the Northern Territory's land area alone took up 40% of the Westeros. It was almost half the size of the Celestial Empire. However, the entire Northern Territory's population was less than 500,000. It couldn't even compare to a city in the King's Landing. With such a small population, such a large piece of land couldn't support them. Blackie flew over Winterfell, and Dany finally saw the place where the Game of Thrones story unfolded. She was a little disappointed. The stone castle was 200 meters wide and 300 meters long, and the Godly Wood alone took up more than half of the area. The city walls weren't too high, and the towers inside were old and broken. It was surrounded by pure white snow, just like a dog pooped a few long, pointy black poop in the snow. After flying over Winterfell and about 7 to 8 miles southeast, Blackie was unexpectedly discovered by the troops on the ground. Megalosaurus, Dragon Queen, Dany, Her Majesty, Liz, 200 to 300 meters away. Dany could vaguely hear the shouts on the ground. Using Blackie's perspective, Dany could see the troops below clearly. Dozens of open carriages and 200 to 300 knights left a long trail of black mud on the snowy ground. The knights held up a flag with a white mermaid holding a black trident. In an instant, Dany remembered the family represented by this emblem, Count Mandler of White Harbor in the Northern Territory. It was very likely that Count Waymon Mandler, who was also known as Lord Eel, was down there. Dany's only interaction with White Harbor was 3 years ago, when she met a captain from White Harbor in Kars. His name seemed to be Jordan Snow, and he was piloting a ship called Ginkgo Maiden. To remind Robb about the bloody wedding, Blackie had drawn a picture for him, but Snow didn't fulfill his promise. Although Dany was curious about Jordan's recent situation, she couldn't land to ask Count Waymon. She didn't have any intention of going down, but Waymon didn't give up and wanted to see her. 40 to 50 strong horses chased after the black figure in the sky, shouting and waving the flag in their hands. This was a little strange. "Your Majesty, Count Mandler is down there," Big Bear reminded loudly. Blackie slowed down and lowered his altitude. "So?" Dany asked loudly. No one in the Northern Territory can compare to the Mandler family in terms of wealth and population. They even surpass Stark, P.S. Mandler's position in the Northern Territory is similar to Hyder's position in River Bend, Big Bear advised. "Even if it's Hyder in Old Town, I can't be bothered with him," Garth said. Other than his gluttony, Count Mandler's character and wisdom are also top-notch in the Seven Kingdoms. It won't take long to meet him, so it's worth it. His reputation is good because the Seven Kingdoms are too bad. Dany muttered in her heart, but she knew that the 2 white knights meant well. Blackie circled around and flew back to the carriage, landing beside the most luxurious carriage with the most knights. "7 gods above, Your Majesty is really on the dragon's back." As soon as the Megalosaurus landed, a man about the same height as his waist came up to them. He was in his early 60s, and his belly was like a circle of truck tires. His fingers were as thick as sausages, and because he was too fat, he had to be supported by 2 attendants when he walked. However, the fat count looked kind, and he had a sincere smile on his face, which made him seem very amiable. Dany saw that there were oil stains on his palms, lips, and beard, as if he had been chewing on pork trotters. Jumping off the dragon's back, Dany took off her helmet and accepted the salute of Lord Eel and his knights. Then she asked, "Count Mandler, what did you call me for?" The fat count was also observing the legendary Dragon Queen with narrowed eyes. Her soft silver hair reflected the light of the snowflakes. Her cheeks were smooth and rosy, her eyes were big and spirited, and her body was graceful and slender. She had a delicate face, The silver, close-fitting armor with dragon patterns and the heavy two-handed sword on her back made her look heroic and outstanding. "Your Majesty, I have something important to report to you." Lord Eel stepped forward and whispered, "Rickon Stark is on Skaggs Island." Chapter 592. Rickon Stark. Dany was confused for a moment. She was confused about the unfamiliar name, as well as Lord Eel's intention in saying that. Compared to Bran, Arya, Sansa, and Robb, Rickon, the fifth son of the House of Stark, had a presence that was as small as his age. In Game of Thrones, other than the scene where he was shot to death by Skinner, which made people sigh at his clumsy positioning, he did not leave any impression on the audience. Even in this real world it was even worse. He almost never appeared. The third son of Duke-eyed Stark, Rickon Stark. He was only 6 years old a few years ago. You might not be familiar with him, but he is the only surviving male of the House of Stark, Lord Eel explained. "What do you want me to do?" Dany glared at him and said, "I don't kill children." "Kill?" Lord Eel was confused. I didn't ask you to kill him. Didn't you report to me that there are remnants of the House of Stark because of the enmity between me and remind me to get rid of them?" Dany said strangely, Lord Eel's fat face twisted. "Your Majesty, you are magnanimous, righteous, and just. Why would I think that you did not kill Stannis, Jon Snow, nor did you burn down the King's Landing. You even let Lady Catelyn go. You would definitely not kill an innocent child," the fat count said righteously. "I see. You are in cahoots with Madame Stoneheart." Dany was enlightened. Madame Stoneheart knew that the Dragon Queen had no ill intentions towards Rickon, which was why Lord Eel revealed Rickon's location the moment they met. At the same time, Dany also understood that the fat man did not betray Stark. He was a spy by Bolton's side. "I'm also very surprised. I didn't expect that you would be resurrected by the Light King. She even said that you're a righteous and noble queen who abhors evil. That's why I chased after your dragon with all my might. I beg you to uphold justice for Duke Stark." Lord Eel looked at Dany expectantly. "Are you sure Madame Stoneheart said good things about me? The last time I saw her, she was almost possessed. She trampled on the guests' rights and betrayed them. She even wanted to kill me." Dany said suspiciously. Lord Eel was stunned. He did not expect the Dragon Queen to have such an evaluation of the kind and pitiful Duchess. "I swear to the 7 gods, to Lalo, and to the old gods that I have not spoken a single lie." He raised his hand and swore. "Could it be that you met a fake Madame Stoneheart?" Dany asked in surprise. "How could I have mistaken my master for someone else?" Lord Eel straightened his neck. His fat face flushed red. "Is there a scar on her face?" Dany asked. "Yes, there are terrible scars." Lord Eel heard this, and his eyes turned red. He howled in grief and anger. "Gods! What did Fry and those bastards do to her?" He said this as if Fry had really done something to her. After complaining in her heart, Dany asked again, "What else did Madame Stoneheart say about me?" Lord Eel thought for a moment and said, "Your black dragon drew a picture for Jon Snow and predicted the Red Wedding. It really was Madame Stoneheart, but she seemed to have changed, or was she in disguise?" With a plan in mind, Dany asked with interest, "Has Jon Snow and the Ginkgo Maiden returned to White Harbor?" "No." Lord Eel's kind face became twisted again. The rebellion of the 4 kings, the 7 kingdoms in chaos, the Thunderlands of the 3 Sisters archipelago restored the ancient road, and the Ginkgo Maiden was almost at our doorstep, but it was ruined by those bastards. The 3 Sisters archipelago was at the entrance of the bay where White Harbor was located. It was Earl Thunderland's fief. The same ancient road as Tywin? They robbed the Ginkgo Maiden? Dany asked. "No, they're even more despicable. The 3 Sisters archipelago is on the main road to White Harbor, and many merchant ships pass by there. There are many lighthouses built along the coast of the island to warn ships of the shoals and rocks. But in thick fog or storms, the islanders will extinguish the real lighthouses and secretly light fake signals to lure the ships to sink on the rocks. Those bastards will then take the opportunity to salvage the goods in the sunken ships. Dani's eyes widened. She could not believe that there was such a despicable operation in the world. The Ginkgo maiden passed through the narrow sea, the summer sea, the Quill Strait, the Jade Sea, and experienced cruel pirates and unpredictable storms. She narrowly escaped death and returned to her hometown, but she fell into the hands of her neighbors. This was too unjust. Has no one ever punished Count Thunderland? If Dani was on the Iron Throne and the Three Sisters archipelago dared to be so despicable, she would definitely destroy this family. When Stannis was the Minister of the Sea, he punished that old dog Thunderland severely once. But with the current situation of the Seven Kingdoms, who can care about him? Lord Eel said helplessly. Gulp, gulp. It was Lord Eel's carriage that was burning ovens. The servants added charcoal to the ovens from time to time. In the snowy weather, a large amount of fragrant white steam rose. The fat eunuch Beevos smelled it for a while, and his stomach rumbled in front of everyone. The fat eunuch blushed and muttered, "Lord Count, you were the one who called Beevos and the Queen down. As the host, why don't you take out the scones from the ovens and share them with the guests?" Dani was embarrassed. She glared at the eunuch and scolded in a low voice. "You ate a roasted lamb leg at noon, and it's only 3 in the afternoon. Are you hungry again?" Beevos wasn't hungry at first, but when I smelled the meat, I immediately became hungry. Beevos said aggrievedly. "Ha ha ha." Lord Eel heard Beevos' words and immediately laughed. He arranged for people to set up a tent by the roadside and set up chairs while saying, "I can understand Sir Beevos' feeling, not to mention the smell of roasted meat, as long as someone mentions the word pork trotters to me, or I think of pork trotters myself, I will be hungry." The attendants worked very quickly. Within 10 minutes, they had set up a small shed of 7 to 8 square meters. There was a table in the middle, and there was a charcoal stove under the table. On the table, there was a steaming lamprey pie, roasted goat ribs, oily and fragrant pig trotters, steamed crabs the size of bowls, cleaned oysters, fried cod fillets sprinkled with shallots and pepper, wine, liqueur, brandy, don't doubt, these were all directly brought out, not baked on the spot. In Lord Eel, Dani saw the extravagant style of the top aristocrats of Westeros, who were not inferior to the slave owners of Guise. This carriage had about 60 carriages, 300 riders, and 200 servants, including the coachman. But this was not a marching team, but Lord Eel's traveling carriage. 60 carriages, 40 of which were piled with food, wine barrels, frozen sea fish, boxes of crabs and oysters, a group of live goats, more than 100 live pigs, refined flour, expensive barren black rice, winter wheat, onions, carrots. Another 10 carriages had huge iron stoves, ovens, frying pans, steamers. The steam was steaming, and the fragrance was tempting. After that, 10 carriages were piled with furs, tents, tables and chairs, and charcoal. Lord Eel was gluttonous and ate all the way. He wished he could put a pot of braised pork at the bedside when he went to sleep. This team served him alone. Such a gluttonous aristocrat was not the worst in Westeros, and was not even considered extravagant. This no wonder Tyrion had no interest in liberating the slaves. In truth, a Westeros without slavery was no better than Slavers' Bay in the past. However, the new slave bay under her rule must be different. Dani gathered her thoughts and asked, "Since Madame Stoneheart came to find you, didn't she come up with a plan for revenge?" "Madame's plan is to wait for the king's landing to fall into chaos, so that the Iron Throne will not have time to care about the North. Of course, we know your oath, and it is not for you to attack the king's landing. Actually, the power of the Iron Throne is unable to reach the Northern Territory. As long as I welcome Duke Rickenback to White Harbor, I will be able to gather 5,000 elites to serve him. With the support of 7 to 8 counts such as Bear Island, Mormont, Hearth Castle, Amber, Torrin City, Torrin, and the people of Morneck, it is not impossible to take down the renegade Bolton. As long as Bolton is overthrown and the North regains its stability, the nobles of the North will unite under Stark's leadership. Even if Lannister leads the other 6 kingdoms to attack, they will not be able to cross Carlin Bay. Lord Eel was smart. He knew that hiding the truth would only make the Dragon Queen unhappy, so he did not hesitate and told her everything about his plan with Madame Stoneheart. Dany nodded inwardly. If not for the long night, the North might have been able to survive. If that is the case, how do you want me to uphold justice? She asked. Your Majesty, our request is not only to restore Stark's rule. Lord Eel said meaningfully. What do you want? Revenge. Lord Eel's chin trembled as he said with vigor. Dany raised her eyebrows. Your revenge has something to do with me? Your Majesty, we have a common enemy. No matter how arrogant we are, we will not rely on our own strength to defeat Ruth Bolton, Waldfrey Lannister, and Tyrell. Aren't you contradicting yourself? You know that I will not participate in the war between the 7 kingdoms before the end of the long night. Yet you still want me to form an alliance. Dany frowned. Lord Eel shook his head. No, revenge is not urgent. The aftermath of the rebellion of the 4 princes is too great, and the North also needs to recuperate. If you agree, when summer comes, we will launch a pincer attack. The North will go south to Neck, and you will land from the King's domain. After overthrowing Lannister, the Iron Throne will belong to you. We only want independence. The North will be independent. We will complete our revenge, and you will get the Iron Throne without sacrificing anything. It is a win-win situation. Garth was shocked and angry. You want to split the 7 kingdoms? Lord Eel said with a complicated expression. Sir, think about it. What will the alliance of the 7 kingdoms bring to the North? Only pain and humiliation. The power games of the Southerners are too dangerous. We do not want to participate, nor do we have the ability to. The North also cannot bring much tax to the Iron Throne. It is better to part on good terms. Count, you are very honest, Dany said. Lord Eel was indeed very honest, and did not deliberately mystify. Although he was a little whimsical and blindly optimistic, he put everything on the table. It was a pure exchange of interests. Dany despised the Northerners for being short-sighted, but she did not dislike their behavior. In principle, I agree to form an alliance with you. As Lord Eel said before, Dany did not contribute anything other than the name of an ally. Why would she refuse? Independence of the North? Ha! She did not even care about the Iron Throne. Why would she care about the North, where the mountains are poor and the rivers are evil? But there are 2 problems that need to be solved in advance. Lord Eel hurriedly asked, What is it? The Long Night and the Other Ghosts? Chapter 593. The Northern Territory is going to be independent, so the Long Night and the other ghosts don't matter anymore, Dany said. Why doesn't it matter? Lord Eel was confused. Will you care if Braavos is taken over by the other ghosts? Dany asked. Lord Eel frowned and said with difficulty, The other ghosts are related to the survival of the entire human race. If the Northern Territory can't be defended, how can the countries in the South benefit? I think your United Ghost Resistance Front is very good. The Westeros should unite and use the strength of the 7 countries to support the Great Wall and the Northern Territory. Who said that the people of the Northern Territory were stubborn? Look, how wonderful is their thinking of eating and cursing when they put down their chopsticks, Dany said angrily. Do you think the nobles of the 7 countries have this kind of awareness? Allowing the Northern Territory to be independent while working hard to help the Northern Territory get rid of the disaster? The Northern Territory hasn't become independent yet, right? Lord Eel said with a smile. It's useless to talk to me about the Northern Territory's independence. If the long night comes, I will call for a meeting. The nobles of the 7 countries will gather together to discuss how to end the long night. At that time, we will also sort out the rotten things of the past few decades, like Rhaegar and Lyanna, my father burning Dukrakard, Tywin killing Rhaegar's children, Robert's death, Cersei's 3 illegitimate children, Robb's betrayal, Wald Frey's bloody wedding. Everyone will speak openly and uphold justice in front of everyone. At that time, you can face all the nobles of the 7 countries and apply for Brexit. Oh, leave the Westeros. Lord Eel looked at the Dragon Queen with a complicated expression and said, "Your Majesty, you are indeed open-minded and far-sighted. Such a meeting is very meaningful. Over the years, the 7 countries have lost their morals and etiquette. People's hearts are not what they used to be. We really need a great trial to wash away the filth in people's hearts." Then he asked, "What are the 2 problems you mentioned?" First, Jon Stark. He already considers himself the king of the Northern Territory. Jon Stark. Lord Eel was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He asked in confusion, "Isn't he a night watcher? And he's an illegitimate child. Didn't Madame Stoneheart tell you that Robb's designated successor as the King of the North is Jon? This is the first time I've heard of this." Lord Eel's eyebrows gradually furrowed. As one of the few great nobles in the northern region, he knew the House of Stark very well. Lady Catelyn hated that bastard and did not want her son's crown to be taken away by that bastard. This was troublesome. An alpha wolf led the pack. If there were 2 alpha wolves, the pack would split, or if there was a fight, one of the alpha wolves would die. Second question, Stannis. In the name of the king, he commanded a group of Northern Territory nobles to seek justice for Stark. Without a doubt, his ultimate goal is the Iron Throne. You can't marry 2 women and promise to help me fight for the Iron Throne while forming an alliance with Stannis. This. Lord Eel's frown deepened. To be honest, meeting the Dragon Queen today was an accident, but forming an alliance with the Dragon Queen, or at least reaching an understanding, was the result of a long discussion between him and Lady Catelyn. The reason was also very simple. The first rule of power games: stand on the side of the victor. Only by working with the victor could the alliance be guaranteed. No matter how beautiful the promise made by the loser, it would be as useless as a blank piece of paper. Madame Stoneheart had only lost her kindness, but not her wisdom, although she did not have that in the first place. So, that time in the cave when she failed to kill the Dragon Queen and the Dragon Queen let her go, she understood 2 things. The Dragon Queen was very strong and could not be defeated. The Dragon Queen was very simple and honest and did not have any ill intentions towards her and her child, as she thought. The Dragon Queen was strong, which meant that she had the highest chance of obtaining the Iron Throne. The Dragon Queen was simple and honest, and working with her would not lead to trouble. However, Erlu was indeed helping Stark and Bolton and Free and Lannister. The best outcome would be to form an alliance with the Dragon Queen to ensure the future, and let Erlu work for Free to ensure the present. However, Erlu was neither stupid nor simple. Previously, he had sent the Hand of the King, the Onion Knight, to White Harbor to seek an alliance. When he was at the Great Wall, he had suggested to work with the King of the North, Stark, many times. Lord Eel thought for a long time and said tentatively, "Your Majesty, if you help Duke Rickon take down Winterfell, Stannis will no longer be a problem. Let him return to the Great Wall as a night watchman, or give him a batch of food and send him out as a gift." Damn, so realistic, so heartless. In order to help Stark take down Winterfell, Erlu was starving in the snow more than 100 kilometers away. She would get angry at anyone who said that the nobles of the North were simple and honest. Count Feldman, I declare to you once again that before the long night ends, I will not interfere in any of the power struggles of the 7 kingdoms. A sacred oath cannot be violated. Once again, Dany was glad that she had made this oath a long time ago at the Great Wall. In the latrine like Westeros, with this oath, she had avoided a lot of trouble and saved a lot of saliva. Sigh. Lord Eel sighed and became silent. Lord Count, Beevos called out softly. Oh! Lord Eel came back to his senses and asked curiously, Sir Beevos, what's wrong? Beevos swallowed the last piece of eel pie and wiped the cherry sauce from his mouth. He pointed to the oven closest to them and said, That meat pie, it smells so good. Can you give Beevos a piece? As if he was pricked by a needle, Lord Eel waved his hand hurriedly and said, No. The smile on Beevos' face froze. Sigh, that's for Lou Bolton. Lord Eel realized that his tone was wrong and quickly explained in a low voice. Dishyung's expression changed and asked, Is it poisonous? It's not poisonous, but it's 10,000 times scarier than any poison. Lord Eel said hesitantly, What meat pie is scarier than poison? Garth asked doubtfully. Lord Eel closed his mouth tightly and avoided his eyes. Suddenly, Danny had a flash of inspiration and thought of a meat pie that was more poisonous than poison. You didn't kill Bolton's son or wife and make a meat pie for the old peeler to eat, right? Danny looked at Lord Eel in horror and asked. Lord Eel widened his eyes and looked at Dragon Queen in horror. 7 gods above. You! The knights looked at Lord Eel in horror. No, no, Lord Eel waved his hand. I want to, but sigh, that's about it. Finally, Lord Eel gave up struggling and said honestly, That's right, it's a meat pie. It's a wedding gift for Ramus Bolton. Her Majesty the Queen is my guest. I can't give you a meat pie. 7 levels of hell. Bewertha's stomach started to turn. There's a hand scratching Bewertha's throat. Someone wants to crawl out of Bewertha's stomach, the fat eunuch said pitifully with a pale face. Danny started to rejoice. In this cold weather, she really couldn't eat greasy food and only drank a few cups of warm wine. Whose pie? She asked. It's made from the meat of Rieger, Simon, and Jerry, the fry pie. Lord Eel's eyes were cold and he growled. Wade Fry violated the guests' rights and killed my lord and many nobles in the Northern Territory. I want revenge. I want the Freys to eat their own children's meat, like the rat chef. Eris Fry and Hastings Fry are leading the Fry family's 2,000 troops to help Ramus Bolton stabilize the Northern Territory. They're also in Winterfell now, and will definitely eat my fry pie. Danny suddenly had 10,000 fuck in her heart. It was because of Lord Eel's ruthlessness, savagery, and loyalty, and also because Eris ate Rieger's meat pie. There are too many uncertainties about the alliance, but I personally don't oppose the independence of the Northern Territory, as long as you can convince the other nobles in the Great Council. As for the Iron Throne, it's still the same. The one who ends the long night is the king. Count, don't doubt the long night is really coming. The fry pie was too scary, and there was also a burst of fragrance. Danny couldn't sit still, so she immediately said goodbye and got up to leave. Speaking of which, although Lord Eel's methods were cruel, his loyalty to Stark was really enviable. And Bear Island and the Northwest Mountain Clan, there were so many loyal people in this broken place in the Northern Territory, it was really enviable. After that, there were no more accidents. At around 3:00 the next morning, Danny came to the old town for the second time. The 2 centaurs, Beavis and Big Bear, stayed in the forest outside the city. Danny hung a chain on Big Black's paw for Garth to grab, and quietly landed on Dr. Wargrave's tower. Wargrave wasn't on the list of criminals announced by Big Black, so he wouldn't be hunted by the honorable knight. There was no bounty. Because of that, his tower wasn't guarded by the city guards. It was very quiet and secluded. Other than an apprentice serving the old doctor on the first floor, there was no one else. Garth Hyder easily sneaked into the tower. Unfortunately, the tower was very empty and no useful letters were found. Your Majesty, Dr. Wargrave has dementia, can't read, can't study, and even the bookshelves in his study have been emptied. If there aren't any other secret rooms, the only clue left is probably the contents of this box. Danny looked down. The wooden box wasn't big, and the bronze lock on the outside had been pried open by Garth, revealing a few pitiful items inside. A bag of silver deer, a bundle of yellow hair tied with a ribbon, a portrait of a woman who looked like Wargrave and a lobster-shaped steel armor gauntlet used by knights. She didn't go down herself, but left a soul imprint on the White Knight's right hand. What does this mean? Danny frowned. The doctor might really have a disreputable past, Garth said. I'm not interested in keeping a lover or having a son. I want to know the plans of Ricard Stark and his scholar Varys, Danny said. Your Majesty, you see, the lover's keepsake is only a bundle of long hair. He didn't dare to draw the original image of his son, but used feminization to cover it up. This means that the doctor was very cautious and restrained when he was young. Finally, Garth concluded, if Ricard and Varys were really plotting something, he would never leave something as deadly as a letter behind. Wheeze. Wargrave, who was on the bed, opened his eyes wide and looked blankly at the two people in the room. His mouth, which was gagged by a handkerchief, made a series of snoring sounds. The doctor was just dementia, not stroke, and didn't lose his ability to speak, so when he came in, Garth had gagged his mouth. Maybe we can try. Danny stepped forward thoughtfully and pointed at the old doctor's forehead. The ability to communicate with trees was sealed by the three-eyed crow, but the Green Prophet couldn't stop her thoughts from entering another person's soul realm. The old doctor's soul was like a rotten wooden house that had been eaten by worms, full of holes. Without the dragon spirit, Danny's thoughts easily entered. Chapter 594. What's wrong? Garth asked worriedly. Not long after the Dragon Queen's finger touched the old doctor's forehead. About 10 minutes later, her smiling face suddenly turned gloomy, and she even began to grit her teeth. Shueching deserved to die, and Ricard deserved to die, Danny said coldly. Things went smoother than she had expected. Once, Danny had entered the mind of the hard-footed spearwoman, and from her shattered soul core, she had seen some of the spearwoman's memories. Once, Danny had entered the mind of the good boy Jaquen and caught a glimpse of a few of Jaquen's life experiences. She guessed that by entering Dr. Wargrave's mind, she might be able to discover some of his secrets, or she might not be able to see anything. An ordinary person's soul core was like a ball of vapor, while a person with a strong will was like a solid crystal. A person with a shattered soul had a shattered soul core like a shattered crystal. Extraordinaries formed an external meditation foundation, such as Danny's 9-colored vortex, the fire mage's flames, the shadow binder's shadows, the moon chanter's moonlight. Their memories were almost impossible to peek at because their soul core was hidden in the depths of their meditation foundation. Wargrave's soul core was like a crystal with countless holes drilled out by worms, and it was also protected by a layer of fog. If Danny had tried to break through the protective soul fog before eating the weirwood seed paste, she would have probably hurt the old doctor. But now her thoughts had silently seeped into the crystal with countless holes inside. In an instant, Danny felt as though she had fallen into a colorful maze. Countless scenes flashed before her eyes, as though she had opened a kaleidoscope. The old doctor felt different, and the colors of the scenes changed accordingly. The warm hugs with a woman, the cold parting, the dark solitude, the sunny birth of a baby, the dark conspiracy, many scenes appeared incomplete, like a roll of film tape that had been left for too long. Most of it was damaged, and a small part was blurred, leaving only the incoherent plot clearly visible. But the scenes regarding Scholar Various were too vivid and profound. Even though Dr. Wargrave was almost 90 years old and had dementia, the memories of his son remained in the depths of his soul. Perhaps only death could end his longing for his son. Scholar Varys was only in his early 20s when he received the necklace. He was recommended by Wargrave to Winterfell in the Northern Territory for personal use. He didn't want to be separated from his son either, but this was a rare opportunity. He was the Duke of the 7 Great Kingdoms. There were only 7 scholars who assisted the Duke. The position was too precious. If there was even the slightest vacancy, countless scholars would fight over it. Before the previous generation of Winterfell scholars died of illness, Wargrave had started planning for his son's successor. Danny was only curious about this kind of thing and didn't care about it. She fast-forwarded to the scene where Vilis and Ricard interacted. The Mad King said that Ricard was the biggest villain in the Seven Kingdoms. To the Targaryens, that was indeed the case. Ricard was ambitious, and the northern region could no longer satisfy his desire for power, especially after going to King's Landing. When Xiang Yu saw Shi Huang's parade, he said, "You can replace him." When Liu Bang saw Shi Huang's parade, he sighed, "A real man should be like this." When Ricard saw the Mad King sitting on the Iron Throne, he thought, "That crazy little bastard, his talent and martial arts are inferior to mine. Why should I?" Moreover, the north was cold, the south was hot, the north was barren, the south was rich. His ambition was the south. At first, Ricard was purely greedy for power, hoping to exert more influence in the court, and didn't have any thoughts of replacing the Duke. Scholar Vilis saw through the Lord's thoughts and encouraged the Duke's ambition. There were 3 reasons why Vilis was like this. Firstly, he was ambitious. With a doctor as his backing, his growth had been too smooth, and he had easily become the Grand Chancellor of one of the 7 kingdoms. He was bold and had high goals. Second, Vilis was loyal to Ricard and felt that Duke Stark deserved more. Finally, and most importantly, the City of Knowledge was tired of the Targaryen family's rotten affairs. St. Bailey, mediocre King Aegon, Blackfyre's rebellion, Blood Crow's White Terror, Midsummer Hall's incident, one after another, rotten affairs made a portion of the scholars in the City of Knowledge come to a consensus. The Westeros would be better without the Targaryens. Let's not talk about the others. Just take the Blackfyre's rebellion as an example. In less than 100 years, there were 5 Blackfyre rebellions. Demon Blackfyre's descendants came one after another, almost at least once in every generation. Every time, it would bring great damage to the 7 kingdoms. Hundreds of thousands, millions of civilians were affected. The nobles who died in the war were also like mushrooms after the rain, uncountable. Even the dukes of the 7 kingdoms died one after another Lannister, and Tywin had dukes who died because of the dragon family's rotten affairs. Wasting money and manpower, corpses piled up everywhere. But what did the 7 kingdoms gain? Nothing. Every time a Targaryen was born, the gods would flip a coin to decide if he was great or crazy. Then the people of the 7 kingdoms would pray together, not expecting their king to be great, as long as he wasn't crazy. Why? How could the Targaryens, who didn't even have a dragon, rule the Westeros? It could be said that after the Blood Dragon Dance, the City of Knowledge had completely lost its reverence for the Targaryen royal family. It wasn't hard to understand. The Targaryens' sacred mantle was torn apart by the scholars. They weren't even afraid of the Targaryens with dragons, so why would they revere the lunatics without dragons? So a small portion of the scholars gathered together, intending to get rid of the Targaryens. Well, only a small portion. The scholars were divided into 2 categories, those with noble backgrounds and those with no background. Commoners with no background became scholars because they had good brains. The 2nd son, 3rd son, or collateral descendants of noble families didn't have the right to inherit, so becoming a scholar was also a good way out. For example, as the 3rd son of the family, old Yemont didn't have the right to inherit, so he went to the City of Knowledge to become a scholar. In fact, most of the scholars came from noble backgrounds. The noble scholars allowed the Blood Dragon Dance for the sake of their ideals, but they didn't necessarily agree to get rid of the Targaryens. The reason was simple. The Targaryens were only one of the great nobles. If the scholars were to mess with the dragon family today, who knew if they would feel that the lion family's debt must be repaid was too domineering tomorrow? So, only a small number of scholars had the intention to change the Iron Throne's master, and Vilis happened to be one of them. Brandon and Catelyn Tully, Lyanna and Robert's marriage alliance, sending Ed Stark to Arryn Valley to become old Jon's adopted son, becoming Robert's sworn brother. All of the above were Vilis' plans. Other scholars also participated in his plans, such as Scholar Clarkson, who served Theon Bella. According to Vilis' plans, the great hero who ended the Targaryen rule should be Ricard Stark. In the end, Although the Mad King was crazy, he wasn't stupid or blind. Wolf, fish, deer, and eagle, such an obvious alliance, couldn't he see it? If the Mad King didn't have any political sense, he wouldn't have rejected Tywin's suggestion of a marriage alliance between Rhaegar and Cersei. Instead, he would have formed an alliance with Dorne. The Mad King wasn't wrong in rejecting Tywin and changing the marriage alliance with Dorne. In fact, it was very wise. Because Tywin had been the hand of the king for 20 years, his power was too great. Even with the Mad King's wisdom and talent, he couldn't suppress him, let alone his son-in-law Rhaegar. Back then, there was a saying among the Westeros: Lord Tywin ruled the Seven Kingdoms, while Lady Joanna ruled Tywin. There were even people who claimed that Lord Tywin was the true ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. When the Mad King heard it, he cut off that person's tongue, and that person later cut off Eid's head. And it was Island Pine, Tywin's henchman. From this, one could see how much power Tywin had at that time. Even Grand Scholar Pycelle, who was supposed to serve the Targaryens, was convinced by Tywin and was willing to lead the way. I digress. Scholar Villies knew that the Mad King was crazy, but he didn't know to what extent. He tricked the Duke into King's Landing and tortured him to death in the most humiliating way. The plot between the Mad King and Ricard was similar to King Zhou and Ji Chong. The Mad King's craziness surpassed King Zhou's. He didn't test the waters, he didn't imprison them, he just went crazy and was reckless. Ricard wasn't as shrewd as Ji Chong. Ji Chong could even eat the meatballs of his eldest son. But old Ricard was reckless. He was clearly plotting a rebellion, but he still dared to go to King's Landing alone. If it was Ji Chong, he would have stayed at home and pretended to have a stomachache instead of going to Chowga alone. More importantly, Ji Chong had the mandate of heaven. Ricard was the vanguard for the king. Terrible fate. The wolf, fish, eagle, and deer alliance that took more than 10 years of hard work to create was taken advantage of by Robert for nothing. And not long after Ricard died, Scholar Villies thought that the alliance had failed, so he also died of depression. Who knew that the Mad King was so crazy that he killed Stark and his son, as well as Jon Arryn's heir. In theory, the four-nation alliance was already broken. But he wasn't satisfied. He wanted to eliminate the source of the problem and kill Eid and Robert. The heavens took pity on him. At that time, Robert was the one who was truly innocent. His wife ran away with someone else in such a way. He was even more pitiful than a big bear. Jon Arryn took over Villies' four-nation alliance plan and willingly became Uncle Finger's successor. He re-established the framework of the alliance and made it even more indestructible. However, the core of the alliance changed, from Stark to Byra and Theon. In Villies' four-nation alliance, eagle, deer, and fish had no contact. Only wolf had contact with the other three. In Jon Arryn's four-nation alliance, deer and fish still had no contact. Only eagle had the foundation of an alliance with the other three. Eid was the second son, and Eid was the younger brother. Eid wasn't as dazzling as Robert, so the number one foster father of the Seven Nations naturally wouldn't support him to become king. How did the City of Knowledge become like this? Garth's face was pale as he muttered to himself. Once a person studies, they become bad. Dany complained. What do we do now? That little alliance among the scholars, does it still exist? Garth asked. Targaryen has been destroyed for so many years. It should have been disbanded long ago. Dany sighed. Perhaps Aegon's conquest of the Westeros was a mistake. If Targaryen only occupied Dragonstone Island and the royal territory, raised dozens of dragons at home, and led Valerian, Sitaga, and a few other underlings to control the narrow sea trade. He had money, leisure, and power. He would be living a carefree life now. Garth looked out of the window and reminded, It's almost dawn. Your Majesty, we should leave. We can't let those scholars go just like that. Dany puffed up her cheeks and said fiercely, Targaryen, debts must be repaid. I have to give the City of Knowledge a retribution. Garth was stupefied. Wasn't the City of Knowledge miserable enough? What could be more terrifying than the church parading through the streets to atone for their sins? Danny laughed eerily. Since the City of Knowledge liked to control public opinion and liked to not fear sacrifice for the country and the people, then use public opinion to help me kill the faceless. Danny used Danny's whisper on Wargrave. Chapter 595. In recent days, the bleak City of Knowledge seemed to have changed for the better. Hiding Tyrell of the Lord of the River Bend finally agreed to the scholar's request and sent a squadron of 300 cavalry. They would replace the armored and sword-wielding scholars to guard the City of Knowledge and protect the scholars on the great Guardian of Light's sinner list from being attacked by the honorable knights. Then the acting regent of the Iron Throne, Empress Dowager Circe, officially announced that the Dragon Queen's trial against the City of Knowledge was invalid. In other words, the City of Knowledge did not need to be disbanded. The City of Knowledge resumed its business and became an official organization of the Seven Kingdoms again. Good things came in threes. Even Dr. Wargrave, who had been in a daze for almost a year, regained his sanity. The City of Knowledge had gained another great general. On this day, the wind outside was warm and the flowers were fragrant. The steward's pavilion was also filled with joy and laughter. The doctor's gloomy expressions were swept away, and their moods were as bright as the sun in the courtyard. Finally, the Iron Throne has made an official announcement. The City of Knowledge is still the City of Knowledge. The scholars are still the scholars. Our dignity and glory have returned. Steward Theobald sighed. And Tyrell, they have also expressed their stance. 300 cavalry is enough to defend the Red Keep. We no longer need to be on tenterhooks and have trouble eating and sleeping. Economics, Dr. Ryan said. Even Dr. Wargrave has recovered. Congratulations. Benedict, the history doctor, looked at the old doctor sitting on the first left of the supervisor. Dr. Wargrave, how do you feel? Do you remember what happened these days? With Benedict's reminder, the doctors began to show concern for the white-haired old doctor. A faint purple light flashed in Wargrave's old eyes. I'm fine, but I'm afraid everyone is not so optimistic. Dr. Wargrave, what do you mean? Ryan asked. Wargrave did not say anything. He only tapped 2 letters on the table. Everyone sighed and fell silent. The 2 letters came from hiding and the Iron Throne, Old Rose and Circe. Circe asked the City of Knowledge to publicly support her re-entry into the palace and return to being the Empress Dowager. Old Rose asked the City of Knowledge to launch a public opinion offensive to incite the nobles of the 7 kingdoms to drive Circe Greyjoy out of King's Landing. The Empress Dowager, who had married into the Iron Islands, was no longer the Empress Dowager and had no right to rule as regent. The reason was simple. Although the King's Landing didn't have a Theon, the 7 nations' legal system still belonged to Theon Bella. Even Targaryen was only a remnant of the previous dynasty. Even if the whole world knew that Tommen was Lannister, the reason why Tommen could become king was because his surname was Theon Byra. So, why should the matriarch of the Greyjoy family be the regent of Theon Byra's throne? It was still the same old saying. No matter how bad the City of Learning was, it still controlled all the messenger crows of the 7 countries. Controlling the messenger crows was equivalent to controlling half of the public opinion of the 7 nations. Not to mention that each of the nobles of the 7 countries had a scholar assisting them. The scholar's attitude could easily influence the Lord's decision. Therefore, at this crucial moment in the battle for public opinion, the Iron Throne and Gao Ting began to express goodwill towards the City of Knowledge. Previously, the City of Knowledge had been smelly. With Old Rose's shrewdness and Kevin's shrewdness, how could they waste their family's reputation and honor just to endorse the scholars of the City of Knowledge? To be honest, even they were shocked by the crimes of the City of Knowledge. The problem now was that after receiving benefits from the Iron Throne and Gao Ting, the City of Knowledge had to repay them. They had to choose a side, Gao Ting or Circe. The City of Knowledge's foundation is in the Old Town. The Old Town is at the river bend, and Gao Ting controls the river bend. Professor Lane said slowly, Lannister controls the King's Landing. But the King's Landing needs the river bend to support it. Cersei is crazy, Old Rose is rational. No one can predict the outcome of offending a lunatic. Gao Ting withdraws the knights guarding us. I can immediately tell you what your outcome will be. You will be arrested by bounty hunters who call themselves honorable knights, and then paraded through the streets under the pressure of the monks. The professors spoke one after another and began to quarrel with each other over the matter of choosing a side. Professor Wargrave, what do you think? The head of the professors asked the old man beside him. Wargrave followed the thoughts from the depths of his soul core and said with a wooden face, The City of Knowledge is weak, and we can't afford to offend anyone. Why don't we dilute our existence and try not to take sides? It's best if we don't take sides, but how do we do it? A professor immediately asked. If Professor Lane quarreled with the head of the department and wanted me to be the referee, but when they found my tower, they found me sweating profusely over another life-threatening matter, what would they do? Wargrave asked. There were no fools present, and everyone quickly fell into deep thought as if they had understood something. After a while, Professor Lane asked softly, Why don't we continue to spread the news that Bravos violated the rights of the guests? We have never stopped criticizing the shamelessness of the Bravosatians, a professor reminded. Professor Lane waved his hand and said in a deep voice, then increased the intensity. The Iron Throne and Gao Ting both know that we have been doing this recently, and it is more acceptable for them to use this reason to slack off. There are at least 50 stories about Bravos breaking the oath circulating in the docks and taverns at the same time. What else can we do? The attack of public opinion has reached saturation. The head of the professors said helplessly, Unless there's a new explosive point, what else can it be? The professors looked at each other speechlessly. They had written hundreds of stories about Bravos breaking the oath and the brutality of the faceless. Now they were racking their brains to write a similar article. What was the use? Sigh, now that things have come to this, I will not hide it anymore. In the quiet conference room, Professor Wargrave's sigh was particularly loud. What? The head of the professors turned his head in confusion. The old man leaned back in his chair and sighed. I will lay my cards on the table. Apart from the ordinary professors, there is a special team, and I am the leader of the special team. It just so happens that the special team knows many secrets of the faceless. If you want explosive points, I will give you explosive points. How about a faceless assassination list? It has a name, a time, and a place. It is guaranteed to shake the world. Even the Iron Throne and Gao Ting will be shocked. It was uncertain if Cersei and Old Rose would be shocked by this, but all the doctors present were shocked by what they had just witnessed. Professor, are you okay? The head of the professors pointed to his temple, his movements and expression, careful not to provoke the poor old man. The old man had only recovered from dementia with the blessing of the Holy Mother, and now he had become a lunatic? You think I'm a lunatic? Professor Wargrave's eyes were contemptuous. Are you not? The professors complained in their minds. Humph! Now that things have come to this, I am not afraid to tell you that the War of the Usurpers was not an accident, but the result of our scholars' careful planning. Ricard Stark's scholar, Villis, is a member of our special team. Ricard was ambitious, and Villis encouraged his ambition and facilitated the alliance of Stark, Tully, Arryn, and Theon. Professor Wargrave was eloquent, blabbering on, recounting the war of the usurpers and the Four-Nation Alliance. The conference room was as silent as a morgue. The professors' faces were pale, their eyes wide, and their chins almost fell on the table. Their eyes were full of bewilderment, and their expressions were full of shock. Professor, are you sure? This is a serious matter. You can't joke about it. After a long while, the head of the professors picked up his chin from the table and pressed it back down. Do I look like someone who jokes? Wargrave asked in return. I'd rather you were joking. No, I'd rather you, old man, remain a retard, forever bringing the secret of the special team that deserve to see the deviants underground. Even if you don't know the secrets of the faceless, it's still worth it. The head of the professor's face was ashen, and he gritted his teeth in hatred. The professor's eyes flickered. She had traveled thousands of miles to the sanctuary beyond the Great Wall, resurrected Ace at the Great Wall, met Erlu and Lord Eel, and finally bestowed a spirit to repair Dr. Dementia's soul and leave behind a thought. It was a long story, but in fact it had only taken 3 days. On the evening of the 4th day, Danny returned to Astapor. Danny, did Blindon set you up? Old Yimont, who had dark circles under his eyes, came over anxiously as soon as he jumped off the dragon's back. He did, but it was worth it. Old Yimont breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "How's John?" Danny sighed and said, "Jon Snow is a thing of the past. Yimont and Tyrion exclaimed at the same time. Lalo couldn't resurrect him. Did the red-robed woman break her promise? Tyrion said with a trembling voice, "I didn't know you had such a good relationship with Jon Snow." Danny said strangely, "I don't know why, but when I first saw him I thought, maybe I'm a dwarf, and he's an illegitimate child." A dwarf is no different from an illegitimate child in his father's eyes. Tyrion sighed. Yimont glanced at the dwarf, and his mouth opened and closed. He wanted to say, "It's the bond of blood, just like when I saw you and Jon. You were especially close." But Jon didn't die. The one who died was the night watchman, Jon Snow. When he was resurrected, he became the king of the North, Jon Stark. Danny said with a smile, "Oh." Yimont and the dwarf rolled their eyes at the same time. "You didn't even finish your sentence. You scared me to death. Do you know why Jon died?" Danny looked meaningfully at old Yimont and said, "For the sake of Stark's honor and hatred, he betrayed the night watchman's oath. As the commander-in-chief, he summoned the night watchmen and the savages to follow him south to seek revenge on Bolton. Blacksmith Tanner told me that Jon is the real Stark. He has the Stark's ancestral running wolf's blood. He's indeed very impulsive, just like his Uncle Blindon and Aunt Lyanna. He really has the running wolf's blood." The dwarf nodded in agreement. Yimont frowned. He looked at Danny and then at the dwarf. He sighed in his heart. Jon had risked his life for Stark and betrayed his oath. Tyrion had also risked offending the dragon queen a few days ago for Lannister. He rode a pterodactyl to meet Kevin at the King's Landing to arrange an escape route for Lannister. He was obviously a Targaryen, but he had the most standard Stark appearance and the most Stark personality. He was obviously a Targaryen, but he was more like Tywin than Cersei and Jaime. He was more concerned about the future of the entire Lannister family. Should he tell them the truth? If their love for the Targaryens was half as deep as their love for their mother's family, would they have to worry about Dany's hegemony and the Targaryen family's prosperity? "Aunt, what tree is this? Where did you get it?" Yimont looked over and saw Aegon looking curiously at the bundle of red-leafed saplings in his arms. The old man suddenly felt sick of it. He did not know if this fellow was real or fake, but although he carried the name of Targaryen, his love for Targaryen was not half as deep as his love for the Iron Throne. Comparing the two, it was too unlikable. "They're all weirwood. Danny, are you going to plant weirwood?" Yimont asked. "The thick one is a magical material. I plan to make it into a scabbard. I'll plant the other saplings in the pyramid garden first and see if they can survive." The Green Prophet's sphere of influence was only in the Westeros. If the weirwood was successfully transplanted, perhaps Danny could become the tree speaker of Ursos. "Your Majesty, our people have been waiting for a few days. Do you still want to carry out the cargo plan? Do we still fight Zingis?" The giant crab walked over and asked with a frown.